Hello, Mark.
Morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm good.
Imagine my surprise and happiness when I found out that you were going to be today's moderator.
Yoo-hoo!
Well, yeah. I think you're technically the moderator, right?
No, actually, I'm not. I'm just the Zoom moderator.
You're the Empress. Okay.
Yeah. Lori's the actual moderator.
So how's life in your world?
Well, it's good, but I'm really jealous looking at your back screen.
I had to put that up today. I looked outside and there's 4 inches of snow on the ground.
Oh no.
So as much as I'll tell everybody else that's my backyard, but that's Augusta,
Yes,
Georgia, where they
I,
have the Masters golf tournament. So
I recognize it, and the azaleas in bloom, and yep.
we'll,
Yeah.
we'll just tell everybody that that's my winter home.
Oh, sounds great. I want
We'll
to
see
come
if we'll
visit
see
you.
if anybody bites.
I want to come visit you. I had I had to give up my Friday golf game yesterday for this.
Yeah, I was all set to golf this weekend, and then they called me last minute and they said, "Can you help out?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I can do that." So yeah, I think I missed one day yesterday. It was cold and windy, but then we've got at least a few days for the snow to melt. Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
I'm logged in, and then so when we sign in for the panel for the remote display, we just sign in. It doesn't matter what our position is, just we're panel 4, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
I,
I'm all ready to go then.
I think that's true.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm pinning you all to the top before I forget.
Okay. Hey, Julie.
Oops. Bruce. Who's Bruce? Oh, I gotta put Bruce in the waiting room.
What's his last name?
I don't know, but he's not on our team right yet. So
Okay.
I meant to admit Bob Coates. Okay.
There we go.
Let's see. We've got Bob and Ella and Julie.
And Mark, we
Mark
have all
Sweeney's here. He was here and he's gone. Okay, I got all of you pinned up there.
nice, nice.
Sorry, I was talking to panel 3 and then I couldn't get in here. Good morning, everybody.
Good
And
morning,
I
Lori.
see
How you doing?
Lori and
Good, good.
Ella and
Chris, I just wanted to make sure that you are going to log into the remote display.
I did not know that. That was not.
Yes, so you're going to log into the remote display as an official observer. Actually, everybody can log in as an official observer today. And you're going to share that screen
Oh, okay.
throughout the whole day. And that way, when an image comes up, people can see it on the Zoom call because we're recording this for the ASP website.
Are
And
we?
oh, go
You
ahead.
know what? There isn't a, wait a minute now. I'm in here and I just see scorekeeper, keypad, Jerry chair, and remote display. I don't see.
Remote display. That's it.
Yeah, I thought they took the observer thing away.
No, it's still there.
Okay, let's see. Who are we? Okay, you're gonna
panel 4.
be ASP 2024.
Yes.
Okay, and I want panel 4.
Mhm.
And there I was wondering why they had yesterday's date on it and I had my date screwed up. I was
The
like,
date is
oh, that was yesterday. Well, I guess that's the one I'll click into.
the
Well,
date
so
is-
far you've instilled a lot of confidence in us this morning, Bob.
today is my
Um,
oldest daughter's birthday. She's
Aw.
33. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so when we start,
will we have access to the scores?
Yes, I will, when I announce the title, I will announce, do you want me to announce the titles, Bob?
Sure.
Okay, and then I'll announce what it scored.
Sure.
And I'll flip the image. Or I'll flip it as I tell you what it scored. And then,
Do you
so
need me to log into the jurors app or anything
I don't
on the
think,
side?
I don't think we, because there's no scores being done today, so I think we can just all be official observers.
Cool.
And then, I have one other thing, Chris. So are you familiar with the remote display?
I am.
Okay,
Some-
so I don't know if we'll have any albums today, but if we do, while the album is being discussed,
Click
or,
through it.
yeah, click through the pages, and then if they talk about an issue on a specific page, click to that page so the viewers can, it just
Oh,
makes
so
it.
I have to stay here and stay awake, huh?
Yes, just like me and all
All
the
right.
rest of us.
I say, pay attention, boy.
Okay.
Okay,
And we're already recording, so that's good. And I'm going to disable the waiting room when we start. Or
Okay.
do you want me to keep monitoring it?
yeah, and we don't have a pretty graphic like the other panels. I'm jealous because we got added late, but it identifies where they are, so they know they're in the right place. But
Yeah, but I'm just gonna disable it so people can come
Yeah.
and go.
that's fine.
Because I think people will be jumping around a fair bit.
Okay,
Yep,
do you
they
want to
will, and we
check
did
and
that
make sure
yesterday.
that when they sign in that they are coming in muted? I think
We
there's
set
a
all that
setting
up
for that.
already.
There's a setting
Yeah.
for that somewhere.
That's all
Yeah, they
set up.
got that all set up.
We have it so they can't do a thing.
Well,
And
that
then
was the way it was supposed to be yesterday, and somebody said, "Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's whatever guy did or man did this. It was a woman." It was like, no.
Well,
and then I think we still probably want a breakout room just in case.
Yeah.
Yes,
the judge
please.
wants to
waiting
discuss
till
anything.
everyone got here to set that up. I'm gonna do that right now, just so we have it.
Are we looking at the same images as yesterday? Are we critiquing what we got on the panel yesterday?
No, not
Yeah.
necessarily. It's just the luck of the draw. Well, a lot of them will be because
I'll be back in 90 seconds.
Okay.
Julie, you're gonna need to unmute because you come back from that breakout room muted.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to let people in.
So behave, Julie.
I am going to,
It's been proven.
okay, the waiting room is now open.
And I'll be right back too.
I probably should as well.
Probably should.
No one's in our room because we're the angry jurors. He's an angry elf.
Say it again. There you go.
Couldn't hear you, Ella.
We can't hear you, Ella.
You're not muted either.
You need to plug your microphone in.
Can you hear us? Besides Ella, can you hear us clearly?
Hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sometimes it just needs to be unplugged and plugged back in. It gets like my sister, it's a little fritzy.
She needs to be plugged and unplugged.
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot. Most,
Sadly,
most
I understand that.
yeah.
There's something evil about that.
How old are your siblings, Mark?
All older than I am.
Mine are too. Mine range from 83 to 92. And it's a horror show. It's really amazing. So one has Parkinson's, one has Alzheimer's, one's 92, and she's like the clock that just keeps getting slower and slower and slower. And my brother's in denial about the whole thing.
I have 4 sisters and a wife, and number one, I'm used to being wrong all the time.
Yep.
And one of my sisters is the identical personality of Nancy Green.
Oh my God.
We all the time. We're butting heads all the freaking time. It's amazing.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
this is being recorded.
Oh, that's good. Love you,
Yeah.
Nancy.
They're gonna give me the edit and I'll edit it all
Right,
out.
Julie?
I'll share it with you for a price.
Yeah. Oh, she knows.
Oh yeah.
I've known her since the beginning of time.
Yep. She's a phenomenon.
He's one of a kind, and we thank God for that every day.
Except
That he did not use the clone tool.
Hey, it's 9 o'clock.
I'm back.
Hey, Lori's back. I'm gonna pin you up top.
And are we ready to, let me
Okay, let
make
me
sure I've
make
got my, right? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I am going to do the welcomes real quick and then we will be ready to rock and roll. Is everybody here? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we are good to go. Okay. So let me get back to that script again.
And do we want to be video on or video off while we?
That is your call for today. I'm going to turn mine off in a minute here, once we introduce ourselves, but that is totally your call. The only thing I would say is either the 4 of you all on or all off so that, but I'll let you decide that amongst yourselves.
Let's go
Okay.
for off.
Off.
Once
Okay.
we get introduced, let's call it off.
Okay. We ready?
Uh-huh.
Welcome back, everyone. ASP does welcome you back for day 2 of Images of Distinctions Round 1. We hope you enjoyed yesterday and are ready for another full day of learning. 844 images will receive discussion today. We have 4 commentary panels, and the full day's recording for each panel will be available to view on the ASP website under Zoom recordings. The audio discussion for each image will also be available on printcompetition.com. We cannot thank Jeff Burton enough for his support of this event and the tweaks he continues to make to the software in order to make this the best experience for our viewers and workers. So let's meet the jurors and panel crew now, starting with our jurors.
All right, Ella.
Hello, I'm Ella Carlson from Littleton, Massachusetts.
Good morning. I'm Mark Sweeney from Clifton Park, New York.
Bob Coates from the Red Rock country of Sedona, Arizona.
Hello, I'm Julie Savage from Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City.
And Bob Coates is going to be our moderator today. Won't be as important as far as the juror scores, but still very important to keep everything on track.
Just herding the cats.
That's right. And then on our crew today, Chris Richmond is our Zoom moderator. She'll be letting everybody in and out. And I'm Lori McCoy. I am going to be the scorekeeper for today. We will be breaking for lunch at 12:30 Eastern time, and we anticipate finishing critiques around 5:30. Do not forget that the awards ceremony for IOD round 1 is April 23rd at 8:00 p.m. So with that being said, we are ready to go. So let the competition come in, discussions commence. We're not competing today. Okay. Let me get to, wait a minute. Sorry, I just went full screen and I need to get to my scorekeeper.
Escape.
I did. Okay, so here we go. Stairway. Oh, do you know what this first category is, Chris? Do you have that chart? If not, I will pull that up real quick.
I do not have that.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick.
Can't hear you, Lori.
Okay, the first image is going to be Reportage. Stairway to Heaven, and it scored an 87.
Ella, why don't you start us off?
Okay. A really wonderful, unique take on an air show. I'm very much enjoying the stacking of these planes, and the title is so appropriate. The color here is beautifully done, and it's an extra little touch, the presentation that the maker did.
Yeah,
Mark.
wonderful color balance, highlight details retained. It's nice, it's neat, it's consistent, and the presentation was already spoke about.
Yeah, and just the one thing in my mind, this presentation might be a hair over the top for the category that it's in. Yes, presentation is one of the 12 elements, but something to watch out for, that we don't overdo them for reportage.
Yeah, I enjoy the fact that it's just this clear blue sky. so that it really separates these planes and the contrails. So really enjoy the image. I debated on actually the presentation with that drop shadow and sort of giving the appearance that it's on like a float frame, right? I sort of actually debated on whether that was a plus or minus. So again, sort of a subjective view on the presentation.
Next.
Chilling Rescue 81.
Mark.
So yeah, once again in the reportage category, it's a wonderful moment of capture. It's tack sharp on the man himself. When I look at it though, technically there's a couple areas of concern, the blowout on the highlights of his hair, and then also all that specular in the background behind him.
Yeah, I think this works really well for reportage because it's definitely capturing the moment. There's the nice triangular composition between the rescuers, the hand coming down. The story is really well told, which to me is a little more important than the actual, super quality of the file.
Yeah, love the blue lips, for the storytelling that matches the title. And it does look really, really cold in there. But one of the things that was brought up during a challenge on this was all the water spots on the lens. And of course, in reportage, you wouldn't be removing those. It's maybe part of the story, but also maybe pulling back to show a little more of the rescue scene.
Next
Yeah.
image.
2024, the horse is still prancing 84. Or 86, I'm sorry.
What was this title again?
2024, the horse is still prancing.
Okay. This is a car, right?
Yes.
Horsepower.
Okay. So horsepower. Oh, the horsepower. Okay. See, that brings me to a thing to be careful about your titling. Number one, that title seemed to be a little bit long. And two, can all the jurors get the reference material? Great capture of this little bad boy moving through with the following the car and keeping it nice and sharp. Great job on that.
Yeah, great job with the panning. Love the vibrant colors in this image. And you can clearly see the motion here. One of the things that did catch my eye is the kind of noisy areas on the back spoilers. I guess that's what you call it. And then there's a little noisy area kind of right behind the back windshield as well, kind of above the car, that catch my eye.
Yep, and you might want to think about not using red as a pinstripe, especially a double pinstripe, because it tends to call attention to itself and away from the image. Also, watch your tonal range if possible. You're kind of losing detail in your highlights and your shadows. But really exciting image.
Yeah, interesting subject matter. Compositionally, I think it's okay. It's kind of static because it's in the middle. Technically, also, it's just kind of losing some of these highlights up top. That's it.
Next. Lori?
Yeah.
Sorry, photo finish 99.
Yeah, what a great score for a really solid image, capturing, peak action of the moment. Great color. For me, I'm looking at presentation might be just a hair off sometime. I'm not sure what those little lines are in the corners, kind of trying to give a little bit of depth on there. So that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, what a cool image. Love the title for the storytelling, photo finish. I appreciate that I can see the pilot in the plane. I think that's a really cool part of the story, and I wish that I could have some insight into the driver of the car as well.
Yeah, I think this is actually a great moment to have captured, as well as the color combination working, those bright yellow parachutes and the reds in the plane and the truck. The color combinations work really well here. And it's pretty awesome that you got the propellers with a little bit of movement and everything else frozen so beautifully.
Yeah, when the image first came up, it's like, wow, this is cool. So it just has wonderful, strong impact. the more I look at it, the more I kind of question. Normally, I'd be the first to say use a different color other than black, but I think the presentation's busy enough where it's competing with the image. So maybe a simple presentation, something smaller, in thickness all around, just keeping it, maybe darker and just really letting us look at the image rather than the presentation.
Cool. Next image.
I hate my job, 81.
He looks thrilled. Julie, start this up.
Yeah, this is a great storytelling image, and the perfect title because he doesn't look super happy about the job. So let's see, Dora, Snow White. Okay, he's got all the Disney animals. Okay, so yeah, I love the story, love the look on his face, love the pose. Now the crop is a little tight, I think, coming up from the bottom like that. Although I see that you needed to kind of keep the balloons in the image. I just maybe would have liked a little more on the bottom half.
Oh yeah, I think it's there for me. I think that pose just hits the nail right on the head and counterpoint to the absolutely wonderfully whimsical balloons that he's holding. And I really enjoy the fact that the people in front of him are blurred, so we see the motion, and yet he's standing there like a statue, just frozen in place with this scowl on his face. Great storytelling.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of seeing this a couple of times, and it's still impactful to me. Great storytelling with the title and leads us right into his expression. There's one technical thing, even though in this category, I know you can't do anything, but you can crop. In the upper right-hand corner, we've got that little black chunk that's really close to the stroke line. So I would have just cropped in and eliminated that.
All right. Yeah, and presentation is nice and clean when you're doing black and whites. The fact that this is a really deep neutral gray allows the tones that are in the image to read better, whereas sometimes we many times use a black background for our mat board, and then that can make your image, because the tone next to the other tones kind of make them read different. So we can feel that this is a really good solid black and white. Next, please.
Okay, before we move on, I just realized let me see if I can just do it without making the images pop back up. Oh, I can. Okay. So, okay, next image. Now that's full service, 82.
Ella.
Great moment of action here. You've got everybody in motion, feet are off the ground. As far as reportage goes, this is definitely a decisive moment and captures all the spirit of the pit stop. One thing that occurs to me immediately is your pinstripe being orange and fairly wide is trying to pull us out of all that action. So be careful of that.
Yeah, I certainly agree with the pinstripe. One thing that I'd like to, and it's impossible to do, but it would have been wonderful if there was more of a connection with the driver inside, the reflections keeping us from seeing the driver really. But that turned around though, it's more focused on the pit crew, and there's a lot going on. And I think it's a wonderful moment to capture outside the car.
Yeah, and this would be one spot where, again, where if you look at that black background, see how it makes the blacks in this, in the tires kind of look a little grayish as opposed to being nice and solid. So maybe a slightly deeper gray would do that. And then I would also have toned down the stroke that's in there.
Yeah, love the image, love the action. I really don't have anything to add to pick at it.
Next image. If you don't have anything to add,
Touchdown.
we're moving on.
Touchdown, 81.
My turn. Yeah, wonderful initial impact. Technically it looks pretty sound. Yeah, I'll let the next person chat.
Yeah, and for reportage, this would be something that would appear in the newspaper for high school or college, as far as that goes. This presentation is nice. I think the pin stroke is just a hair wide for my taste. Usually, I like it to feel a little bit more like a mat. But overall, we've got the moment where this guy is about to get slammed to the ground. So again, moment of action is really important in that reportage category.
Yeah, definitely decisive moment captured here. I mean, if that was my kid, number 10, I'd be freaking out seeing this picture. Love the silver tones, and really nothing to pick at here.
Yep, I'm good with it too.
Next, please.
Cowboy mounted shooter, 77.
Yeah, this is one of those tough ones where you've got a tough time of day. Yes, we've captured the moment. We've got the flare coming off the gun. It's, it's really nice that we captured that moment. But gosh, when you come to image competition, you also have to remember who your viewers are. And this image is right in the middle. And the tones being so bright are probably holding this back a bit.
Yeah, I remember this coming up on the panel, and when it first comes up, it's like, oh, cool, you have caught decisive moment of the gun firing, and you're actually able to see it visually, so that's cool. But then when you start to sort of look into it a little more, you see the rider and the horse are actually out of focus. And so that blur is just, they're the main part of the image, the center of interest, the subject, they're everything. So that out of focus is going to hold it out of merit.
Yeah, really tough time of day to be shooting. Next to impossible to get everything that you want in this kind of an image. If possible, try and get there earlier or later if it happens, but I know these things happen midday, so.
Yeah, great event to capture. One thing I might suggest to the maker though is just, you're probably shooting with a mid telephoto lens, maybe something with a wider open aperture so the background can be blurred a little bit more because it's really competing with the cowboy. So that would be a couple of thoughts right there.
I'll just throw a quick thing on the presentation. That stroke line, while it's not grabbing a lot of attention, is pretty wide. And then if you look at your corners, they are rounded corners. If you want those to be sharp, if you set your stroke to inside, they will come up as nice, sharp, clean corners. Next image.
Racing into darkness, 78.
Julie.
Yeah, so when this comes up, you've got this gorgeous sunset scene, and you've got you can see the lights of the car, and you can see detail in the car. So I don't know if this was painted, but this good job getting the details of the car in there. I think where this is going to struggle to merit is everything in the background is so dark. You've really lost all the detail in the trees. And it's sort of this level of blurry that I can't tell if you're panning or if it's really hard to tell actually, what's going on. Why is it so blurry? It almost looks like motion blur versus depth of field.
Yeah, it also looks like they tried to bring out some of that detail. We've got a tremendous amount of grain in whatever that light stuff is behind the car that kind of indicates a vast underexposure. So it's really tough to kind of moderate that in these lighting conditions. Looking at the presentation again, that's pulling our attention away from the car and the subject. So maybe something simpler and more in the black and white range, mid-gray, dark gray.
Yeah, I agree with the presentation. I think it's a refreshing look at a car race and auto race where we're so used to seeing things in the daytime. So I'd like to give credit to the maker for that. But technically, it just kind of falls short with all that color noise and the tires that Ella was referring to in the middle of the image.
Next image, please.
Steam rises, tradition endures, 83.
I still got me a car.
Sorry.
There we go.
There we go. Mark.
Yeah. So yeah, first time seeing this nice initial impact. I think the composition's handled pretty well. I wish the maker could have straightened things out a little bit, or if they wanted to, they'd tilt it a little bit more. But I'd like to see that window frame be a little bit straighter. Right now, it's leaning to the right. Nice lighting, kind of accenting the person on the right, and also on the back too. Gives a nice little depth.
Yeah, nice clean presentation. I feel like this is a bit wide. And again, because it's so dark black, it makes the tones that are in the image look a little bit milky. And I think just by changing the background of the mat board a little bit, I believe that that would make this thing feel like it has a little bit more snap.
Yeah, what a cool scene. I think that, you know, it's up to the image maker to drive the viewer where they want them to look. And, you know, I'm looking almost everywhere but at the guy and the bowl. So I end up kind of looking out the window, and there's all these weird shapes and shadows that look interesting. So I'm spending time, I think, where you don't want me to spend time. So you always want to use your composition, framing, and lighting to control that where you want me to look.
Yeah, on the plus side, I'm enjoying that I can see detail in all those shadows, even with that strong backlight that's coming in and lighting the edge of him. So that's good job on the exposure there. You might have used a more wide open f-stop to kind of blur some of that window stuff, and I guess are we still in reportage?
Yes.
Okay, then that's all I have to say.
Next image, please.
Fallen Hero 82.
Julie.
Yeah, I mean, this is an emotionally grabbing scene for sure. And you know, I don't know that I've seen anything captured quite like this, with this sort of direct head-on view of the pallbearers and everyone there in a row, saluting. So really great moment that you captured the moment of the salute here. So well done, good vibrant colors. Enjoy the scene.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that. You've used a nice simple presentation. You can't, the tilt makes me uncomfortable as a viewer, but you can't do anything about that because they were obviously standing on a hill. But it is a really nice pivotal moment with a lot of emotion, which is going to grab the judges.
Yeah, when the impact, when the image comes up, it's got strong impact and it really tugs at you. But there's a lot of elements in here that work in its favor. After you see the casket, you go beyond, and I see the church in the background. I see the two officers up on the top of the fire truck, you know, and even the tombstone, just part of it right there. So there's a lot going on. Compositionally, though, I might have considered cropping out that last officer on the right-hand side so I could get rid of that one guy standing on the just like his head and shoulders above there. I think that would make it even stronger.
Well-deserved merit score. Next image, please.
Okay, we are now moving into photographic open portraits. This is a mix of general, high school, animals, and children. Do you want me to announce each category or just?
No, I think the title and the score would work.
Okay. Cherry Blossom Beauty 78.
Ella, kick us off.
Okay, beautiful Japanese lady here, lovely pose. She has the umbrella, which works really nicely as a backdrop. I think you need to watch your skin tones quite a bit. Her backhand is turning quite gray, and we just have quite a divergence in skin tones between the face and even between the two hands.
Yeah, interesting subject matter, beautiful subject matter. I agree with the skin tone colors in the hands. I like the umbrella. It works as a good framing tool for this image.
Yeah, one thing to watch, most of the jurors are very tuned into portraiture, and in portraiture, having an eye that's not encased by the other side of the face can hold you back as far as that goes. My other comment would be, while we have a very beautiful subject, it feels very light. I feel this one would be stronger if it was printed down or darkened more for presentation in our thing. Judges are viewing on a monitor that's 120 CDM squared. And if you don't know what that is, you need to start profiling your monitor. And then the other is many photographers are working at 80 to 90 CDM squared for their print. And so when it comes to us, it's a lot brighter than maybe you see it on your own monitor.
Yeah, she is just gorgeous. So well done finding like the most beautiful subject ever. only thing I'd add to what's been mentioned is the sticks coming in at the bottom left. Those would be pretty easy to nab out and get rid of as distractions.
Great comments. Next image, please.
Game ready, 78.
Mark.
Yeah, wow. Cool impact. Great use of framing with the lacrosse stick in the foreground. Really helps us focus in on the eye, and we can even see that other one that's kind of partially hidden. So focus is great. Composition, I think it's really strong, even though it's central. It really works out well. If it were my image, I might want to try to darken that one little triangle at the very top of the image.
In the middle of the forehead.
Yeah, on the helmet.
Yeah, agreed there. And the crop may be just a little tight. And since our lacrosse net is out of focus, it kind of almost is a barrier for me to get to the subject. So that might be something to play with. And then I'll just mention the presentation. If you look at that, we had a beautiful spacing and right amount of space on the mat board, in my opinion. But that super white key line that's really thin in a very black area makes it super high contrast that can kind of tend to grab some attention.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this image, and I want to compliment the maker on the lighting here, because you got that catch light in the eye, and you did a good job placing the light so that the shadows fell in a way that didn't take away from his, striking eye and face. And then, you've got great detail in the image. You can even see his chin hairs. So, and last, I want to say, good job handling the reflections in the helmet. You have some, and you should have some because they're there, but they're not overbearing. So, great job.
There's a little string going through his eyebrow. I'm not quite sure what that is, if that's connected. If that's something that isn't crucial, I would tend to get rid of that. Use a healing brush or healing tool to get that out of there, or retouch it, because it is a bit distracting. Otherwise, nice job.
Next image.
Golden Eye, 89.
Mark.
Bob. Yeah, wonderful impact, beautiful subject matter. I like the color balance as well, but I like how all of his hair is kind of coming across in a nice flowing pattern. The sharpness is there on the image, and well composed.
Rendered really well. Boy, the detail in the fur and even the detail in the shadow area, just really nice. This image, the way it's lit, showing a lot of depth and dimension.
Yeah, ooh, I'm so happy. What a beautiful pup. I feel 100% certain the way you've captured this dog's character, that me and this pup would get along really well. Love the catch light in the eye. It helps give that dog a lot of character. The fur is handled really well. It looks super silky and soft. So just feel like I put my hands in and give him a good scratch behind the ears.
Yeah, this is a great example of the prep pays off, because that dog is groomed perfectly for this image. Really nice job, beautiful subject.
Next image, please.
I can't take you seriously, 80.
Oh, what a cute little capture. In the middle, you can tell this is in the middle of a portrait session, and it's like something happened. And capturing people's emotion, and that there's always that expression, ESP, emotion sells portraits. So this is a winner from that standpoint.
Yeah, some of my favorite portraits when I do portraits are the ones that are in between the actual ones that you'd normally call and keep, right? So love it too. Good job handling the whites in the image so you can see detail throughout. Nothing's too bright taking away. I would say be careful with sort of the helmet head approach when you start removing stray hairs. She's starting to look like maybe you've cleaned up some hairs on the left side there.
Also, I would pay attention to posing. We're shooting straight into his area that I don't want to talk about, and that gets a little uncomfortable. If you could turn the person a little bit, that makes that a little bit more comfortable for the viewer. And she's kind of her middle is kind of in need of a little rearrangement too, I'm feeling. I don't know, just a little bit more posing thought in this might help it quite a bit.
I'm so upset that you used what I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about the crotchal region. Yeah, just beware of that. I like how it's composed. I really enjoy their interaction right now. Personally, though, I'd like to see the image darker. I think it could benefit quite a bit from being deeper and draw a little more impact and also hide a couple of those sins.
Good thoughts. Next image.
After the storm, 81.
Oh, wow.
Julie.
Yeah. What a lovely capture and a very deserving merit here. Love the pose. She's right on the, I mean, it's almost like she's a little bit behind getting fully on point, which is fascinating. She's able to get her other leg extended up almost to a 6 o'clock there without being fully on point. So very cool pose captured. Only thing I would say really that I see is that top pointed toe is a little dark where we've lost the detail. And I'd love to see just a little bit brought back there.
Yeah, dynamic lighting, really amazing pose. I love the fact that we can see through the skirt, but not see through the skirt. So it becomes very ethereal, has kind of this magic feeling about it. And you get the sense that with the title that there's kind of rain coming down behind her with that background, but not. It just kind of gives us that feeling. So I think that's an interesting title.
Yeah, I really enjoy the impact, the colorful impact. It just hits you. So, and I enjoy that spotlighting on her face. But I am a little confused in regards to the low key lighting on the subject and then the mid to high key lighting on the background, along with that gray presentation mat, though. That's a little troubling to me. That's all.
Yeah, shooting into the shadows adds a lot of depth and dimension to images, and you find that they get really strong. But being careful, maybe adding a little bit of a fill on that other side that would address the things that Julie was talking about just a little bit ago. Next image.
Captivating gaze, 80.
Ella.
Oh, what a cutie pie. Really sweet little kid here. We don't have eye contact with the camera, but it's very, very close. This is an example where some of those little pre-session details might help you out. We've got some decrepitude in the chair that he's leaning over that are kind of pulling me away from his beautiful little face. It also looks like the camera left hand has been burned down significantly to the point where it's really become noticeable.
I'd like to be the first person on this panel today to use the word goober, because on the right-hand edge of this image, we've got this little white goober on the presentation mat. So that just needs to be cleaned up. Inside the image on the lower right-hand corner, we've got that little circle right there. It's out of focus circle. And I think that could be cleaned up. I like the believable highlights that we have here. They're not overpowering. They're very natural. And next.
Yeah, I'm kind of noticing a few things in the mat where we've had some darkness and lightness. So, and I think it looks like maybe the maker tried to add a little bit of a texture. That's something to really be careful of. Presentation looks solid other than that.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't even look out at the presentation because I was so enamored with this baby's face and eyes. Drew me right in. What a beautiful kid. So the only thing that I would say is I'm gone back and forth a little bit on that crop of the top of his head, and where kind of his eyes fall on the rule of thirds. You might play with that crop just a hair and see what if there's something that looks more pleasing.
Yeah, so you're kind of saying like get in or get out, either crop in or don't just cut off that little bit of hair.
Right.
Next image, please.
Farewell, 80.
Julie.
Hey, yeah. Love dancer photos, right? And she has beautiful lines. So love kind of that subtle bend in the arm that shows, dynamic motion there, and the extension of her fingertips. So I think her pose is absolutely lovely. Love that the skirt is flowing. It actually looks organic, like it wasn't somebody standing there floating the dress. It looks like her dynamic movement could have produced that. And the line of her arm matches the line of the dress. And I love that she's looking down the line of her arm. Anyway, just wanted to highlight that pose is really, really fabulous. Love the lighting as well. Good job.
Yeah, really clever posing there with the hand of the arm matching the angle of the dress. That's super clever. I also like the color combination. That pale, pale green in the background goes so well together. And the presentation looks pretty nice. I might have used just a slightly darker pinstripe because it is kind of calling attention to itself.
Yeah, really enjoy the lighting, especially the accent lighting that's coming in that's accenting her leg and even just her elbow a little bit. It's there, but it's not overpowering. Compositionally, I think it's handled well. It could be improved by taking some off the top, and that's it.
Okay, next image.
My right or yours? 83.
Oh, this is wonderful. I remember this. This is so clever and such a great title to bring us into the story. I always think of titles as like a door that gets opened for the judges to prepare them to see the image and makes us expect something, and this one works so well. So I think that's super clever. Focus is right on. Background is so nice and clean and simple. Enjoying this a lot.
Yeah, me too. Really love all the detail on the dog. It's masterfully handled. The pose is great. One thing I would like to touch on though is in competition, sometimes we see things over and over and over again. And I believe like this chair was shown a bunch of times. What I would be careful about is entering like the same subject. The background, it's a different dog, but it's the same subject being the chair or the couch. So just maybe don't use up all your bullets in one competition. So it gets the maximum impact rather than, all of a sudden, yeah, I've seen that chair or that couch 10 times.
Yeah, this is an awesome image of this puppy for sure. The one thing that I notice and it's because it's lit so bright, is we're seeing the stitching on the side of that chair, and it's got the whole rest of the chair is all nice and soft and nummy, and then we have like the stitches kind of stick in there. So be careful. Again, it's those tiny little details. Sometimes if you flip an image upside down and look at it, and after coming back from an environmental break or a few minutes doing something else, and something like that will show to you as you go along.
That's what I was going to say, Bob. But I do want to say, what a good pup. Love whatever you did to get this dog's attention. And he is just looking at you with the most earnest expression. So, that typically takes some tricks and noisemakers and toys and things. And so I just wanted to compliment the maker on getting this dog to look right at you and have those ears up in full attention. Wonderful image.
One last thing, just we'll look for the banding on the background on the right.
Yep, next image.
6 going on 16.
Mock.
Yeah, gosh, adorable. I just love that coy look, the chin down. We could see right into his eyes, his character and all. The thing that jumps out to me, and maybe others will feel differently about it, but the color balance is kind of what's getting to me, where I've got the green and the yellow and the blue. Yeah, are they complementary? But they're really fighting for attention in this image, and maybe this image would be better off as a black and white.
Yeah, styling your image and keeping colors in key can be real helpful. It does, as far as that goes, it does feel a little bit discombobulated. I really enjoy the lighting where it's coming from slightly behind. And again, just that creates such depth and dimension on this little guy's face.
Yeah, I think this is a great crop as well. So he obviously has the pose. He's got that smolder look. you know, the 6 going on 16 or whatever it was. And yeah, I'm appreciating the lighting and the great catch lights in the eyes. You know, with this pose, I actually was a little worried, you know, because we had like the way the light's falling on the nose is so bright, that is sort of the brightest part of the face, and I really want to get driven into the eyes first. But you know, overall, because of the title tying in the storytelling too, I think it really works for this. Good job.
Yeah, I think the only thing I have to add is I think the comment about the black turning it black and white is right on target. I also think his camera left ear is so bright, I might have a tendency to try and bring that down just a touch so it's not pulling attention away from those fantastic eyes and the beautiful face.
Next, please.
Sleeping Beauty, 77.
What a cute little tyke there, and you know, great posing with the hands just so, and the title works for this really well. But in this particular case, we have so much light falling on our subject, and then that vignette that just drives so hard. It's so out of key for this light and airy image that it kind of I think that's what held it from getting up into that next neighborhood.
Yeah, beautiful baby. You know, and I like the setting with the fur in the basket. And I love the outfit on the baby. And we've got great detail on the baby's face and the toes are so cute. It is that dark wood piece at the top. That whole top strip is so dark. And so that actually pulls me out and away from the baby because it's just so contrasty. And then you actually, you know, it bleeds into, I don't know if it's a vignette or if it's just the lighting, but it bleeds into that flower on the baby's head as well.
Yeah, it is a gorgeous little girl here. I think you have to be careful when you're working with so many textures. You've got the smooth texture of the flowers that are on her little shoes and her head. You've got the texture, the net texture of her skirt. You've got the fur texture under her. You've got the basket texture, and then you've got the wood texture. So all of those textures start fighting with each other at a certain point. I think it's kind of like using too many fonts or doing too many colors. You know, try and pick the ones that are important and then stay with those, and it gives you a little more consistency.
Good thoughts. Next image.
So, my turn.
Okay, you got something
Yeah.
important? Go.
I do. I have something important I'd like to share. Coming at it from a completely different perspective, I really enjoy the toes, the way that they're crunched up. I think another possibility, if you have the megapixels, is to crop in really close and tight, just having that more of an illustrative piece of the toes, the feet.
Cool thought.
It is.
Next, please.
Old Carter Hall, 85.
Character. Love that, you know, with this lighting and the treatment that you used for the image, that you didn't take away this guy's character in his face. You know, you can see the lines, love the catch lights in the eyes. Great job with the pipe. Enjoying that HDR treatment on it. I'd be careful a little bit with the highlights. That kicker light is a little strong. So I think you might want a little more subtle approach to that kicker so that you don't get such strong highlights on the knuckles and the side of the face.
Yeah, what an amazing character, and I absolutely adore that hat coming down and almost pushing his ears out. This is phenomenal. This is another case where it's not terrible, but you've got plaid upon plaid, and then more texture in his skin and stuff. So if you can possibly get him into a solid color shirt, that would be a little bit better photographically for this competition, to this venue. Also, you're going black on part of his finger there that's holding the pipe, so maybe moving your reflector or fill over just a bit to kind of fill that in would be cool, just really subtly.
Striking image, really captured his personality. A couple of things. I think the catch lights are a little bright. I consider you know, toning them down just a little bit. Compositionally, I think you could crop up just a little bit, still keep that bottom button in. Another thing you could do that Ella was talking about with the plaids, maybe just darken his shirt overall. But I love that little that pouch that's just sticking out of his pocket though. That's really cool accent.
Great storytelling. Next image.
Stands tall, sorry, stands tall, stands proud, 80.
Oh, beautiful subject. Really, really dramatic makeup and a different take on a Native American. Overall, it has a little bit of a muddy feeling, like the exposure is off and we're not getting a full tonal range. Even though our eyes are so dark, everything else feels a little bit muddy. And we've got a lot of texture in there, which I'm not sure we really need.
Yeah, the low contrast, I mean, maybe the technique is there intentional. That's one thing, but when it competes with that heavy texture on the background, though, it confuses us and we're really not sure what and where to go after that.
Cool. Yeah, careful on the presentation. Again, you don't want it to grab attention. So there's a inner shadow that's on there. And instead of having that inner shadow be quite so tight, if you spread that out and give it a little more volume, and almost so that when you turn it on and turn it off, you don't see it, so that somebody doesn't go, oh, there's an inner shadow there, but it does do that lift and separate for you.
Yeah, I also wanted to comment on the lips. So on that bottom lip, it almost looks like there's like a smudge there because you have all this texture in her lips, which I love. And then there's that little spot on the bottom lip where it gets a little smushy. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay, next image, please.
Portrait of a yellow jacket wasp.
Yeah,
Oh
just
boy.
screams. My turn, right?
Yeah, go more.
Okay. Yeah. Just screams at you. I mean, it's not color, it's color. It just hits you right in the face. We've got all this great detail on him. It's strong, it's powerful. The thing is, though, we've got banding, so I think that the maker has just gone beyond the normal limits of processing the image, and there comes in all the banding and the blue background.
Yeah, then that banding really held this back because it everything else was just so well done. And one of the ways to take care of that would be to, if the image is not already there in 16-bit, take it into 16-bit, and then you can adjust those tones so that you can get your vignetting going and yet not end up with the banding.
Yeah, I was blown away by this image, and we did challenge it yesterday. So we did talk about it quite the detail on the wasp's eyes, and getting to see every little hair on his face is pretty spectacular. So fantastic macro skills. And I mean, wow, this is good macro lighting so that you can see every little detail on this guy. So well done.
Yeah, very well done. Impressive macro. The only other thing I have to add is it looks like there's a little bit of a milkiness going on behind the camera left antenna. If there's something you can do about that, that might be a place to just look at, but that's really nitpicking. This is pretty phenomenal.
Next image.
Blossoming into my heritage, 79.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, this is really lovely subject. And this is one where we're keeping everything in key, where we're working on the reds, but it doesn't quite come together. Posing is very straightforward. So you want to be careful about maybe giving a little bit more shape and form. And lighting seems to be a little bit bright.
Yeah, beautiful subject. Love her dress. Love the fact that we have the details and the tattoos in play here. So, good job there. Where I would maybe, pick at this a little bit, two areas. One is around the hair. It made me sort of question, was it painted background? Was the background dropped in? What happened where her hair is starting to kind of have red over top of it, or maybe trying to get, nab out some of the stray hairs or things. But yeah, so I definitely honed in right on that immediately. And then the top right-hand corner, the backdrop looks a little smudgy.
Yeah, I might also suggest going a bit darker with the presentation. It's just such a bright red, and that might bring us more into the subject. But definitely the straight on pose isn't working all that well for this.
I think the maker did a wonderful job with the color balance overall. It's really tough to deal with these different tones of red. So I commend them for that. I am seeing just a little bit of the start of either a wrinkle on the background or a banding that's coming along on the left-hand side towards the left-hand corner. So just keep an eye out for that.
Next image.
Want a cookie? 81.
Julie.
So what a cute puppy. Love this head tilt and expression. And again, you know, with the when you're taking images of pups, you typically have some toys or noisemakers to get that attention. Looks like you were doing that. Where I think this is going to fall short is on that painting technique, just sort of getting, you know, you've got some detail on the fur, definitely all on the face, but then it sort of starts to fall apart. I guess my dog wants to comment as well. But you know, definitely have some smushy brush strokes out here as you get further back in the dog. Also want to point out the catch lights look a little bit, you know, they're not supposed to be equal for a pet, but they just start to look a little wonky, I don't know.
Yeah, in addition, it looks like there's an outline around the eyeball, a little black line that doesn't really occur in nature. There's that area is shadowed oftentimes, but not outlined. So one of the things I tell all my students and anybody I'm talking to is zoom way in and look at all the details. So that's one detail that I think doesn't hold up. Also, the camera left ear looks like there's a little bit of haloing, white edge showing behind the bottom of that ear, and it gets really black right at the edge. So watch those edges.
Yeah, I think that the techniques, I think, just been overdone on the face. When we look at those soft highlights, catch lights in the eyes, they don't match up with the crispness around it. And then lastly, the presentation, Matt, we've got an inconsistent area over there, and it just becomes more of a distraction. So keep it simple.
Yep. Next image, please.
Turtle soup, 78.
Ella.
Yeah, fun image. Really imaginative and kind of scary in the same way. He's actually boiling turtles alive. Very weird. I think this one, there's a lot going on with the subject, a lot going on with the background, a lot going on with the pot there. And then we've got a completely different presentation that it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what's going on in the image. So I think you really have to watch the presentation, the fact that it shouldn't get in the way of your image.
Yeah, wonderful initial impact, great subject matter. I love his expression. Oh, I use the word finally. So the one thing that I would do that I think would improve the image is I'd remove the turtle on top of his hat. It really doesn't lend itself to the image. It draws the focus away. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, when you're doing these kinds of images, be careful to make sure that the fantasy within the reality is there, because the turtles that are there, some of them feel like, yes, they live in their space, but we don't have the proper shadows and things that make it feel real. And then heads up for those lights that are inside the cabinet in the back. Again, any little super high contrast item is going to take your attention away from your subject.
Yeah, massive kudos to the subject for his acting skills with the evil chef, you know, cooking the live turtles. So great subject. I actually love the turtle on the hat. However, definitely the comment that it needs to look realistic. So I think the scene is well thought out and composed. Now it just needs to, you know, the artwork needs to be there to get it to look realistic.
I know what I'm having for lunch.
Next image, please.
A new girly girl, 81.
A new girly girl, cute title. You know, really enjoy the expression, the just the adorable nature of it. Color palette is handled well. Looks a little crisp when it comes around the eyes and hair. Maybe it could have just been a little softer overall technique wise. You know, it gets a little crispy to me.
Yeah, a lot of nice things going on here. The diagonal composition is nice. Careful again, you know, we talk about presentation a lot, and only because the tendency is for you don't want the presentation to grab your attention away from your subject. And the presentation tends to be, in this case, the area of highest contrast, and that's where your eye goes. So it keeps getting pulled away from this lovely little baby.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what a beautiful baby. Love the composition. I definitely agree on that stroke line. It definitely pulls you out. But I'd also say that, you know, the lighting's a little bit flat. And then the place that where it's the brightest is that rhinestone headpiece. So, you know, there's a few things you might do with the lighting to sort of, you know, grid aim direct and make it a little more dimensional there.
Yeah, also watch again the color of the hands that they actually match and look normal. The little hand that's under her cheek is starting to look a little gray blue, so that maybe needs a little color correction there. For me as a judge, I find it a little bit maybe annoying's not the word, but a little off-putting when a mat is not even top and bottom, side to side. And this one has such a wide mat on top. I'm hoping I'm looking at everything. That kind of draws my attention too. But really,
Next image.
really cute kid.
Next image.
Lavender Haze, 78.
Wow. We have just, you know, again, just the little cuties are just amazing. And we've, you know, the maker has said, hey, we're going lavender, and there are so many different tones of lavender that it's like it becomes overly busy. Again, it was mentioned on another image that there was just so many different textures and things that we kind of the main subject, which is our little baby there in the swaddle, is lost because the area of highest contrast is those flowers at the top, and then if you look, the face is very, very, very small in the overall composition.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for a newborn image, I like to see some softness, you know, in the image. And right now we've got that pretty heavy texture for the background. And you've got a couple little areas out there that you could clean up, little, you know, black dots on the lower left and on the right side. I see some of those. And some of those patterns I started investigating to see if any of them looked repeating. They just, you know, they were very distracting. And then the baby's competing with, as Bob mentioned, all those textures. So maybe, you know, there might be something you can do with depth of field, lighting. Right now it's also flat and equally lit, that the baby really is just competing with the textures and lighting, and depth of field's too wide, I think.
Yeah, nice lighting on the baby's face. Again, there's so much going on here, so busy. And then we have that bright, bright white pinstripe around it all too. I might soften that a bit. Nothing more to add, really.
The only thing that I can add is just one word. It's overpropped. And that, you know, it's cool to have all these props and put them in there, but all of a sudden they distract from the beauty of the child.
Good thoughts. Next image.
What's up? 79.
Oh, what a little terror. He looks like, you know, bad to the bone kind of dog here. So love the leather jacket on this pup. You know, enjoying the high key and having the reflection. I would say though, on the reflection, I wish I had some detail in there. It's just sort of a shadow reflection. And I think with that white, with the high key reflection, I typically desire to see more detail.
Yeah, really, really cool propping on this one. I do wish the corners of the collar were folded down so they don't look crinkled like they are. They just a little off-putting there. There's a little smudge on his top lip, white smudge. And even if that's really how the dog looks, I might get rid of those for competition to eliminate that distraction.
One of the things about an image being successful is that it can be cropped a couple of different ways. It could be composed a couple different ways. And this one could be as well. It could be cropped square. It could be cropped even vertical if you want. I do like what the maker's done right now. It's provided scale for the dog. The one title that kind of came to mind when I saw this image, if you can get it past the sensors, would be, a song, The Bitch Is Back. So I think that would be a clever title as well.
I guess there's no censors here, except for the one that was used to capture the puppy. Yeah, lots of good thoughts there. Next image, please.
I'd buy a car for her, 79.
Boy, I guess they would. She's gorgeous. Really, really top-notch model here. Beautiful. One of the things that I'm seeing right away is the hands, the fingers coming. That's out of focus for one thing. Super distracting that those black fingernails are coming straight forward towards us and are out of focus as well. She looks like she's super in focus, maybe even a bit over sharpened. So the contrast there is really kind of off-putting. I'll let the rest of the judges speak.
Yeah, really enjoy the composition. I think the lighting's handled well. I just feel like the eyes have been over processed.
Yeah. And I know we're trying to sell cars here, but I feel like with those things that were just brought up already, a crop, just under the necklace or maybe just a hair down from there would be, there's the merit image is in there because of the issues that are down below.
I think you guys covered it.
Next image, please.
Someday will I be tall, 86.
Yeah, cute. My turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah, cute, comical. So it has the humorous impact, which is handled well. Technically, it looks pretty sound. We're just starting to lose some of the highlight details along where the wing meets the body.
Okay. Yeah. Again, these kind of painterly portraits where we're moving the critters into a different space. I think this was handled well. And yeah, I do notice that little bit by there. But the rest of the image, again, handled very well, like the reflection that's coming in and the fact that it feels like it's actually standing in water.
Yeah, I really enjoy the soft pastel tones of the image. So good job with the presentation because it doesn't pull us out at all with that lovely fragile stroke line. So some of the makers that have been listening, and we've been talking about kind of those wide stroke lines that are pulling us out. Here's a great example of a very fragile stroke line that just enhances the image. I actually really like the shallow depth of field here where the water just sort of falls off and blends into the sky, so there's no distraction or lines going through the body. Good job with the treatment.
It's always fun to make the judges laugh. I think the title works so well for this. I'm really enjoying the fact that we've got really nice light in that eye, even though we've got a really awkward pose, and the technique used is subtle, but it's there and it just enhances. Very nice job.
Beauteous. Next image.
The sous chef, 82.
What he's a very cool little setup here. Definitely merit worthy. I'm kind of overwhelmed by that yellow on the outside, Matt, especially is just jumping into my face. I'm almost having a hard time going in to see that hamster or guinea pig or whatever we call this little guy. One thing
yellow,
when you're
Bob, it's yellow.
Yellow!
Yes,
Yeah.
yellow.
You think it's yellow?
Yellow!
Okay, and it's kind of yellow. But when you're styling your props, you want to make sure that those look really clean and super fresh. So the carrots look like maybe they've could have been a different choice of carrots, etc.
Yeah, I used to have a guinea pig just like this. Super cute. So I loved him already. They came up. And but I struggled just a little bit with the clarity of its face. So I kept trying to look like, where is it in focus and where am I losing focus? And so that was a little bit of a struggle. Also, of course, that white chef's hat is really stealing attention. So I want you to drive me where I should look. And right now you're driving me to that chef's hat. Also, it gets a little dark and there's some weird coloration on the bottom left. And last thing I want to point out is there's almost actually two things. One is there's a vertical line at the top right. I'm not sure what's going on there in that background. It's almost like a box at the top got dropped in, and I don't know what that is. And then there's this little dot at the top left, right along the frame. I actually checked my screen to see if my screen was dirty.
Nope,
Nope.
it's a dot.
Yep. Check for those sensor spots. Yeah, Bob's comment about the vegetables is right on. There's a little black edge to the lettuce on the far right lower corner. You want everything to look really crisp and clean and fresh. And it also looks like we're losing a little bit of detail on that chef's hat as well. Otherwise, the screaming yellow is, I think, the biggest issue here.
Yeah, you have the right concept, you have the impact, but after the impact, you start to look at the technical, and that's where, I looked at the vegetables as well, and they don't look fresh. And then we start to look at some of the colors around. We're looking for faults after that. So for an image that you're trying to convey as vibrant and all, with just a lot of things that they just need to be adjusted.
Next image.
Mocha 76.
Oh, what a good pup. Again, you got that cute little head tilt and you got the ears lifted up in the ears. So good job getting the pup's attention. Typically for an animal portrait, I like to see sharpness, sort of tip of the nose, tip of the ears to the tip of the toes. We've got a lot of blur here. So I think the focus is right at the tip of the nose. And then with that shallow depth of field, we start to lose focus right off the bat. So I don't have those eyes in focus, and I really want to see those cute ears in all its glory and detail.
Yeah, we're losing so much detail and all that blur, and it's very distracting. Even just under the ears, we're losing quite a bit of detail there. We also have a really bright white pinstripe, and that black, nearly black matte, looks pretty black, is showing, not really enhancing this any, I think. So presentation is kind of a problem here.
Yeah, I think you covered it for me.
Yeah, it's nice that the animal is in key. That we have the black animal and we have the deep darker background that's like mid-tone to dark. So from that standpoint, good job. Next image.
Morning stretch 83.
Oh yeah, this is a nice one. Really enjoying the flow of those stems and how it goes really well with the title. The color combination here of the flowers in the background works really well. I think it fights a little bit with those rusty colors of the pot and the barrel that the pot's sitting on. Maybe just a few too many colors when it comes to that.
Yeah, nice colorful image. I enjoy the flow of the flowers. It looks very nice and pleasing. The water droplets might be a little over the top, but the one thing that drives me nuts, it looks like the picture. Now it's an older picture, but it looks like the top of it's crooked to the left. And sometimes it's the perceived look of it so I would just kind of straighten that picture out.
Yeah,
Look
and
into it.
heads up on the background as well. And I enjoy the color tones that were picked up from the flowers to the background and the rest of the scene. That all ties together really well. But the edges are very crunchy and they don't blend well. So it kind of gives that feeling of banding, but we know it's not banding, but the way the colors are laid in, there's so sharp edges back there.
Yeah, I mean, we challenged this image yesterday. I remember it coming up on our panel, and all the points that we brought up in the challenges were just brought up right now. So it was held back from being challenged up for the negatives that have been mentioned.
Okay, how about we take a break?
It's good.
Short one.
5 minutes and judge it. Why don't we head to the breakout room?
Okay.
And we'll see you there on the way back. 5 minutes.
That's good.
And judges, remember we came in with our microphones off. And ready when you are, Laurie.
Okey doke. We are still in the not general, photographic open portrait category. The next image is Calm Before the Storm, 78.
Remind us who goes next, Bob.
How about you, Julie?
Okay, I don't have the image yet. Do you guys?
I don't, yeah, it's still showing that it's on break, so let me close that again. Okay. Now let's try Calm Before the Storm. There we go.
See it now. So this was not on our panel yesterday, and this received a 78, I hear. Good, vibrant buildings, so nice capture there. I think the main area where this is going to fall short is it looks to me to be tilted to the right. Sort of a landscape 101, always get that horizon straight.
Yeah, to me, I'm looking at those rocks and they look really like somebody's over sharpened them. And we're also looking at a presentation that's calling a lot of attention to itself with that wide pinstripe.
It's a beautiful scene. I think it would benefit from lighting at a different time of day.
Yeah, time of day for sure. Those trees are looking really dark and blocked up, and this looks like a little bit of over processing in the middle there, of burning down. Next image, please.
Vulnerable, 85.
Oh yeah, powerful image. This was on our panel yesterday. Really enjoying the texture of that nest. I thought the lighting on her arms was a little uneven compared to what it might be, and we're almost losing the foot that's up in the air with the texture of the leg behind it. There's very little differentiation.
Yeah, striking image, and to add, just, bring out a little bit of highlight detail in that hair, maybe compositionally trim a little off the bottom.
Yeah, really strong image. I was taken with this. I really enjoyed the way the maker just pulled all these pieces together. Lighting could have been held a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, this just grabs you right in for sure. I would maybe, again, stroke line, I'd make it a little more fragile.
Next image.
Serenity, 82.
My turn, right? So wonderfully, color really jumps out at me. Nice soft appearance overall. Really enjoy that rippling. I think nice soft directional lighting.
Yeah, the solid score. Really enjoy that reflection indeed. We felt that the subject's hair was almost overdone and pulled together too much for an underwater scene.
When this image first came up, I was super excited because I thought the intention of this was for that to be her skin. That she was almost like a leopard woman. and so I wish that pattern actually extended down her feet and maybe into her hands and fingers.
Interesting. And I think we don't need two pinstripes in this. She's such a simple, sweet kind of subject. I think just simplifying the map might be good.
Thrilled to Be With Her, 78.
Was this me?
That's you.
Oh, it's me. So I'm there. So above average score, nice and solid. A great moment captured. Again, tough time of day. Feel like maybe we've over presented this just a wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is in the portrait category, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've got the groom is waving and is camera aware. No one, well, actually the Boy Scout guy, whoever that is up front, he's aware, but the bride is not camera aware, so she's not really posed or really in a pleasing, looking at us in a pleasing way. So I think that's probably an issue here too.
Yeah, we've got the chin cut off in the little girl. We've got the bride is slouching a bit, which isn't particularly attractive. So that's a great point. Also, watch your whites, especially in weddings. You don't have the competing black tux, and we're losing detail in both his suit and her gown.
Yeah, you got all the joy in the day. I think the moment is just missed, maybe a little bit before, a little bit after, because you have all these competing areas in the background that are keeping us from enjoying the scene.
Next image.
Flying low, 85.
Is this me?
Yeah, I think this one's me now.
Okay, great moment of capture here. Really, really clear. That plane is just caught at just exactly the right moment. We've got a nice amount of space in front of it. I found the stones that were falling down just above the between the propeller and the cockpit a bit distracting, so I would have retouched those out.
Yeah, the presentation, the color of it's okay, but it's really heavy. It's textured. The border is thick and chiseled, and it's just competing with the image. So something simple would be better.
Yeah, a great capture of the plane and allowing that background to go soft. Nicely done.
Yeah, we challenged this one yesterday. Enjoy the vibrancy of the image. I think some of the comments were those rocks, at the top that are sliding down or pull the eye just a bit.
Next image.
Smoke and mirror, 86.
Oh, my turn. Yay. Yeah, I mean, strongly impacted when this came up yesterday. I really like the diagonals in it, the color balance. I wish the maker had just gone with a more vintagey presentation mat to tie in with it a little bit more.
Yeah, really well done. This is a place where that texture just really kind of ties everything together.
Yeah, let's get that stroke line, I think, just a hair thinner so it doesn't pull us out.
Yeah, nicely done. I wonder how it would look as like a sepia tone too. It would really feel like an ancient picture at that point.
All right. Next image.
My lavender illusion, 83.
Yeah, we it's kind of the same thing with that outfit. I enjoy how the tool is floating in the water there. The hand feels a little bit hot. Deservedly a score, but we're looking at some things that can maybe take it up to that next level.
Yeah, I am enjoying the oval presentation, not enjoying the double stroke line though. And at the end of the day, this doesn't necessarily look like she's underwater. So I don't know, there might be some additional elements you could put into play to make it look more like she really is swimming in the water.
I think you need to think about color harmony a bit more too. You've got some cool tones with the purples and blues in here, and then she's all warm tone. So you might think about choosing one or the other direction in this case, especially where it's underwater. You could go blue or purple the whole way, and give it a little more even tone.
Yeah, I agree with the color balance. And also the thing I'm looking at, it appears to me like she's tilting, she's falling over now. That's her legs, the lower body slanting. But I want to kind of correct it. I want to rotate her a little bit more so she's vertical, especially with this oval mat.
Here comes the sun, 87.
Gorgeous. I think this is very deserving of being in the excellent category. And love how the coloration of the sky and onto the birds, the actual lighting and the coloration really matches that tonal balance of, where the sun's coming up and that backbird, it just isn't getting any at all. So well done.
Yeah, great stylization on these birds and kind of humorous and hysterical. I really enjoyed that. Nice job with the shadows as well, and it really looks like ice. Kudos to the maker on that.
Yeah, I like the overall impact of it, and the lighting is handled well. My hang up is on the formations because it's got a glamour glow effect to it that's inconsistent with the sharp textures on the birds themselves. So that's kind of has me scratching my head.
Yeah, and the only thing for me, in addition, is watch those edges on the tops of the thing behind the second bird from the right. It looks like it's not got the same thing. It's got like a cutout feel, and same thing between the back two birds as well.
Making Thai coffee, 78.
Yeah, very busy scene, but a really nice slice of life captured here. I think in this case, you've got so many colors and so many distractions, including things going on in the background. You might consider black and white, and it's also got a big tilt to it. The cart does. So if you could mitigate that tilt, that would make it feel much more comfortable.
Yeah, I like the subject matter and the storyline. I think maybe the viewpoint could be changed, help some of the distracting elements in the background be eliminated.
Yeah, time of day is really tough with some of these images when you don't have the light. Light is what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think you guys nailed the comments.
Mer Girl Beauty, 83.
I lost track. Is it me?
Yep.
I think
Sorry.
so.
Yeah, so beautiful subject matter. I like the flow, the movement from her fin to her front arm. I think that's handled well. But I look around, it's got that heavy appearance of a vignette that technically is kind of keeping me away from enjoying the beauty of the subject.
Yeah, I echo those comments. Presentation is really nice. It just works just beautifully. Don't have anything else for you.
Yeah, the only thing I'd mention here is just the different coloration of her skin, you know, and looking at like her chest versus her arm. And I know some of it has some sun peeking through and some of it doesn't. But also, if you look at her abdomen, you've got some kind of darker shadow lines and then just a couple of like weird, patchy, warm brush strokes that don't feel like it works together.
And her chest doesn't have the same shadowing, darker at the bottom than the rest of her body too. So watch the consistency of your shadows and lighting.
Precision, 84.
Definitely precision, boy. That's to capture this moment at the air shows was really well done. It was mentioned how well the exhaust was handled, as well as the positioning of the birds.
Yeah, we challenged this yesterday because you know, it's had such impact that we wanted to challenge it up. But some of the things that were brought up were those almost look like stamped in patterns at the top of, you know, above the planes in the background in the sky, and then banding at the bottom left.
And one other area, the plane on the far right, we're kind of losing detail in the white shoulder area of that. We've got it in the other three planes, but that one is falling off.
Yeah, and to add, it's a cool image, really grabs your attention. I think the presentation, Matt's a little much. I think it could really benefit from it almost doesn't even need a presentation map. Something simple.
Sea Gypsy. Oh, are you ready?
Yes, please.
Sea Gypsies, 77.
Yeah, I remember this coming up on our panel. So you know, this is, you know, and this is an image that we don't get to see every day because it looks like it's you know, from an outer island, and you know, the dress is really interesting. You get the kid that looks like he's wearing these really cute little pajamas, you know. So I'm enjoying the family portrait. What I didn't understand was the expression on her face. You know, the man has sort of a pleasing, warm, welcoming expression. She looks very upset and sad. The kid looks a little bit confused. So there's not really a congruent feeling or vibe in the image.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of detail too in her shirt area below her scarf and in her hair. So really watch your exposure on that. It also looks like we've got a little bit of distortion from the lens. The man looks a bit distorted to me.
Really like the distraught look on her face. And I would consider, if I were the maker, I'd consider putting this in a reportage and going that direction.
Yeah, and just heads up for those blocked up blacks, really heavy duty.
Thunderbird Bouquet, 82.
Yeah, that is a cool thing. Those planes all clustered together, very dramatic. Very well done, very well captured. Again, the presentation's pulling me out of it because it's so bright and it's got a red pinstripe on top of it.
Yeah, nice, clean, neat, not much else to say other than the presentation.
Yeah, beautiful capture for sure.
Yeah, I got to bring up the title to tie together the storytelling, the bouquet. It does look like a floral bouquet here with the stems below. So clever storytelling.
Undying Spectral Beauty, 79.
Wow. Just, cool mood right off the bat. That glow effect on her upper body is interesting, but it is inconsistent. The technique is, we've got sharpness down at the bottom. We've got glow around her shoulders and her upper body, and her face. So just watch the technique.
Yeah, this was like a just miss. And when you look at the background, what looks like maybe metal flowers or whatever, they don't look sharp, but they look too sharp, but they don't look, it's like that weird dichotomy. And I don't know if that's because of your treatment of her.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell where the edges of her face are, as it sort of like blends in the shadows like into the background, which could be cool, but then it starts getting confusing when you look down her arm. So if you look down the left camera arm, it's the smooth treatment, and it starts to get smooth, like almost like a smooth halo, into the background, and then sharp fingernails. And then shadowy, like almost blotchy down the arm. And then if you look at the camera right arm, there's gaps in between her very, very narrow, almost bony arm in the background between her dress. And so it almost looked like she had like a broken arm there. Just confusing.
Yeah, just a word about posing. If you can bend it on a woman, bend it, and that would really help as far as the camera left arm that's hanging pretty straight. It looks very distorted the way it is, and due to the technique. So I think a different pose would have helped there too.
Water Lily, 82.
This is just a lovely little capture. We have light coming over, giving us some depth and dimension. We can definitely see into there. I would, probably see this going up a little bit if it had maybe not so much of a heavy vignette around the outside. We've really kind of done a bullseye with that.
Yeah, I really like the composition of this image. I mean, talk about the image maker driving you into where they want to look. You can't look away because you've got color. And, I almost actually do feel like it's a little oversaturated, and especially as you get to the tips of the purple.
Yeah, I love saturated colors, so it doesn't bother me a bit in this case. I do think, however, the stem is too bright. It's kind of pulling us away from all those beautiful purples in the middle. And due to the title, I'm looking for water and don't see any. So I think a different background might have been a really interesting choice.
The color really commands your attention, but then so does the texture in the background. So I would consider softening or almost eliminating the texture in the background.
Modern Lines, 81.
Yeah, this one came up yesterday we challenged it and talked about it. And it's a gorgeous architecture. And I always love when the photographer has the wherewithal to stop, look up, capture something like this. So good job. We talked about the dark vignette at the top left. And I think I brought up that it looks like the poles are tilting right.
Yeah, I mean, really great graphic nature in this. The angles and the lines are very compelling and interesting. The background seemed to be one of the biggest hitching points for not furthering in this score, getting a higher score. The inconsistency of it, the in and out, the black to white.
Yeah, unique type of subject matter, but technically, it just falls short.
Yeah, there's a very large area up in the top where we're looking through to the sky, and yet it's much brighter there than the sky is in everywhere else where it's been brought down. So it should be brought down there as well, I would think.
Fat Folds, 80.
Wow. Yeah, what a study in texture. When you have a study in texture, though, it needs to be really featured and we're losing the focus on the right-hand side. So I think it's an interesting thing. I think we don't have a really great focal point, and the fact that we're losing the focus on the right kind of brings me out of enjoying the texture.
Yeah, and to follow that thought, it's cool. It's like, wow, what is this? So we've got that area on the right-hand side. So trying to fix the image, I would consider cropping in to that, taking the far right fold and coming into the next fold.
Yeah, and we're out of key with the presentation. And we talked about presentation a lot, but this is so bright versus this mid-key image that's going on here. If you're going to use a white kind of a artistic thing, maybe just tone it down and give it more of a cream color.
Yeah, you guys nailed it. Nothing to add.
Our pride and joy, 77.
Okay, so nice pleasing color. We've got lighting on it, so it's handled well. Compositionally, it's a little static, especially when it comes down to the greens. It's centered and it's just I maybe somebody else can offer another suggestion to it. I'm kind of at a blank at this moment.
Yeah, when you're a lot of times when you're doing flowers, when you have this much light, yes, we have direction of light, so it's really super bright, but it still feels flat. Bringing your light much closer to the image and making it larger gives you a much softer shadow edge transitions for a subject like this.
Yeah, for me, cool, vibrant colors, and enjoyed that kind of triangle 3-flower composition there. I struggled a little bit looking at that top right flower and the stem coming down. It looks disconnected from the stem at the bottom. It didn't seem like it worked or it meshed. So that was a struggle for me. At first, I just thought it was floating up there. And then it also looks just a tad out of focus.
Yeah, flowers in competition are like people. We either want them perfect and beautiful, or we want them craggy with lots of character. These flowers don't quite look perfect, so they fall into that more ordinary area, which is why it ended up at the score. One of the reasons it ended up at the score it did. So think about that. Think about flowers as if they were people.
Mint condition, 82.
Is that me?
I think so.
Mhm.
Wake up, Bob. Yeah. I really enjoyed this, the idea of this for sure. We've rendered the lifesavers there and the title. Again, titles can really help you along. And the fact that we've got this in mint condition and we have lovely shadow edges there. On the reflective surface, I think maybe that's holding it back a little bit because it becomes distraction underneath.
Whenever I see an image like this, I'm jealous because I just would never think of this. So kudos to the maker for the creativity to capture these lifesavers in these detail here. I do think, you look at the front right one and it looks just, highlights sort of blown just a bit there. And some of those white reflections, like if you look at to me, the main subject in the image is this third one over. And if you look right behind it, you start to get this sort of gloppy reflection that is a little distracting.
Yeah, I think it's really clever and interesting. I kind of wanted one thing to pull my attention rather than having everything be so even. So one thing that would kind of serve as a focal point rather than my eye kind of flitting around everywhere.
Yeah, center of interest was a contention for me. I'm also wondering if they're trying to tell us that we need a breath mint. But lastly, though, I mean, the background, it's so gray. And for this high key type of image, I think it's hurting the image.
To infinity and beyond, 80.
So this image came up, it has good impact because it's so vibrant. And there's a lot going on to look at. So, I mean, you can't really look away. I wondered all throughout this. But I will say, with the guy falling out of the helicopter, I actually did not know that's what he was doing for a long time looking at this image. I thought he was leaning out the door and like pouring something out of the helicopter. And then I was like, oh, he's upside down and in a tuck. position. It took me a while to figure that out. And I think it's just got so much going on behind him that it's really hard to understand the story.
Yeah, I had the same exact reaction. I didn't even see the guy for a few minutes, and he just gets lost in all the patterning of the helicopter there. It is a great moment of capture, but maybe if he'd been just a little bit farther away from the pattern behind him, that would have been a little more effective.
Yeah, the timing of the image as well. So we're all kind of, saying the same thing. I think just a fraction of a second later, would be a more impactful image.
Next image, it's been said.
Amish teachers commute, 82.
Oh, nice image. Really great evocative mood here. I appreciate the lighting on the side of the body here that's been um, just gives it a little bit of dimension, really subtle textures. I think I would have liked to seen just a little bit more of a shadow under her feet. We're getting a nice side light, but we don't have a compensatory shadow that would match that with her feet.
I think the impressionistic look of this, combined with an Amish title, where the face is hidden, I think is very clever. And it really caught my attention when I saw the image come up.
Yeah, I kind of feel a Wyeth vibe on this for some reason. A little bit of a concern about how the lighting has been brightened up that makes it feel like we're missing detail on the subject itself, on the lady walking down the road.
Good comments. Next image.
Pretty purple petals, 79.
Wow, color! Just shouting at you. I mean, it's over the top color, and it's a vibrant subject on a vibrant background with a vibrant presentation with a screaming stroke. So it's a little too much of color. That's, to me, I think the composition's handled well, but just too much color.
Yeah, and heads up again, try to get a large light source that gives you soft shadow edge transitions, and then that maybe turn the flower around, because the white that's coming off of there is just really, screaming not that color.
Yeah, and I think with all the color harmony happening, with all the purples and the pinks and the mauves, and the texture, that green stem kind of coming in from the bottom and up, it just feels sort of cut out and placed in, which it is. But it definitely doesn't feel kind of congruent with the rest of the image.
Yeah, good job on the diagonal choice, but you might flip it so it comes in from the left, because that's how we read left to right. Also, your focus is going in and out. If you look at the petal, the middle part, you've got it out of focus, it's blurred, and then the background is super sharp, and then the same thing on the petal that's on the lower left. The front of it is pretty sharp, and then it blurs, but then we go back into a very sharp background, so that can't really happen, and we're going to know that.
Crystallized vitamin C, 84.
Yeah, when you're capturing scientific stuff, they can either do well or not, and I would be like medium on this personally, because I just don't quite get how it goes, and the fact that it fades and doesn't feel like the edges, when we're talking about crystal, it feels like the edges are fading into the background. Cool color though, nice composition.
Yeah, I definitely found my interest level peaked with the title, because I don't think I've seen that before, and I'd like to see it. So good job there, because it really captures my interest. I agree with Bob about the edges. Something feels not quite right about how those, like, they're almost a little muddy and milky if you kind of go in the kind of mid-right area of the main subject there. And it's just wish there was a little more clarity in those edges.
Yeah, I think it's really tough when you're doing this kind of micro photography to find a story, but we really appreciate that if you can do that through the title, kind of introduce us to a story. I don't know what that story would be in this case, but that would really help too.
Well, here's a potential story. I think the maker maybe goes a little left field on this and takes this image, duplicates it, flips it, and maybe creates some sort of a moth or butterfly out of it, because that's got a nice little wing look to me. So, give it a try.
Dark Obsession, 80.
Yeah, so I think this is definitely deserving of a merit here. I'm really enjoying the dimension, light and shadow. The reds are vibrant and they feel romantic and mysterious. So I think that, using the dimension, that shadow has really, evolved this image that could have been just sort of these straight plain flowers into something with some good mystery. Well done.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but I think we're also kind of losing some edges, especially the top right flower. The edge of that flower is going almost as black as the background, so we don't really have separation there, which is a little bit off-putting in this case. So maybe just a hint brighter on the subject and maybe a little bit of a key light.
Yeah, refreshing composition. I enjoy it. Just take your stroke and reduce it by 50% density.
Yeah, the vertical panorama, very well done.
Sunlight Showers in Paradise, 80.
Yeah, nice direction of light here coming in and highlighting those petals. Really dramatic formation in the flower. I'm appreciating all those wonderful diagonals. I think the maker's got a really nice composition here, and the presentation works very well with it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's nice, colorful. I just wish that the maker would use some noise reduction software, both for it and the mat. It's their choice, but I think it's competing with the image.
Yeah, I'm almost feeling like there was a texture added to that entire background, which kind of gives us a little bit of a cutout feel on the flower itself. It doesn't feel like it lives in that scene. And that's just an impression that I get.
Yeah, I also wanted to bring up, with those light rays kind of coming down into the flower, there's a few little black circle blotches in that background well, they just distract.
Silver FX, 81.
Oh, so initial impact is strong. I mean, brought right into the brightest part of the image. Gosh, it looks like there's a human way down there. Kind of cool. Yeah, I like the tone overall. Interesting composition.
This is where a title really helps get the judges into the story, and the fact that it says silver effects, because if it wasn't silver, they'd be like, oh my God, that's way too bright. But the highlights are there, and then this presentation is just really well done.
Yeah, at first I thought maybe I was looking up like an elevator bank. And then I'm realizing there's maybe like a people mover and maybe a store at the end of that people mover or something, a counter or something happening. So all those leading lines, directed me right where to look. So good job. And I'm appreciating the tilt in this. It adds some character to the scene.
If it were me, call me OCD, but I might clean up the little bits of dirt and bottom of the frame where we're getting close to the edge. There's some dirty pieces there that kind of disrupt the whole symmetry and cleanliness of everything else. But really, really dramatic image.
Madonnas and Children, 77.
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at this, image, the Madonnas and children. So it takes me a while to figure out, is the duck the Madonna? And then I finally see the picture frame right up on the top. I'm like, okay. But then I'm trying to figure out the overall story. So I struggled a little bit with this story, enjoy the texture on the building, but I do think it competes for like, what is the main subject of the image? Is it the building? Is it the picture? Is it the ducks? The ducks are out of focus, so maybe not. And the stick coming in from that top.
Yeah, the ducks being out of focus is an issue. They're also the crop is so close to them that they're almost sitting on the edge of the frame, and the step definitely is being bisected by the frame. So I think a different crop would help a lot.
Yeah, technically falls short for me. I think it's clever with the title. That's it.
It's been said.
Morning Run, 77.
Lots of joy in this space, beautiful animal, lots of good things to work with here. I think the horizon line is really tipping. There's a purple keystroke that is really trying to pull attention to itself. And if you look at the woman, she's got a black halo around, oh, like a black smudge around the top of her head.
Yeah, I think the lighting is handled well. It's a good time of day for this portrait. You got the movement and the flow from the horse in the back of her dress. Oh, it's a scarf. So, but yeah, that face, the left hand side of the face, looks like it's just been processed in a odd kind of way.
Yeah, tough. That angle with the horizon heading off to the right hand side becomes a little bit difficult. And I think we've got a wide angle lens here, which gives it a rounded feature as well. And then we burned down the sky, and it kind of makes the sea look a little bit muddy, if you will.
Yeah, you guys got it. Next image.
Energetic Elegance, 83.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. So beautiful tonal quality. The impact is strong. It's hard to, when you see so many planes during the day, it's hard to see something that's different and it's refreshing. So I think the use of black and white of this image is handled well. Highlight and shadow details looks pretty well handled.
Yep, you got it. They look good.
Yeah, super sharp. Love the composition. Love the black and white tones. I think it's well done.
Only thing I have to say is the top plane, the shoulder area again, it looks a little lumpy, like maybe they took out a specular highlight or something and didn't quite smooth that out because it should be nice and smooth being mechanical.
The Charwoman, 81. I'm sorry, the Charwomen.
This
That's
me?
Bob.
Bob?
Oh, it's me. Okay. Really enjoy the painterly feel of this. Obviously we've got the title is bringing us right in there. The lighting falls in right there, and then the painterly quality of this, I think, is really nice. Might have benefited from a little bit more presentation.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bob, on those comments. That I really enjoy the broomsticks kind of creating a house for them. So it just, everything kind of guides you right into them. I do find the program and the cleaning cloth on the chair in front maybe a bit of a distraction, but nothing that big of a deal. Overall, really enjoy it.
Yeah, normally I might find those a distraction. In this, I think it's a great part of the story because that's the detritus left by the audience. So I can absolutely live with that. Great storytelling in this.
Yeah, I don't use the word often, but it's outstanding to me. It has a Rockwell-esque feel to it, and I think there's so many things going. Julie mentioned the brooms, the just the program in the foreground adds to the composition, and the color works as well. Just a beautiful piece.
Okay, that is the end of the portrait category. We're going to move on into illustrative landscape and nature.
How about a 2-minute break?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Bob, are you there? No. Okay.
I'm back.
I was
You-
back first.
No, you weren't.
I was
I-
back. Oh, next to last.
Julie, your headshot's very pretty.
And mine
Absolutely. I love it, Mark.
actually like just average. Thank you. That's a plus.
That one was taken by my company.
Wow. Good subject.
Well, thanks.
We're all here.
Yep. We're here.
And Bob, we're fine now.
Okay.
So as far as positioning. Okay,
Starting now.
everybody
Okay.
ready?
Ready.
Fired it.
Ready.
And we are now starting into illustrative landscape and nature. And let me find my spot here. Vestige of times past, 79.
Who's up?
Mark, why don't you take it?
Okay. Yeah. Colorful image, refreshing that it's a different perspective on a familiar subject. So kudos to the maker for that. When I look at it though, it's got the perceived look that the horizon line is tilting. So, you know, I would consider straightening that out, especially to the left of the barn.
Yeah, and heads up on presentations, the top right-hand corner, we've got a line running up the outside the presentation box, and I'm not sure that we're well served by the RNG keystroke there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I want to second the horizon line because we've seen a lot of landscape images today that do have that tilt, and that alone can keep it out of a merit. So super important to get that horizon line straight. This does have a pretty heavy saturation, you know, to the point too where it starts to feel like the mountains in the background are sort of this saturated unnatural blue color. I think it works in the trees and the grass. But you know, as it gets back in those mountain areas, it starts to feel unorganic.
Yep. You guys covered it.
A spot of color, 82.
Very interesting graphic piece. You know, your the title, you know, brings this right in. Obviously, it's just something that's, you know, that a maker can see something out of this and kind of bring it all together. That we've got, you know, all the little docs in the background. You almost have to spend some time with it to see it, and that's that can be a really good thing. It can also be a little weird thing for, you know, if we don't have time to catch it.
Yeah, I've seen this image before on panel, and I dug it then and I dig it now. What a quirky little scene we have here with all the, you know, we've got the dock posts and then that little splash of color. So perfect title for storytelling. Really enjoy the panoramic composition here. Only thing I'd mention really is the especially the inner keystroke, but really they both feel kind of thick to me, so a little distracting.
Yeah, kudos on seeing something that we don't normally see and pick out as a great photographic subject, and this really works.
The only thing I can add is seashell by the seashore.
Is it okay, Sally? Let's go.
Morning fog, 83.
Woo, wowza. Yeah, morning fog, good title here because morning sunrise here with a good foggy scene. I actually am really appreciating the softness of this image. The reflection is almost sharper than the original up top there. Just gorgeous. Love the color palette. Everything works here.
Yeah, nice job on this. It is really interesting that the reflection does seem sharper than the trees, but I think that's because they're a little bit farther away from the sun in there, and we can see the tops of them. There's a little bit of a perception for me that maybe that horizon line is a little bit tilted, but it could be just the fact that it's curved.
I like the appearance of a natural vignette in the foreground. I think that's handled really well. When we get to the top, though, that's where it's starting to become a distraction to me. Like the edge, the upper left edge looks cooked. So does the right-hand side, upper right as well.
Yeah, good handling of looking straight into the sun with the help of the fog and mist that was holding it back.
Isolation 79.
Yeah, very moody piece of this animal. He looks pretty upset, and it's a good title for him. Nice focus on the eyes there. He's so textured, and then he's against that rock, and then we've got the gray background. It all feels like it's all too much of the same tone in a way that we need a little bit more contrast in here.
Yeah, the impact is strong initially. The subject becomes a triangular composition that works. Gosh, you've got so many possibilities at a clever title. So I would exhaust yourself with opportunities of that. And like Ella mentioned, though, he does get lost into the background. So I would work on that and provide more contrast up there.
Yeah, and when we talk about that contrast, though, we need to be real careful because we're already blocking up a lot of detail in the shadow areas and underneath him. And in his, all the shadow areas are looking very, very, very sharp, dark. Careful of that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if a tighter crop, focusing more in on the animal would be helpful here to get rid of some of the things that are competing with them. Notice we didn't really talk about the presentation at all. It's pretty subdued and doesn't really distract or compete. Good job.
He looks like he scored a 79.
Land of Rugged Beauty 79.
That's you, Mark.
Yeah, wow. Just what a beautiful vista. Just nice, strong directional lighting. I thought it was a little bright initially, but it's got detail in the highlight side. Gosh, compositionally though, it's just I'm trying to figure out where I'd want to go and crop it. It just appears tight in nature. I'm also seeing, technically, I'm seeing a little haloing going along on the second mountain peak towards the right.
Yeah, and it has just that feeling of super sharpening. But if you look to the left on the mountain that's coming up, where we're it's like we're in focus on the right hand side, then drops out of focus or gets a little strange there, and then gets back in focus and gets sharp. So that inconsistency through the scene can cause a little bit of problem.
Yeah, I was going to say that bottom left area out of focus starts to look almost posterized, like it doesn't belong there. So it's that left area that really catches my eye as a problem. I'd also like to mention the forefront is so busy with all those little, white rocks and distractions. I know that's organic. I know it's really there, but it just sort of pulls my eye to an area I don't think that I'm supposed to be looking.
Yep, and maybe a different color for the mat. I'm not sure that brown is the best choice.
On top of Brooklyn Bridge 88.
Oh boy, I like this. This came up and it's just so mysterious. And obviously it's not a scene you get to see every day. Really enjoyed how the maker used that texture to kind of tie everything together to go with that mist. Comments that were made during the challenge was, could we straighten that flagpole just a little bit? It's like everything's tilting a little bit to the left, but other than that, woo.
Yeah, I appreciated the title because it actually I was already enjoying the image. And then when the title really processed through my brain that this is the top of the bridge, I found myself super excited looking at it. And so good job. Yes, the tilt, and then also the noise and grain texture, I think on the presentation is distracting.
Yeah, I really appreciate how we've got it, how the maker framed it, how it falls off to the edge and we don't see the detail right at the edges. I think that kind of vignetting with the fog is so clever and makes this work so well.
Yeah, the only thing left to add is just I really enjoy the human element there. It just gives that added scale to the image.
The White Witch of Acadia, 77.
Yeah, I remember this coming up on our panel. It has great impact when it first comes up. Love, the dichotomy of having this super white tree against this very green forest background, and enjoying the water and some of the reflections of the foreground there. So there's a lot to really love about this. But, where it starts to fall short here is just so over sharpened and crispy. So that was, certainly one thing that stood out to me.
Yeah, it looks like we're losing detail in the whites all over that tree. And that's the center of our attention, that's grabbing it. And we really want to see that detail. I'd also consider maybe dampening down the white of the vertical trunks behind it to bring in more attention directly to the tree.
Yeah, technically, I feel like it's just been push processed too much. I think they should throttle back on that. And then the presentation, Matt, though, lots going on in that. We've got some wild textures and lines going on there, so that needs to be readdressed.
It's been said. Next image.
Bugle, the Setting Sun, 80.
This me? Sorry. Yeah, nice image of this elk, moose, whatever it is. Perhaps, I know you can't get him to pose, but we're looking right into his rear end and not possibly the best view of him. Maybe pulling in and just zooming into his head, if we've got that, would be kind of cool. Go for it, guys.
Yeah, to add some little technical things going on, off to his mouth to the right and then straight down off to the right of those pines. We've got some little inconsistent marks through there that kind of carry over. Looks like some work was done in the right-hand corner as well. He looks nice and tack sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, I just for some reason I'm not sure of. It feels like maybe the elk has been over processed. Like the horns look good, but I'm looking at the skin. Is it too smooth? And I'm not sure. And we've got that very shallow depth of field, which is nice to isolate him from the front and the back.
Yeah, Bob, it's not you, because I had the same question. Why his face looked super smooth, and maybe the eye was like sharpened or something to get it back in focus or something. I don't know what was happening there, but I had the same feeling.
Before the Fall, 80.
Wow. Just wonderful color throughout the image. I thought it was a little much initially, but I looked through and we got nice texture throughout all these leaves here. It's been retained. Shadow detail for the most part looks pretty good and solid. It's a little centered compositionally for me. Next.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where we've got so much to look at. It's that can really go, and then that foreground on the right hand side being out of focus where everything else is so sharp, it's not necessarily tying it together. And then weirdly, the little tiny dots that something that's the super high contrast in the bottom right hand corner heads up for things like that.
Yeah, I was really enjoying this. I don't mind getting lost in an image like this. So, sometimes you want to be driven right where to look. Sometimes you want to wonder. So an image like this comes up and I don't mind wandering around it. it sort of has some snaky parts. And so it's very interesting. Good job finding this center of interest, the subject here to capture. I struggled a little bit with the purple that kind of ends up, with this saturated color. So the green works. I think the purple starts to feel unorganic. And then the tree on the bottom right, along that foreground there, I think that is a distraction.
Yeah, I totally agree that that's a distraction. I would have cropped in about maybe 2 or 3 inches. That puts the tree off center and gets rid of that distraction. I think it makes it work a lot better.
Good thought.
Sunrise at Moonscape, 82.
Yeah, baby. This is one of those ones that just grabs you. This area is just really beautiful, and but it's hard to capture and to get that depth and dimension, and you need to be here at the sunrise time. Maker did a great job of working with the sky from left to right, going from golds to blues, and of course, the lovely tones on the right hand side.
Yeah, I remember this coming up on our panel because we talked about it and asked the question, is this tilted to the right or is it just heavy because all the light is on the right side? So I would just say, Maker, go back and, make sure that the horizon is straight so that, I don't know, I might be crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A little crazy.
Gorgeous image.
Good crazy.
Really, really beautiful. Enjoying the tones, the cool tones to the warm tones. I would just use a thinner pin stripe and maybe a little bit more subtle color.
It's quite a grand image when it comes up. I couldn't resist. We've got the color there, but I agree with that horizon line. Once again, you could drop a line and it might be straight, but it has a perception that it's tilted. So, it's just best to remove that perception.
Ground pelicans perched, 79.
Yeah, so I love the concept of this image. Love all the birds and their different personalities. I love the one that's third over from the right with his wings open. He looks like a character. But at the end of the day, this starts to feel unrealistic, right? So the water doesn't quite match the texture of the rocks or the texture of the birds. And you've got like the fourth bird over the edge of his head. I don't see the little individual fur pieces. It just starts to look helmet headish. So there's some technical issues. And to call me crazy, this horizon line, even though it's fabricated, actually looks a little tilted to the right. And maybe it's because the rocks are, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're also getting a real cutout feeling to the top of the rock that they're standing on. And I think part of that is the stylistic difference between the water and the actual photographic reality of the birds and what they're standing on.
Yeah, personally to me, I think it's all about the 3 birds on the right and, the storyline that they have right there. I think, you could have a she's mine type of storyline with it. So, maybe a tight crop if the image can withstand it.
Yeah, a little bit distracting with that presentation. We've kind of given the image itself a little lift off the background, but it's so bright. Again, it kind of competes with there. I think a deeper tone would help us stay in the image more.
Feeling foxy, 82.
Yeah, a little bit tough because we don't have a direction of light because we have so much snow going on here. We don't really have any kind of lighting pattern on his face, so he feels flat. We're also losing detail in his legs. It doesn't feel like they're really in focus, or especially that front leg really does not feel like it's in focus, and it should be. Everything else is. So not quite sure what's going on there.
Yeah, the color balance, because of the lighting, it's really low and flat, almost has the appearance that it's underexposed. That, along with the presentation stroke line, I think once again, that could really be toned down, reduced quite a bit.
Yeah, I think printed down just a little bit more, not necessarily the snow, but the fox itself. I think the maker did a good job in choosing the matte board because it makes the snow look white, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, oh, I love the composition. Love, this box is basically camera aware. That's cool. I would say that the tail is sort of falling. At first, I thought that was just smudgy snow, and then I was like, oh, that's still part of his tail. So that shallow, depth of field there against the snow for me got confusing.
Fall impressions, 86.
Wow. Beautiful color palette. Really lets my eye wander. We've got some areas in sharp focus and then some areas that are really muted. And so I really enjoy the color harmony of it all. Gets a little spoiled on me with the heavy texture on the presentation mat. Really doesn't lend itself well to this image.
Yeah, I really enjoy this impressionistic piece. The color palette as it kind of weaves in and out, and then the different pieces. And even though some look like there may be a little repetition here and there, it works for this image. Heads up on that presentation with that inner shadow. Again, spreading out that inner shadow a little bit will still lift the mat board off of the image without it going, oh, hey, look, there's an inner shadow.
Yeah, I'm really appreciating almost a ghostly haunted forest, but somehow comes off as peaceful and beautiful. So well done.
Yeah, wonderfully evocative piece.
Jack Frost, 82.
This me?
Uh-huh.
Right. Yeah, so this one actually came up on our panel yesterday and was challenged. So we discussed this quite a bit. So this has this sort of ethereal, misty feeling with certainly that peace and calm that comes with that. I think I had brought up that it looked a little overexposed to me, but at the end of the day, we just felt that feeling that it evoked was definitely merit worthy.
Yeah, I think the white mat in this case works very much against you because it shows that we really don't have a pure white in here, at least very, very little pure white. So you might want to keep it within the tonality of the image a bit more.
Yeah, almost has a infrared look right off the bat, but it's a winter scene with all the frost. That top half though, just it really gets flat, and I'm sure it's just because of the atmosphere and all, but I would try to boost that just a little bit so it's not as gray overall.
It's all been covered.
Misty Morning Catch, 86.
Okay, nice misty morning, beautiful capture with little ducks down here in the foreground and the fishermen in the background. I think if you had waited just a couple of minutes for the ducks to go farther, there would have been a nicer balance as far as a triangular composition, because we have the fishermen up there on the right, and then the ducks would be more over to the left, and we've got the trees kind of finishing off that triangle. But I think it's a very pleasing scene. I think again, we're looking at something that's overpresented with the texture and the math, though.
Yeah, why wait when there's Photoshop? We can move those geese wherever we need to. But I agree. They're just not in a good spot crash point wise. The fisherman is, the second person in the way back is. So just little things help out.
Yeah, watch out for the post-processing. It feels like the sky has been brought down, but if you look at the tree that's kind of working its way up there, it has a halo around it, and it's not got the same tones behind it that are right across the sky, and it just doesn't feel, you have to be very careful about making sure that's in there because that can cost you a lot.
Nothing to add.
Just Water Under the Bridge, 79.
Wow. Strong contrast right off the bat. When I look at it though, the waterfall, I like its composition, but the waterfall has that posterized look to it. So I think the maker just kind of took the technique and went too far with it.
Yeah, I'm feeling a real strong over sharpened look where things just get so crunchy. It's a beautiful little composition here with the bridge. But again, the water was mentioned that it looks a little bit strange.
Yeah, totally agree. Really nothing to add there. I think that this image could be reworked because the composition is so beautiful.
Yep, nothing to add.
Eagles Hideaway, 80.
Cool idea. And it took me a while to find the eagles there. So I was like looking in the building. I'm going like, are there some eagles in that building? Or is that their house? And then finally found them up in the trees. So subject matter, maybe that's look for a slightly different title might pull it together. I like the depth and dimension that comes there with the soft mist in the background and our foreground nice and sharp.
Yeah, I mean, the landscape image itself is so lovely. So I'm actually really grateful for the title because it did force me to go hunt. And I did find them, and so it's sort of like a little hide and seek image. So there's some joy when you can find the eagles.
Where's Waldo?
I think it sort of accomplishes that. I will say there's that one tree, that goes up, and there's a whole lot of eagles in that tree. But then it just sort of goes right out the frame. So that to me, composition wise, if you've got the rest of that tree in there, I'd probably like to see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure you need quite so much foreground in this one. I think you could crop that in just a little bit. And then, if we come in just a little bit from a side too, we might have a little bit better view of the eagles. And I think the green is the dicey choice for this because it's green in certain areas, but most of it is kind of foggy and misty looking, and that green just kind of competes with that.
Yeah, we got the whole band in that one tree right there. Oh, that's a different type of eagles. But when I look at the eagle, you're directing me there, and I'm not seeing the highlight detail. It's very small bird in general, so it's just blocking out. So that's something to consider as well.
Strengthened by the Seasons, 86.
Julie.
That's me. Yeah, I think this is just lovely because it just sort of, highlight something that you might just hike right by. Or I don't even know how you'd be in this scene, actually. Like, it makes me wonder where in the heck the photographer is. So good job. The only thing I'd comment on is on that foreground, I'm losing texture in the snow. I think probably a lot more due to the shallow depth of field, so it sort of just blurs that out.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. It blurs right up to the tree, so it looks like the snowbank is quite a bit forward of the tree from camera angle, but that is a little disconcerting. Nothing
Yeah,
else?
I think it's well composed. I just see that grayness though in the background. So, maybe they could have brought the levels up a little bit more in that area, and that would have just brightened up the image a little bit more.
Yeah, scenes like this can really go or not. And sometimes it has to do with whether you've got somebody that it touches. And for me, I wouldn't be a hero for this image. I mean, I wouldn't be going, oh gosh, this really moves me. But somebody else on the panel may, and that can make a big difference in how it scores.
Nature's Abstract, 80.
Yeah, interesting image. When this came up, I was a little, I think the colors are amazing. I think it's probably Yellowstone, having been there once. The thing that kind of pulled me out of it was that red strange pole or stick. I'm not sure what it is. It may just be the chemicals have turned the wood that color, and that's a branch. But to me, that was a pretty much of a distraction and kind of broke all the beautiful organic movement that's going around in this.
Yeah, and a tip for that is to maybe change the color balance of that specific area that ties in with the rust colors, the yellow or mustardy colors in the upper right hand side. Also, I felt that the foreground was a little bright, could have benefited from some burning in.
Yeah, I was on that same thing. The foreground in that top left-hand corner brought down a little bit. And again, that matte outside is very bright and doesn't, kind of frame it. It kind of pulls us away instead of driving us in.
Nothing to add.
Timeout, 82.
Yeah. I really enjoy this expression. It's nice and sharp and crisp on his face. We can see all those little whiskers kind of carries through the rest of his body. So that's handled well. Compositionally, I'm trying to see, well, you could trim a little bit off to the right. We've got all that vast area on the left, but it kind of balances out. I think he's just a little centered in his composition. So I'd work with that a little bit more, depending on how much real estate you have.
Yeah, you think you nailed it.
Yeah, absolutely love the soft fur. Look on his eyes. He looks like he needs a mama to hold him. So he looks a little scared. So it's really just a sweet capture of this sweet face. And it's pretty hard not to love it.
Yeah, adorable subject. One thing to watch in the middle of the rock on the lower left, there's a bright spot, not super bright, but even that's a little bit distracting. Just really watch those things.
One early morning, 82.
Oh boy. Definitely feeling it. The maker, is this an artist image?
No, and I spoke with the maker because this came up for question on if any of it had been created by the maker, and the maker did not. They put those in, but the maker photographed everything in the image.
Okay, so they
disregard
didn't
the
need to
guide
really,
image. They did
since
not need to be
they
there.
photographed
Yes,
it all, they didn't need to put,
correct.
so that's just to be awareness. The only time you would want to put reference images on there is if you didn't photograph it, or it was in the artist category. With that said, I think the extraction of the goose is just really well done, really well placed. And let's see. Yeah, so overall, nicely done.
Yeah, what a beautiful soft treatment, on the goose. Love the big paddle feet coming in for landing. The horizon line, as I look in the back, actually looks a little bit tilted to the left. I look at the little bit of the lean of the trees and actually the horizon line itself. So something to look at there. And then top left, as you're exiting the frame, there's little black spots. And I kind of see those throughout, at the very top along there.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much presentation, and we only have the drop shadow on two sides, which is normal for a drop shadow, but it kind of pulls us in those directions as well. For me, I think the background, those trees and stuff, are not treated the same way as the goose. They aren't painted, so that for me is a style disconnect, which is not a good thing.
I really like the placement of his feet coming in for a landing. I think that's so cool, combined with his feathers, her feathers, whatever. But my hang up is where the blurred background is, above his head and where it meets with the sharp horizon. And like, how is that happening? And if it's possible, it just looks wonky. So I would have softened the trees in the background so they're not prominent.
The Lookout, 80.
Yeah. So, I mean, the title kind of helps pull this story in because you go right to his eyes. And so I think that works because he's the lookout. So I think this is a good shallow depth of field that helps capture the detail in the wood that he's sitting on, as well as kind of tip of the ears all the way to the tip of the toes. Where I think it starts to have some issues as the green. You see the green around his chin. So it's kind of bleeding into his fur and his skin there. You look around the green and the tips of his tail. So that's something to look out for.
Yeah, nice bokeh in the background for this. Presentation works well. I think maybe just giving him a little bit more room. He looks a little crowded in the frame too would help.
Yeah, we got a couple of those technical things, off to the left of his chin, the bleeding in the back as well, with the color. Maybe black and white isn't an answer for everything, but the color is a little over the top. So, maybe either reducing the color or converting it to black and white.
Yeah, always heads up for hot spots or dark spots that are right next to the edge. So up at the top right-hand corner, we've got like, it's not heavy duty, but it's a little bit of a light trap, and the little light trap be right behind his back, things like that. You want to kind of tone down.
Okay, we are right at 12:31. So it's time for a lunch break. How long did you want to take, Bob?
I'm going to leave it to my panel. Half hour, 45 minutes, your call.
I'm good with half.
I'm good,
Yep,
whatever.
Half hour tis.
Okay.
101.
See everybody back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll go into the, put yourself in the breakout room and we'll come from out of there.
Okay.
Chris, are you back from lunch yet?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just texted Bob. I'm gonna guess that they're probably back in the breakout room now. We got some additional images added to our stack, the stack that we're on right now. So you're gonna need to, and you may have logged off anyway, because I know you're not sharing that screen right now. But your remote display, you're gonna need to log out and log back in with that.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. I figure if we can get that out of the way now before we start back up, then be one less piece of housekeeping we have to do.
Let's see. Vote. And come back in. I am back in and on full screen.
Awesome. Okay. Your screen is not being shared right now, though. I don't know if but there's nothing to share really other than on a break, but
I will share it again. I think it was because I went to the break room to check to see if the judges needed anything when we broke for lunch.
oh yeah, if they want us, they'll ask.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I won't do that because it kicks the share off.
okay.
Hmm. Where? There we are. I'll put the share and the screen thing back up. You should
There we are.
screen now.
Yep, I see it now. Awesome. Thank you. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I'm enjoying listening, and I'm just kind of watching.
Quietly off in your corner doing your thing.
Yeah, I don't have to manage images today, so how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. My throat was just like kept feeling like it was closing up on me this morning, but I'm doing better now. So hopefully I don't get choked up on any images. Oh,
Oh,
let's see what Bob said. I don't mean choked up like emotionally, just
I know what you mean.
ooh, okay. Bob said his Zoom froze. Actually, if he tries to hit the link again, it'll probably close out the other one. I don't think you can be in two Zoom rooms at the same time. At least not on the same computer. See what he's saying. Uh-oh, okay.
Yes, I don't see our faithful leader here.
His,
Are you there?
his Zoom froze. He texted me, his Zoom froze. And so I asked him if he could just come back in again because it should log out the old one. He's not sure. He thinks it might be his internet. So hopefully it will resolve quickly.
I cursed him. I swear I cursed him. We're just talking about that because we've got poor weather coming up for the next 6 hours here, frozen precipitation, and it's
Uh,
clinging to all the trees. So I wanted to give him a heads up, and then like a minute later, sure enough, he out of nowhere, he loses his connection.
oh no.
Yep.
I put those notes in your file, Mark.
Yeah, it's just that file keeps growing.
Yeah.
What else is new?
Uh,
That starts like, Mark's bio, he has a wife and 4 sisters. He's used to being wrong. So just go from there.
uh,
The sense of rule this morning. Just making sure you add that to your notes. That was a good one.
What, say again?
You know, the dog with the leather jacket. You
Oh, come on. That was a good title.
had to bleep you. It was.
Oh yeah, that would be great if I wish I had a bleep button to do that. That would be funny.
So with all
I've heard
those,
worse titles.
with all those women in your life, do you have to repeat the red green prayer every day? The lodge prayer?
The red green. I have never heard of that. What is
The red green show? It was an
grant me
old.
grant me the serenity to deal with the people I know who are wrong, but I have to say that they're
No,
right?
it's like, dear Lord, I'm a man and I'm wrong, or something like that. And it just goes on and on and on. But I'll
Dear
do
Lord,
better,
I'm
I guess.
an
or I
emasculated
hope.
man.
Just Google it. Just
times
Google it. The red
5.
man's prayer.
Yeah, that's funny.
Okay, let's see. No, he did. I'm working. Oh, he said apparently you did curse him. He's working on it. They had an outage yesterday. It didn't take too long. to figure that
Oh,
out.
it's just like out of the blue.
Okay. So he's gonna try to get something going with his phones. If
Okay.
not, we'll go into the break room and discuss a contingency plan till he can get back online.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, well, not he,
Oh,
we got so caught up that we inherited images from another panel. So you
son
are
of a
gonna
nutcracker.
you are gonna need to refresh your remote display.
So we're already behind now.
oh my God.
Good, guggly, muggly.
That'll teach you.
Hey, so here's the thing. Do you want to join us in a breakout room? I have a suggestion. I don't know what.
Yes,
Yeah, let's
absolutely.
go into the breakout room.
Okay.
Just give me a heads up when y'all are ready with your
I'm ready.
displays.
I'm up.
I'm up.
Sound.
Okay. And Ella, you are also?
I'm ready.
All right. Okay. Hope everybody had a good lunch, and we're going to pick up where we left off. We are in illustrative landscape nature. I'm going to turn off my video. And our next image, Mo and Joe, 78.
Okay, Mark, why don't you take this one?
Yeah. First off, great title. It's nice to have a creative title there. So yeah, here's Mo and Joe running through the snow. Nice focus on Mo. Joe looks a little soft to the right, just a touch. Compositionally though, it's handled pretty well. Just that, a little extra focus on the back horse. Although his hair looks sharp, but his eyes look a little off. So
Oops.
I love the actual, the detail in the eyes and the catch lights, right? So you do go right into their faces and eyes, which is great job driving us into them. I do think the crop is a little bit tight. I think the coloration of the horse is good and the vibrancy against the snow is good. So you do stay with the horses. But a little more room for the scene, I think, would have helped, especially since they're running.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And if possible, if you could have taken the image a little bit sooner or a little bit later, so we don't have the trees coming out of the backs of the horses, that would have been awesome. I know sometimes you can't control that, but it's one of those things that we kind of don't like to see too much. So nice job.
Morning Glory, 96.
Julie?
Yeah, boy, I remember when this came up, and we were a pretty excited panel over this image. I mean, certainly, the juxtaposition between the blue of the sky and the warm tones of the rocks, just a stunning image. I think the presentation's handled well. This is the right time of day and the right composition, so well done.
Yeah, the way they got the dimension in there and so many details, the focus is tack sharp everywhere that it should be. I mean, just a really stunning image. I questioned the saturation being from the east and not used to this kind of scenery, but I'm assured this is right on.
yeah, just a beautiful moment with the lighting, and compositionally it might have been a little tight for me, not for others I know, but just I would have liked to see just a little bit more breathing room up top.
Next.
Tranquility, 81.
Wow.
Okay, this is cool. Really, really interesting color here. To capture all this color with those three birds in there is really clever, and rule of odds, things work better with threes or odd numbers. So that's a very clever kind of thing. Just let me know, Bob Coates is having connection issues, so I'm temporarily stepping in as moderator until he can get back online. So, Mark?
Yeah, gosh, seeing this for the first time, that it's wonderful, colorful impact. The cool and the warm tones really work well against each other. And I like the birds. I think compositionally though, it could be improved a little bit by composing it a little differently, cropping a little from the left. If these birds were introduced separately, and they certainly could be extracted, moved around a little bit more. I might move that sunset just so it's a little more in the rule of thirds crash points.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. This definitely has incredible impact. I think we all said wow out loud when it came up. I enjoy especially the orange reflection, that giant sort of brushstroke curved, at the bottom there. One area that I saw of concern is that right at the horizon line, there's almost sort of that a line, like right above the purple blue water, right? And I see that line there. So you might pay attention there.
Rainforest this way, 80.
Mark?
Yeah, so me, right? Yeah. So, once again, a bold, colorful image here. When I look at this cross section of the leaf, it's almost divided in half by the stem. So once again, compositionally, it comes across as being static, even though we have the diagonal lines. So I'd consider working around, trying a couple of different compositions so that dividing line isn't right there in the center.
Yeah, I enjoy the vibrant greens of the leaf. One of those things where to find beauty in this simple leaf, I think is a wonderful thing. And so kudos to the maker for having the wherewithal to see it. I do think the vignette is a little heavy, and it changes sort of that feeling of symmetry that you get from the veins of this leaf. and it takes that away. So I would reduce that vignette a bit there.
Yeah, really nice job on this as far as you're just finding this really amazing texture. I would probably have the pinstripe just be a little bit narrower. Next.
I am the big dog, 79.
Funny little title here to go with this guy. Very serious look on his face, like he's, trying to maybe exert some dominance. And just like a muscle man would have his arms sort of out, a little bit with a flex. It does feel like this bird's flexing. So good job with the storytelling. I think that the shallow depth of field is good to separate the bird from the background. However, it might be a hair too shallow because I'm losing the detail on the feathers on his tail.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool image. I think maybe if we're down a little bit in exposure, I think we usually say printed down, but we're looking on the monitor, have it just a bit darker. It seems just a bit bright to me. And again, we've got a key line or a pinstripe that's kind of trying to draw our attention away.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. And to add, once again, compositionally, though, I think it could be improved by, cropping some of the top off, maybe making this a longer horizontal image would be possibility. Another possibility would be is to flip the canvas horizontal. So he's coming in from the right-hand side. So, or I would come in along the rock line to him. I think I'd consider, working on a couple different compositions.
Good comments.
Feathered, 86.
I'm back.
Hey,
Yay!
Bob.
Back.
Excellent. You can see the images?
I can.
Well, did you
Excellent.
refresh your display, Bob?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
It's
You
your
wanna-
turn.
It's your turn, Bob.
Okay, it's my turn. The patterns on this are just absolutely beautiful. And when we talked about this on our panel, it's the light that's on the left-hand side is just absolutely exquisite. Really like that. And then when it falls off into the blue, for me, that's a little bit off. But for some of the other judges, it was back and forth. It's like, oh, that's a great, yin yang look.
Yeah, I agree more with having the light on the left looks great. Didn't love that fall off on the right. I wanted to comment on the presentation as well. I think the double matte is feeling a little too much, especially with the noisy grain texture, which only sort of highlights the fact that there's some noisy texture in the dark areas that.
Yeah, I was going to mention the noise texture too, and I'm not finding that as pleasing as the maker probably wants me to find it. I do appreciate the flow of the feathers and a really cool composition.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the noise is an attempt at a cover up, but I would consider reducing the noise. Also, just like a couple little teeny tiny spots towards the center, there's a little white dot on one of the feathers. And off to the right of that in the shadow areas, there's another little goober that I'd clean up. So just, just nice, it's a nice, clean, pristine image, and you just want to make it as perfect as possible.
Keeping watch, 75.
Yeah, good subject. Unfortunately, he's really not in focus. We've got a lot of very bland kind of background around him or scenery around him, but he is the focus point and we need him to be in focus.
Yeah, the composition shows that he's king of his domain right here. But we can't get past the technical aspect where it's out of focus.
Yep, it's been said.
Same.
Frosty Falls, 81.
So I guess it's me. We're jumping around. So
Yeah, it's
Frosty, it is me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So Frosty Falls, nice initial impact. I actually see like a little face coming out of the snow on the right-hand side. It's kind of interesting. That might be another way to go with the title. It's almost like there's some teeth coming out of the bottom of that opening right there. But the waterfalls themselves, though, appear really low in contrast. So I'd consider adjusting, doing a curves adjustment layer to bring up a little boost there.
Yeah, this is a really tough scene to work with because we have a lot of detail that's blown out in the top left-hand corner, and we have the frost and the icicles that look like it's been tried, we've tried to bring down so we can see detail in there. So unfortunately, this might be one of those ones that might be hard to fix.
Yeah, I mean the landscape is so contrasty with so much texture and sharpness, and then the water is such a difference, such a different texture, and it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense there. It also is tilted just a hair to the left, I think.
Yeah, I think this is one of those conditions where you can't slow the shutter down enough to get the water to flow smooth, and yet it's not tack sharp either. You're kind of in that middle ground that doesn't work as well as other things. So, and I know the snow is going to make that next to impossible. So, but good effort here.
Cosmic Silhouette 80.
Yeah, nicely done. You know, photographing when the clouds are out there makes it really tough. But they can add a lot of interest. The Milky Way has been handled well. We have lots of dust and stuff that's exemplified by the color that's in there. That's been handled well. Nice silhouette that's going there.
Yeah, I'm appreciating the vibrant capture of the Milky Way. Sometimes you don't quite get that in some of these star images, and so wanted to definitely compliment the maker there on that. Appreciating the fragile stroke line around the presentation. It doesn't draw your eye, so good job. The only thing, I wish there was some, like just the tiniest bit of detail in that foreground, especially because so much of it, so much of the image is, a whole third of it is taken up by that, including the reflection.
Yeah, I'm also, there's a lot of noise in there, not just monochromatic noise, but all kinds of color shifts going on as well. I work on that as well.
Yeah, and then lastly, it's a pleasing image and merit worthy. So nice job to the maker. I see the white starry reflections in the water, and I'm not necessarily sure if they need to be there. I think they could be cloned out, and then that way the focus remains into the sky that much more.
Passageway of Time 82.
Yeah, I remember this one coming up on the panel, and we challenged it and talked about it quite a bit. So when this image, first came up, I actually didn't know what it was. And it's such a great capture when you do know what it is. So I struggled with the darkness of the cave. I actually thought this was like a star overlay on top of like Australia or something, like a continent. And so like an artistic piece. And then it took me a long time to actually see the texture and pieces of rock that made me realize, okay, this is maybe from the inside of a cave or through an arch. So if there was maybe some detail brought into that cave, just enough, right? Not too much, but just enough so you know what it is that you're looking at. I think this could really be something here.
I think the matte being kind of a mid-gray, it might benefit from darkening that matte down so that we have that a little bit darker than the cave in order to make the cave stand out a little bit more. It's so hard to see that initially.
Yeah, and along with the mat, first off, I'm seeing banding, in the mat area, especially you can see it down in the bottom area. That stroke line, I think, needs to be really thin and reduced in density, so that way the focus remains more on the image itself. I think it's a really cool image, and I was fighting for it, but my fellow judges pointed out, things that were of concern. The left-hand area, when we look at the butte in the distance, to the left of that, we've got some sort of rock outcroppings as well. What I would consider doing is I just kind of warp that down and keep that horizon line straight, because right now it just has that appearance that it's curving upward. So I just want that to be as nice and straight and undistracting as possible.
Yeah, as Julie would say, it feels like it's the horizon outside the cave is tilting to the right a little bit. And when you're in a super dark sky area like this, it can be very difficult to have the Milky Way stand out just because there's so many stars there. You almost have to do a star reduction to allow the Milky Way to work its way out better.
On Edge, 79.
Oh yeah, this one makes my stomach hurt just looking at it. Yeah, a nice job holding the detail in the doll sheep. Lots and lots of texture that's held out throughout this image. I think maybe cropping in, we get the sense of height here, but maybe cropping to a vertical where we still get the sense of height, but we have a little bit more of an idea of what's going on with the doll sheep there.
Yeah, I agree with the crop, you know, coming in a little tighter or a lot tighter. Technically, it looks very sound. We've got highlight detail on him, so it looks like you can afford to come in significantly if you need to, but I'd consider those options.
Yeah, good choice on the matte color to allow the contrast to be reading really well. So it looks like we have really darks and you know, full brights as well.
I have a lot of questions. How did the goat even get here? And where is he going to go next? This doesn't seem like a good idea, goat. I actually really am enjoying this, you know, the dark texture of the rocks, you know, and this, you know, highlighting of the goat here. So it almost feels a little bit more, again, like that seek and find image. This is fun. Good job.
Jolie, help me.
So bad.
Reds,
No.
Reds Night Game, 77. Oh, sorry.
Mark, this is you.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so beautiful subject, not beautiful subject, nice, interesting subject matter. Compositions handled pretty well, but buildings, once again, they look like they're tilting, leaning to the left. And some of the highlight details I think could be brought down, you know, recovered so it has that appearance of being even sharper than it is.
Yeah, this is one of those tough ones. There's not quite enough detail in the main subject, even within the you know, the tree line and stuff. It isn't reading as a silhouette, it's just reading as black. Same thing with your foreground. We don't have a lot of color coming across there, so do we need that much black space in the more? And we've bisected the image right down the middle as far as the composition goes.
Yeah, this is such a cool stadium. What a cool part of town. They've made it such a big entertainment district here. So yeah, love the Red Stadium. And it's right along the river. But yeah, the lack of detail and being so dark, I can't even really tell I'm on the river. You know, there's hints, but you know, I'd love to see a lot more of the detail that show what a fabulous entertainment district this is. Some of the words being blurry too, with the long shutter, just, you know, I think that's going to be a miss there.
Yeah, watch the red pinstripe. It's pretty wide, it's pretty bright, pulling our attention to it. So not usually a good choice. You might try this as a kind of a panoramic too, really cropping in and doing it as a wide shot.
Glacier Lagoon in the Midnight Light. Sorry. Glacier Lagoon in the Midnight Light, 83.
Oh, I sure enjoyed this image when it came around. It's just got that mystery, and the title, while it's a little bit long, did take me there. Might want to, you know, review that, and then watch for the keystroke. You know, as it goes around, it doesn't delineate at the top, so it kind of the color fades into exactly what is there. That could be a little bit of an issue for some folks.
Yeah, this does have a very soft, kind of misty, calming effect when it comes up. So I call that good impact because it made me feel something. And, you know, I do say, though, it's hard in some of the areas to delineate the iceberg from the background. And, you know, so I start questioning, is that smushy? Is that still ice? Is it, you know, a technical error? You know, so I start seeing like little blotches kind of in the middle there, and then it leaves me sort of with a question. And I think that part is, you know, something to look at, maybe fixing or working on.
Yeah, I just figured it was foggy because of the water and the ice right next to each other, that you're gonna get a lot of fog pretty quickly in a situation like that. Which it could be. I really enjoy the diagonal line of this ice coming in from the right-hand side, and the echo of the diagonal on the left-hand side. That works really nicely for me.
Yeah, the initial color balance, it's nice, it's soothing, but you know, I'm kind of like wondering, well, why am I seeing so much magenta you know, in this sky? Is it an atmospheric trick or not? So it just it confuses me, and it doesn't allow me to enjoy the beauty of the entire scene.
Gulp, 80.
Yeah, it's a great title. Um, and wow, this fish is like camera aware. So that's cool. He's looking right down the, barrel of the lens. Love the crazy eye of the bird, love the sharpness of the bird. Gosh, I wish you'd gone around a little bit to the right, but you probably would have missed the moment. So we had a little more head on view of the bird, or the little side view of the bird. Um, overall, I think the depth of field works because you got the fish and the bird, in great focus. And the environment because you've got the water in the background. I'm not sure I love the presentation. The color of green just doesn't seem like it actually relates back to any of the greens I see in the image.
Yeah, good moment of capture here. I think the lighting here, there isn't really a good direction of light. We're not getting, it looks like it may have been overcast or a time when we just aren't getting any kind of direction of light. So it just feels a little flat.
Yeah, and when I look at the image, like, well, where can I improve it compositionally? And there's not much other than maybe trim a little off on the right hand side. But one thing that I'd consider doing, depending on your skill set, is taking content aware fill into mind, and then removing that branch and those leaves up there in the corner, and kind of giving a water effect, water instead of the tree branch right there, because it makes it static to me. I mean, that's my opinion. Baby Bob has a different look on it.
Yeah, it's such a high contrast that we're just grabbing some serious attention up there and fighting with our bird. Um, yeah, that's a tough spot. And the other part is sometimes, even though an image is a really good capture and it's exposed right and everything is just so, sometimes they're going to fall just a little bit short because we just don't have that light.
Misty Morning Peace, 78.
Yeah, a really interesting color palette here. One thing that strikes me right off is the way the reflection is hitting the water. There's no texture in it in the pink areas there, and it just, for me, it's a little distracting and disconcerting. It takes me a while to figure out what's going on there. I'm really enjoying the texture of those puffy flowers in the foreground, though.
Yeah, me too. I really, really like it. It's nice and sharp. It's commanding my attention as a center of interest. And then we kind of get cut off a little bit in the middle because of that introduction of color into the pond. And then the background looks the mountain itself almost looks like it's out of gamut. It's got all that saturation in it. And I think that's posing a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, sometimes playing with your composition or your camera height, like it's almost like we have two separate images here. We have one from the bottom, which is kind of lives together really nicely up into that soft. And then we have one from the top with the mountain. So if a higher angle would maybe tie them together, or possibly a longer lens to compress the scene a little bit more.
Yeah, great comments. Nothing to add.
Time to Reflect, 86.
Yeah, so immediately color balance works well for me. Just a pleasant and almost eerie, but for the time of day, it's pleasing. We've got, once again, this image is kind of split in half, where we've got the top part, and then we've got the lily pads, and then we got the bottom part. So maybe compositionally, you can crop in towards the bottom of the lily pads, make it a little bit stronger, and the focus would stay on the tree that's above water rather than the reflection.
Yeah, nice solid score in the excellent category. Just little tiny things to watch for. I've seen some hot spots up in the top of the tree there, and of course then they're reflected down in the bottom. And again, that's just little tiny things that you can do. But there is some nice depth and dimension into this lighting scene.
Yeah, that water is so still. It's surreal how clear that reflection is. So, to remove that, I don't know. I can see your point, but it's also so striking how crystal smooth that water is, allowing for that reflection.
Yeah, enjoying this image a lot, and I like the way the makers handled the mat in this one, the presentation.
Protecting my turf, 81.
Yeah, we're looking for some tonsils here. Great behavior shot. We have detail with the fact that the mandrill is really well captured with some nice soft bokeh behind.
I did not know what a mandrel's tongue looked like. Now I do. Uh, really, talk about decisive moment, right? I mean, you got him either screaming, yelling, hooting, hollering, yawning, not sure, but it makes me want to go brush my teeth again. And, so great detail, great clarity, enjoying the saturation on him as well.
Yeah, I think the title's pretty good, but I think it could actually be better if it referred to, something like say, something to have to do with the teeth, because they're so prominent. I would have loved to have seen a little bit of catchlight in the eyes, but I don't know if it's possible with the fur coming over like it is, but really, really good capture.
Who stole my crest white strips?
There you go.
Or better yet, Neanderthal juror. So yeah, it's got wonderful impact. It's a little tight compositionally on the left-hand side. I'd revisit the composition a little bit more. And the comment was already made about the eyes.
The Big Chill, 98.
Wow. 98 indeed. So this is absolutely stunning. Not only do you have the peace and calm of the blues, and there's so many blues in here that just all work together, appreciating that narrow, fragile stroke line with that same kind of captivating blue that pulls you right back into the image. Yeah, I think there's a whole lot to love here.
Yeah, really amazing image. I was trying to look at it to see if I could crop it a different way at 98, that's like polishing a diamond kind of thing. Just absolutely stunning tonal range in this and detail everywhere. I would maybe make the blue pinstripe a tiny bit more subtle. That's about it.
Yeah, I agree with the stroke line. I drop it down in density, maybe even 50%, just so it's subtle there. But I really enjoy the elements that are in the water. They provide depth and they balance the composition quite nicely. Even the little tiny little piece of snow ice glacier that's in the foreground, dead center, almost mimics the tallest part in the image. So it's kind of cool.
Stellar, exceptional image. It's been said.
Tokyo's Liberty, 82.
Oh, it really has a lot of impact when it comes around. It seems, however, that it's like HDR a bit too much. We're kind of entering a fantasy land here, and I'm seeing a lot of haloing around the plants in the foreground, for instance, lower right specifically, and the statue just seems so sharp, unnaturally sharp.
Yeah, I think that the image could benefit from being brought down in density, like a half to a full stop, and be even more dramatic. Right now, it appears overlit, appears too bright overall, and that stroke line.
Yeah, just a hair less sharpening on. I mean, like we want the bridge and the buildings to stand out, but at the moment they're just like it's almost like it's become almost cartoonish.
Nothing to add.
Beauty, And the Beast of Winter, 82.
There was great verticals on that last one, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
No, it was, I just jumped in late. Just you, Mark?
I guess it is Mark. Sorry. I zoned out. So yeah, it's familiar scenery. I'm just kind of looking at like the tonal range throughout. I think it's just a near miss to me where the cloud formation in the center of the image, it's just it's consuming my attention and it's low in contrast. I wish it was handled a little bit better. And then we've got those highlight areas that are blowing out in the upper left-hand side. Next.
Yeah, it's one of those toughies when you have clouds like this, and the clouds are in shadow. They lose their shape and form. They almost look milky, as opposed to, you can see where they're lit, where they have shape and form. So those are, it's like one of those. It's a tough one to work, and possibly a different. Just waiting that extra 10 minutes or half hour for things to change a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So I'll pass to the next.
Yeah, I think that I think there's a really nice image on the left third. I think there might be a really nice image on the right third. I think it's just in the middle where it kind of falls apart.
Just Chillin', 79.
Yeah, near miss with this little guy. He's just a cutie, and we've got great eye contact. We've really pulled together there. But it feels like, we've tried to tone down the background, and that kind of puts a halo around our little critter there. And then that the diagonal of that super bright tree is really taken away from the mask of his face.
Yeah, I mean, he's a cutie, but the main problem here is focus. So when I look at where the focus is, it's, I think it's the tree and maybe the front of his little knuckles and hands. But the face looks a little too soft.
Yeah, agree. And the really dark black matte, I think, doesn't help it either.
Yeah, I think the composition is handled quite well, but the technical points that are mentioned just keep it short.
Southern Roots, 81.
Yeah, this is just a beautiful, looks like an infrared approach here. And I mean, what a lovely panorama. I mean, we didn't see this one on the panel yesterday, so I'm studying it a little bit. It does, look like maybe with the wide field of view lens, it looks a little stretched on the edges. And also we have sort of the center of the image with this kind of open field. So when I look around the image to where the maker wants me to go, I assume it's the house, the building there. And so, it just takes a minute to get there, but enjoying the image quite a bit though.
Yeah, it's really intriguing. It's got a really magical kind of feel to it. I think we're losing a little detail in the highlights, and I know it's super hard to hold those in infrared. But in this case, I think the tops of those palms on the lower right are really kind of blown out a bit.
Yeah, the center of interest, the house, it's nice and sharp, but it has the appearance like there's a spotlight on it. So there's inconsistency, almost like a little vignette that's going around. So I think that could be addressed a little bit and made a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, heads up, top left-hand corner. It, regardless of whether it's true or not, but it feels like the light behind the trees in that top left-hand corner. The sky is not the same density as what you have on either the right or the left.
Landing at Sunset, 88.
Oh, tough lighting situation, blowing out it's very dramatic and a really cool moment of capture there, but we're losing detail in the beak, and that's going to be a tough one to kind of retrofit. You're just not going to be able to get that back.
Yeah, what works for the image also hurts it at the same time because the lighting, it's dramatic, it's impactful, it works great for the wings, but yeah, it would take a huge amount of recovery to pull detail in from what I can tell or what I've experienced, that is.
What did this score, Lori?
88.
Okay. So obviously there wasn't enough to take away from the panel that grabbed this. The light coming through the wings and the behavior is just absolutely thing. The composition is really nice. And if some of those other details were handled that were mentioned, boy, this would go even to the next level on top of that.
Yeah, totally agree. Nothing to add.
The Guardian, 86.
Wow. Cool. So strong visual impact initially, and then I go right to the bird, and then I start to because we're losing that highlight detail that it's so important where the bird's the center of interest. I think it's composed well, and I think just it would take a more highlight detail to improve upon this image. I enjoy it as is though.
Yeah, this scored in the excellent category, and just being careful where we're allowing the mood of the image itself to kind of work its way out into the mat, and that can work for you or for against you. And for me, it feels like the mat is not been treated right. We've got these highlights kind of popping up on the outside there, and again, that mention of the bird just blowing out is a little tough.
Yeah, I do want to point out though, I appreciate the composition here. This long panoramic here, I think really works. And I love where the bird is placed in the image. It does compete a little bit with the vibrant leaves about at the other third line. And also I wanted to point out there's some little things going on outside of the tree line, like the little mossy areas that seem especially bright and crisp compared to the actual bark of the tree. So the bark looks really sharp on the bottom, but as you travel up it, you start to lose clarity. And it should be in that same focal plane. So I'm just not sure why that's happening. And then you've got that little stick at the top right that I just, it grabbed my attention.
That's moss coming off a branch in the foreground, that's kind of shielding the tree behind. That's why it looks like it's out of focus, because it is. Yeah, nothing else to add.
Primary feathers, 77.
Bob.
Oh, hello. Wake up, man. Yeah, it's the composition on this is very nicely done. Unfortunately, I feel like where we're looking for the detail in the feathers, it's either it's a little bit soft, or we've oversaturated it, and so that while we have just really beautiful color coming through, we don't have the detail of the feathers where you have that going on. And then the branch coming across is it has a cutout feel because of the way it was extracted.
Yeah, you've got super clarity in the eye and the white feathers around the eye. Everywhere else in the image does seem soft. And I do want to point out there's like a texture in that background. It looks not consistent though, like it's been stamped kind of here and there. So yeah, that texture was distracting for sure.
Yeah, I think the vignette's a bit overdone as well. It could be far more subtle than that. Basically, with vignettes, if you're really seeing them to that extent, it's too much.
Yeah, the extraction, held me back. I like the composition, but when we come down to about a third of the way down on the feathers below the branch, on the left-hand side where it kind of goes to blue, it looks like it's just hasn't been handled as well. So it could be a trick of the eye, but something to address.
Kiss of Red Before Bed, 79.
Red Before Bed. Okay. Yeah. So I see that the sun is setting and we probably won't have that red for much longer. Good concept, good storytelling. I enjoy the title there. I do think that one thing that stands out here is the vignette at the edges here. It seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I think for me, it feels almost like it's oversaturated. It feels like we're losing a bit of detail, especially in the lower green area, the really super saturated greens. So something to be a little bit careful of.
Yeah, almost two different types of images we're looking at. We've got all the saturation in the foreground and the crispness, and then it gets weak, at our center of interest right there. So maybe an adjustment layer where you can bump up the contrast, the curves on the mountain range. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I really enjoy the framing of this, which adds to the composition really nicely.
Chilled Curiosity, 82.
Good story here. Really interesting, the little bird versus the buffalo. Wow. Looking at it for the first time, so I'm giving it a little bit of a peek. The bird looks very, very painted, kind of rustic painted, and the buffalo, I know that's a hard texture to paint, but it doesn't feel like it's quite as painted as the bird is. I also think we're getting way too much distracting texture in the presentation on this. We really don't need that. We've got the story right there with these two faces.
Yeah, really enjoy the relationship, the diagonal, with the two animals, I think works quite well. The branches that are above the bird's head, though, it appears the maker might have done something up there. So maybe either remove those so they're not a distraction. It looks like there's a mistake going on up there. So either remove them or reduce them.
Yeah, the branches on the lower left-hand corner look more realistic and more stylistic with that fits with the image than the branches up in the right-hand side there. Do like the diagonal contrast of the bull, I mean the buffalo or the bison looking down on the bird.
Yeah, whenever I'm last, it seems like you all have already covered it. So
Approaching Storm, 78.
Wow. So, we have a center of interest right there, that one lone tree, go right there. And then we've got God's rays coming up from above. There's such an enormous difference that, where we're looking at one area in the top part of the image and the other area way down at the bottom. And we have all this middle area that it's hard to connect the two. So compositionally, I'm kind of struggling with that. I almost kind of want to chop out the middle and then just shift down the beautiful dynamic sky rays coming through there.
Yeah, difficult scene to work there. And I kept wanting to, with the rays coming down, it felt like they should be hitting in the foreground from the direction that they're showing, but they're showing as kind of making the middle area milky. And I wouldn't be certain, but that would be something for you to look for, is possibly watching for dust motes.
yeah, it's a beautiful scene. It has impact when it comes up. But I am missing what's happening in the foreground. So I tried to sort of look and study to see, what is this a picture of? Is there animals down there? Is it trees? Is it houses? And I don't know. After sort of studying, I really don't know what it is that I'm looking at in that silhouetted area in the forefront. So I think that that is going to be an issue. So maybe you can try to maybe get those details to come forward.
Nothing to add.
Something Wicked, This Way Comes, 80.
Oof. Is this me?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, wow. Talk about textures. And they look really, really enhanced to me. I'm not sure if they are, but they kind of look like, especially I guess that's a crocodile in the front, giving this animal a very bad day. Yeah, interesting. I think for me, the textures are kind of overwhelming the story. They're just so in your face, and the lighting on it just brings them out even more, that I'm really lost in there and losing the story in a way.
Wow, just very strong, impactful image, scary. Agree with the comments previous. Maybe with the presentation, Matt, not being so dark, I think maybe something lighter could be helpful.
Yeah, when I look at this, it almost feels like we've got camera shake. And so that in trying to bring back the sharpness, that worked on the two animals. But as you look into the areas on the outside, we've got these strange um, areas that are kind of, I don't know, just weird lines and things that are being sharpened as well.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments.
Nestled among the hills, 80.
So yeah, beautiful, autumn scene. I think the panoramic approach works real well for this image. I like the flow of the grass in the foreground though in the field really works nicely. I feel overall though that it's a little contrasty for this image though. We're starting to block up in some of these deeper shadows that it just comes across being a little too contrasty for me.
Yeah, and when I look at this, I have that same feeling. And one of the things that I think can help that and to play with is look up Orton effect. And that's where you kind of your darks get kind of like soft and kind of bloom out just a little bit, and it kind of gives it that nummy look as it goes through the scene.
Yeah, and I'm missing some drama in the sky. I would really love to see, something that helped keep that top third of the image, because that's a lot of space in the image, with some, dynamic or, vibrant colors or something happening in the sky.
I think your presentation is hurting you too. You've got an inner shadow that's coming into the image and kind of intruding on the sky, especially, and a very large inner stroke there, and then the pinstripe, which is very wide as well.
Oops. Now what? 78.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Catching that behavior is really cool.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh, uh-oh.
Well,
Julie?
so yeah, I think Bob was on the right track there with, it's really hard to capture a scene like this because that is definitely a decisive moment with, this bird picking this mouse up and he's hanging in the beak. And I mean, what a stressful thing to even witness for any creature's demise, right? I think where the problem is we've got this shallow depth of field. So while we have that bird's crazy eye, fully in focus, which is super cool. Everything around him is just slightly out of focus, or then a lot out of focus. So I think all that sort of soft, sharp, I can't even talk. Soft, sharp, soft, it ends up being a distraction so that you concentrate on this big, big moment that's happening here.
Yeah, you nailed it, Julia. And especially the bird that's right in front of our subject is super distracting and super almost annoying because he's getting in the way of that wonderful action in the story and bringing our attention to the bird that's bent over but really blurry.
Speaking of annoying, here I go. So yeah, I mean, I like the storyline. I think it's wonderful there. If the image, this is all based on if the image has the ability to do so, but I would consider cropping this image almost across the center, across the tops of their bodies, going right through there, and then making it a horizontal image, and then kind of cutting off about halfway in the back of the main bird. And then we've got that one bird even more in focus with his kill, and then the others kind of looking on. I think it's worth a chance to try to revive this image. I can't guarantee it, but it would eliminate a lot of the distractions throughout the image.
Lori, do we want to take a 5-minute break and give Bob a chance to come back in and everybody a chance
We
to
could do
get some
that. I think
coffee and
we're about due for a
untangle their
15
tongues?
Yeah. He said he did lose his connection, but he'll be back as soon as he can. So I think, yeah, a 5-minute break might be good.
Okay,
Okay, 2:05
Back at 2.
Eastern, yeah.
are we going into a breakout room?
Sure,
Let me know if you need us in there, but we'll stay out.
okay.
Cancel breakout room.
Okay, we are back. Turn on your mics, turn off your video cameras, judges. And we lost Bob again temporarily. He's going to try and come back, but we'll proceed without him. If Lori, if you're ready.
Sorry, I was
Oh,
just
that's
refilling
okay.
my drink. Could not move quick enough. Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Please hold up. And we are still in the illustrative landscape nature category. The next image, the gentle flow of time, 81.
Mark, you want to
Oh,
take this?
do me. Yeah. So, yeah, beautiful autumn scene. I really enjoy the cascading waterfall. I think it's handled well. The exposure time, I think it's masterfully handled. We've got sharpness, we've got motion, we've got creaminess. It's a little centered compositionally, and I'm not exactly sure what I could do to improve upon that, other than maybe trim off just a little bit on the left-hand side. Or right.
Yeah, I think this is a stunning image here. The only thing I guess I would say is I wish that I could see a little bit of like the pond or something so I knew where the water was falling into. But wow, the scene that you did capture is very well done, and enjoy the presentation and the very kind of dim stroke line that just sort of leads you back into the colors of the image.
Yep, nothing to add. Really enjoyable image.
Beware the ominous skies of March.
And the score?
Oh, I'm sorry. 80.
Yeah, so I mean, you do have ominous skies here. I kind of appreciated that you told me it was March. So, you see you don't have leaves on the tree. It certainly looks like winter time, which is a little different than March here in Alabama, where we are spring and blooms everywhere right now. I think that this is a nice capture. It doesn't have like super wow impact for me. But it is, a good capture and a good storytelling. The sky's a bit grainy, presentation line's a bit thick.
Yeah, presentation's way too bright for the image, I think, too. It makes it feel muddy, whereas if we had like a dark charcoal or a black even, it might make the rest of the scene seem not quite so muddy and kind of blocked up a little bit. I don't think it is blocked up, it just feels that way because everything is so dark and there's so little delineation between those lower tones.
Yeah, cool. Emotional type of image that comes up. Two things that I might do to improve upon it, other than what's been discussed. I might use a dodge and burn layer to just enhance the pathway a little bit, and then the left-hand side, we've got that black bit of cloud right along the left edge, up 3/4 of the way up. I'd clean that up.
Just dip your toes in the water. 83.
Me, right?
It's supposed to be me, but that's
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, really cool subject here. I really like the way the light is capturing the texture of the fur, and he looks so soft and really beautiful, like he's been combed or groomed. Really nice job on that. We are losing focus, and especially that most left paw. And I think a little bit more depth of field would have kept him all in focus. We've also got a lot of the foreground out of focus, and that's a bit distracting.
Yeah, it's a shame about that left limb being soft. Compositionally, I think it works, but we've got a bright area right at the top above his head. I think you could compositionally crop down and remove that and still make it a strong composition. Maybe at the same time, then I'd crop a little bit off the bottom, that white spot that's beneath him on the edge as well. And I think that would take care of a couple of distracting elements.
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I was totally going to bring up that it looks like a sensor spot, but not sure. It could be water spot on the lens. But yeah, those things in this category should definitely be mapped out.
Lobster recess, 79.
Okay, so yeah, looking at this image for the first time, you know, it's a beautiful scene, location, looks nice. I look into the sky though, and we've got some sort of treatment or texture throughout the clouds though that it's inconsistent with what I'm seeing in the foreground here. So you know, we've got that combination of techniques that isn't working for me in my opinion.
Yeah, the sky almost looks like it has almost a texture overlay or something going on in it. It's really very different and inconsistent with the rest of the image. I've gone back and forth about this presentation. You have these autumn colors in the image, and the blue just seems like it doesn't support the coloration of the image. So I get it that you've got blue water, but anyway, you might play a little bit with the coloration of the map.
Yeah, I think it's just overall so dulled down because of the fog and stuff. I think a little more pop would be nice to see in this too. The contrast is pretty low and everything's kind of dulled down a bit.
I'm back.
Hey, Bob.
Yay!
Woo!
Woohoo!
Next image.
Good call, Bob.
From night to day, 81.
It's you, Bob.
Yep, very interesting capture here where we're going from the sunset to the sunrise or whichever sunset. Okay. So from the blue to the orange, the panoramic setup here is just, nicely captured all the way across.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking across the mountains. I mean, most of this panoramic is actually taken up by the sky, and there's not a lot going on in the sky except for those two clouds. So I think composition is something you can look at if you've got some different. You probably have a much bigger composition in this image, and you can look and play with that crop and see where it's most pleasing.
Yeah, I almost feel like it ought to be cropped off about just a little bit to the right of those two clouds in the sky, because they're that really far right isn't, for me at least, adding an awful lot to the image, and it's so distracting, taking away from the little center of interest over here on the far left, which I think balances out nicely if we crop that off.
I I enjoy the color balance from on the left and the right hand sides. I don't know if I'd necessarily go as far as the clouds. I might go as far as the specular highlights. The whatever the homes are down there. We've got that really bright white one, maybe crop to there. But I like how the warm tones balance off each other, and I think those clouds, just those two solo clouds, really work well for this image overall.
Strong, 83.
Yeah, I remember this image coming up yesterday on the panel. And I think, and actually it came up for challenge, so we talked about it quite a bit. One of the things that was brought up was how sharp it is on the top half of the image. And then when you get to the lower left, it almost gets like painterly. It gets so like swirly and smooth. And then, some of the dark edges along the vines of the leaf, were stand out. Do want to point out, I appreciate the fragile stroke line here on the frame.
Yeah, nice job of presentation on this. Nice pop of contrast here for us to deal with. This micro photography is kind of a new area for so many of us that it's really interesting to try and interpret what's going on here. I think maybe if it's possible to pitch this a little bit diagonally might work better. And yeah, that bottom left corner does seem like a bit of a distraction. So maybe that's the area where we want to kind of maybe tip it in that direction to get rid of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the image overall has some nice attributes to it, but those two veins on the left-hand side, they're losing focus and they're losing shape, so they're drawing even more focus. That there's a flaw or a problem concern there.
Okay, and we have lost Bob again. I see him, I see his picture, but he says he is gone. He'll be back when he can.
Okay.
Curtain call 76.
Julie, is this you or me?
I did the leaf, so it's you.
Okay, yeah, this one is 76 and we have a major problem in the center of this flower. We've got pretty colors, it's a nice idea, but the center of that flower is out of focus, so is the bottom of the flower. That's our focal point. Our eyes go right to that spot, and then we don't have the supporting technical excellence to carry through the focal point.
Yeah, that pollen area is just out of focus and it really needs to be in focus. Way too much presentation as well.
Yeah, there's also like there's some horizontal and vertical lines going on
Oh yeah,
of the image. It's like a square
yeah,
placed in there, right at the top, sort of left area.
good catch.
Yep, and that red's gonna pull your eye as well as the white over there on the left side.
Entomology perfection 81.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, looking at it the first time, so strong initial impact, nice leading lines with whatever the fly is on. We've got reasonable sharpness on his eye, and it's starting to break up just a little bit overall. Composition, I think, could be improved a little bit by trimming off a little bit of the left. Interesting image.
Yeah, I mean he's super cool little creature, good detail in him. I almost want to, pop the vibrancy on this guy. So that he stands out a little more from everything else in the scene. We do have some noise and potentially a little banding going on in the background. If you kind of hunt around in the background, you'll see some of those spots. Stroke lines pretty bright.
Yeah, and so much out of focus in the foreground. I think we could crop in and that would help quite a bit. And we've got a lot of presentation here. We've got layers and shadows and white lines and green lines and banding and all kinds of things going on in the presentation. So keep it simple.
Monumental sunrise kiss 82.
Goodness. Color. So
Color.
definitely have good vibrancy here, and this what was the title again?
Monumental sunrise kiss.
Okay, so sunrise. So the sun's coming up and it is kissing the sand and the mountain here. Gorgeous sky. So it looks to me like the horizon is tilted left, and I'm basing that on the right side of the image. And the other thing I do want to point out is the top, along the top of the mountain, I'm seeing haloing, both light and dark. So if you're bringing down areas of the sky, just you got to get it all the way to the edges.
Yeah, there's haloing along the left-hand edge of the tree in the foreground on the right side as well, where it breaks up the cloud formation. This is one case where I wouldn't object to a red pinstripe. However, I think this one's too big, maybe about a third of that size. Keep them elegant. Think skinny Audrey Hepburn and Breakfast at Tiffany's little black dress. Simple, elegant, small.
Compositionally, I think the image could be improved as well. We've got all this area that's nearly void of detail, and I think you could compositionally crop up almost to that one patch of grass that's below the monument in the shadow. And then that would help improve the composition as well. We talked about the image being doctored around the mountain range itself, and the stroke line too. Yeah.
Profiles in the sand 81.
Oh yeah, intriguing. We had a couple that were similar to this yesterday where we have textures and patterns and kind of an abstract look. I think it's really interesting. I think we've got really good movement in here, and The grain, I think, is also very interesting and helpful in this situation. It gives you that sand feeling. It might be a touch overdone. And we're starting to get what looks like over on about 1/3 into from the left-hand side. It almost looks like a bar of darkness there that is a little disruptive to the pattern.
Yeah, when the image came up, very cool, very attention getting, simplicity in it as well. But the presentation, Matt, it's so bright. It looks like it's a slight off white, but I'd consider toning that down quite a bit. You could still keep it in we'll call it in the white range, but I would tone that down some. And then maybe compositionally trimming off some of the top area. I don't know if you necessarily need all of that to enjoy the image. It's mainly about those 2 to 3 lines. Well, I don't groups, whatever we'll call it.
Yeah, in addition to what's been said, do you guys see the little black lines, almost like little smiley, but they're on the right side. And so those are really distracting. I'm not sure. I do see other things like that, but they're like more congruent with the patterns. But there's a couple of those that sort of stand out to me on the right.
Turbulent, rushing water and air, 77. I promise I clicked it.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, just we got the waterfall. It's commanding most of the image here in the foreground. The foreground's nice and sharp. Then the time exposure for the waterfall. When we get up to the top of the image, though, why does it look crooked? And we look at the buildings up there, and everything's kind of leaning to the left. We go way to the left-hand corner, we can see that as well. So that needs to be addressed and recomposed. And then next person.
Yeah, I mean, from this image, you absolutely feel the brutal force and magnitude of this water flow. So good job capturing that, because I think that is what is so spectacular about the falls here. But yeah, that tilt, I've said it once, I'll say it again. If you have a horizon that is off kilter, that alone is probably going to take it out of merit.
Also presentation wise, if you look at the pinstripe, it's fairly wide, and we're also seeing through it in certain areas, especially top left corner. We're seeing the image through that pinstripe. So and it looks like it's almost translucent in certain areas. So make the commitment, but keep it elegant.
Golden African sunset, 85.
Oh, yeah. Golly, this is golden. And it's interesting because some of these images came up in our panel yesterday, and then some haven't. So some were popping up, and you get to hear from us what our immediate initial impact is. This does have that immediate initial impact because you've got the beauty, this is in kind of that rule of thirds, right? So you've got the foreground on the third, you got the tree in the second, sky at the top. So this is a very traditional sort of composition. I think it works. You've got the center of interest is the tree, and the animals, of course, are mostly silhouetted, but with enough detail and outlining that I can tell they're animals. So appreciating this image very much.
Yeah, it's got a lot of impact. I'm really enjoying the color, that just golden sunset feeling, if that's what it is. I think one of the things for me is there's too much foreground, and it's pulling attention away from what's going on with the animals and that beautiful background. So I think cropping off about half of that from the animals down, about halfway between that and the border, and also the presentation, that black inner presentation in the stroke. We don't need that much. This is such a beautiful image. Just let it stand on its own with a really simple presentation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's fun seeing the image for the first time, and the impact. You're like, oh, why did Julie get it first? It's not fair. So, yeah, lots of little things to just point out. I think that could make it even better. When we look off to the right side, in the foreground area, we've got two little white spots that need to be cleaned up that, immediately catch my attention. And then there's the one, I think these are all zebras. They could be horses. Yeah, they're horses. And the one that's cut off into behind the tree, I'd remove that one. And then I'd consider maybe just having three of them to the left-hand side of the trees. I think that would make it even that much more striking. There's that one little white spot that I was pointing to off to the right-hand side. There's a black spot as well. Just little cleanups, make it that much sweeter.
Bamboo Dreams 82.
Yeah, really enjoyed this one. I thought that it's a beautiful abstract, a little bit of motion blur, I believe, in this, but we are getting the bars of the bamboo, so it does identify quite nicely. We have that flow, which we described yesterday during the challenge, as almost musical flow from the lights to the darks and that alternating rhythm that we're seeing. And I like the fact that the contrast between the sharp pinstripe on the mat, although I'd go a little bit smaller maybe on those, versus the blur in the center really works well for me.
Yeah, we're seeing this technique a lot of, and it's hard to make your image stand out from the rest. And I think the maker did that just with the one bamboo with, with the obvious stripes that go across here, the bands that go across. So there's our center of interest. It works out quite nicely. And, so all of a sudden it's, oh, this is cool. It's something a little different. We can actually understand what it is. So I think the maker did a wonderful job there.
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add. Good comments.
In Sync 85.
Okay, so it is interesting. They are in sync. They're walking along together. So that part's believable and all. Just kind of letting settle in. It's a little cropped a little tight for me compositionally. It feels a little confining. That's one thing. And then just a couple, we got a branch there off the right-hand side. I'd clone that out, the dark one. And then same thing on the left-hand side. I'd clone out those two dark ones there as well.
Yeah, I mean that synchronicity is really uncanny. It's almost shocking that their paws could be they're exactly the same. And then you look at the spots kind of on that leg behind that paw, and they're almost identical. So that's pretty incredible. Obviously, I got the title right. So appreciating, that they're sharp, from tip of the ears down to those paws. It does feel a little tight, but I do appreciate also the catch lights in the eyes, and sharpness of the whiskers. So well done.
Yep, handled well, guys.
Morning Yoga Interrupted.
I get the best ones that we haven't seen before.
Dag nabbit.
Impact is fabulous. Can you repeat the score again?
Hey,
88.
Julie Savage.
You say 88?
88, yes.
88.
Yeah, I do think this fits really well in that excellent category. So, very cute moment captured. That bear, the mama bear's toes up in the air is owning me. That is just, we all treasure our kids, and this feels very human-like, them sort of playing and wrestling around together. So just absolutely precious moment here. I will say, while I'm enjoying the depth of field and the way it impacts the softness of the background, I'm not crazy about that bottom strip right at the frame, bottom of the frame level, that goes out of focus so quickly there. Other than that, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, it almost looks like that was kind of worked rather than the natural fall off because it happens so quickly down there. So good pickup on that, Julie. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I think the gray might, that kind of neutral gray in the presentation, we might want to pick up something that's a little warmer because the animals themselves are warm toned.
Yeah, I just wonderful, impactful image with great storytelling. And what I would also consider doing is maybe an adjustment layer, depending on the photographer's skill set, the artist's skill set. And what I would try to do is bring up some contrast in the mother's face, and head. I think that would help, along with her paws and claws and feet. I think it would give a little extra boost to the image as well.
Morning glow, 83.
Yeah, really pretty scenery here. We're looking. I'm just first time I've seen it, so I'm kind of checking it over. One thing I'm kind of missing here is a center of interest. Everything's pretty much the same tonality running across, the same kind of color tones running across. I don't know where the maker wants me looking, and we have almost a curve to the horizon line here. So I think we've got a pretty wide angle lens. It is definitely a curve as I sit back. So a couple of things that are a little bit lacking here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful vista. I agree with Ella's comment about center of interest. And then one technical thing is we've got a big vertical line right in the edge of the image. So it looks like either the image was masked wrong or maybe they tried to do some sort of chisel effect and they kind of lost it on that. We got a black line on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and it made me wonder if actually the size of the image needed to just be pulled left a bit. So,
Yeah, just a nudge or two.
and then there's also, I think it's a sensor spot on the left there, right at the mountain line, right above that tiny little peak. So just little things to fix there.
Carved by time, 86.
Cool. Yeah, wow, just taking it in once again for the first time. So yeah, very, very neat. So in contrast, not that we're comparing images, but in contrast, this image right here to me does have a center of interest, and it's in that upper right-hand corner, that little peak of the two holding together. So my eye goes right up to there. In general, I think the technical side is good. We've got highlight and shadow detail. Kind of looks so like the clouds have been processed in a different way. And it's gray. I think it could be improved upon maybe a little bit by bumping up the levels a little bit there.
Yeah, this is just, really lovely sort of gray toned black and white here. Agree about the center of interest. I landed in the same spot. Almost looks like a little family there, like a mom, dad, and a little kid in the front, like a little Lego baby. So super good. Where the trees are. So we've got some trees in the back left, and they look a little, sort of dark and crunchy. And then if you look at the little trees in the front foreground on the bottom right, they also look a little crunchy. And really the mountains, the rocks and stuff don't look that way to me. So just a little bit of a difference in like that contrast and sharpness for some reason.
Okay, I'm back. And
Yay!
Hi, Bob.
yeah, I know. For the moment, my wife yelled from the other room. We were mentioning that was clouds in the background. I don't believe that's clouds in the background. Those are rocks that have just got some mist over top of them or something that feels like a dichotomy there, but that's not clouds that's happening.
Oh, good.
See, we
pickup.
missed you.
We did. Did you want to comment further, Bob?
No, we're good.
Yeah, I'm appreciating the fact that we've got kind of the same kind of family on the lower left here in the rock formation to the upper right. So we've got that kind of nice balance there. That's really cool. And I like the tonality of this image as well. There's a really nice feel to how the textures have been treated.
before this image moves, can I give a quick public service announcement?
Yes.
When you're choosing the color of a presentation mat, keep in mind this example right here, because you can barely see the difference between where this presentation mat ends and where the printcompetition.com gray area goes. So just, put that in your mind and try not to use a color this close to it, because all of a sudden, if you're not careful, you plan differently, all of a sudden you get this monstrous presentation mat that you weren't planning on.
True,
Okay.
true.
Thank you. So that ends photographic open. We are ready to start artist restoration. Are you ready to start? Do you want to take a break? Do we want to keep rolling while we've got Bob?
Let's keep
Yeah.
rolling.
Let's keep rolling.
Okay, again, we're going to start with artist restoration. Duty 1916 Iowa State Fair, and that's Duty spelled D-U-D-I-E.
Okay.
And I think it's Bob's turn.
Yeah. And this scored a what?
80.
80. Yeah, so it's right there. I'm kind of concerned about the presentation there. This is a pretty cool subject, and the maker showing us where they went step by step, but that's grabbing an awful lot of attention. And you can't see my arrow here because I'm bringing around on my screen. So I'll have to verbally take you there. We got there, and even though on the original there is a white border, I think that we've gone too white on there because it started as a sepia tone, and I think that the maker might end up better off with a sepia tone as a final as well.
Yeah, I'm assuming the maker, tried to stick true to the original. And so hard to fault them too much for that. But as I look at this restoration, I think this is actually, one of the better ones we saw in the restoration area, because at the end of the day, I mean, I look at the final image and it looks like it could have been taken, with a point and shoot, and it looks pretty well done. So, good detail in the horse, good coloration and detail in the guy, and his pants and everything. So overall, I think this is really well done.
Yeah, I had the same feeling that Bob mentioned about it going to color. It kind of takes us out of the era too when it goes to color. I think that's an important aspect of doing a restoration, is keeping it true to the era in which it was shot. So they did do some hand coloring back then, but this doesn't look hand colored. It looks like Julie just said, a snapshot that was taken with a point and shoot.
And a few things to add to that, where, for this category, we want to see what you started with and what you finished with. We don't need to see every step along the way. We can kind of figure that out. So, provide us with the sepia toned image, the original, and then show us the finished piece. And what you could do to provide a little more real estate is you could have them side by side so we could examine it a little bit more closely. And that would be helpful, I think. Right now, we've got 4 images that we don't need to see 3 of them.
Okay, before I go to the next image, point of reference, and most of you probably did not know this. So this year we changed in the rules. We asked on our artist restoration for progress images. Just to verify
Okay.
that they did the work themselves. So sorry about that. I should have announced that to begin with. So,
Okay, and
That's
let
fine.
me throw one more thing on there. When we do go colorize, it's probably good to let us know that that's what the client wanted, as opposed to what was done, because we don't know what the purview was for. Okay, what was ordered up? Hey, we want this redone and we want it in color, is totally different than restore this image, which is what's in our brain. And away we go.
together again, 79.
Yeah, so for this one, it's broken in half, right? So I think that's the hardest part of this restoration. And then I think the second hardest part is going to be the part where it gets super, super milky at the bottom. And so when I look at, the restoration, And the finished piece, I'm looking at the faces, and some of the eyes are not level, but I look at the original and they don't look as unlevel as the finished piece. So some of the eyes and some of the features like noses and things, where I don't see, a line, like if you look at the top left guy, I don't see like the right side of his nose at all. And so, there's a couple little areas there where they end up with a little bit of alien feature. I also look at the shoes and feet on the little girl, and it almost doesn't look sized correctly. Like the foot looks way too small to go with the body. So there's a couple little areas like that immediately held me short on the merit when this came up yesterday.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with the little girl's foot is we're seeing part of the sole in the original foot that's off the ground, and the artist flattened it out, so we don't see the sole, which makes the whole foot look distorted in a way. And the angle of her leg is next to impossible to be that way. So yeah, I totally agree on the faces. We've got a dark line coming down to the right of the little girl's nose that isn't even in the original, kind of got added in later. And some of the features have turned cartoonish and not realistic at all.
Yeah, I think you two kind of covered it all, my concerns. And then just one thing to add though, I don't know if it's a trunk or a couch or whatever it is on the, a stool or whatever on the right-hand side, though, we've got those three black lines, and they're just inconsistent, with the technique trying to restore it.
It's been covered. Next image.
Robert Alexander McClanahan.
Yeah, this
Sure.
was, oh, sorry, Bob.
Oh, sorry, 80.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's interesting because I looked at the eyes and went, wow, his eyes are weird. And then I looked at the original. Oh yeah, his eyes are weird. They didn't have the technology to do any kind of corrections, surgical corrections like that back when this was done. I think the maker has done a nice, faithful job on this and bringing stuff back. I don't think it was a particularly challenging piece restoration-wise, not as much as we've seen in some others, but what they did very well, and he looks true to the original.
Yeah, it's nice, it's clean. A couple of things though, when we look on the left of the jacket, the shoulder and line right there, we've got a bunch of what I would guess to call artifacting, whatever. So it's not clean along the left-hand side of his arm. And I felt that the eyes, although they were colorized, I thought they were just overworked a little bit to the point where all of a sudden they're jumping out at you. And I think just they could be a little bit more subtle.
Yeah, sometimes working from the small image to the much larger image, some of that artifacting shows up, especially in the gentleman's sleeve to our left. It kind of there's some blocked up areas, and as was noted on there, so maybe don't go to this height and do a horizontal presentation rather than a vertical, so that you don't need to cover so much real estate.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments.
Home at the Hearth, 79.
Okay, so yeah, brings us back in time. Let's see, look at our original image here. So we've got, colorized, we've got water stains in the image. The people look pretty good. The girl in the right with the dog, her face looks a little overworked though. Almost looks a little unrealistic, but mainly the floor. We've got this whole void area without texture, and it just looks odd. Even the man's foot on the right-hand side appears that it's floating.
Yeah, we brought a lot of things back, and I'm in agreement with the floor that there's just absolutely no texture there. It looks like the 60s or 50s carpet should be there. So the maker did pull a lot of things together, but something as large as that can really hold you back.
Yeah, I didn't even notice the floating foot, but now I do. So definitely a concern. And, overall, a really good job bringing most of this back here. But some of those issues I would think would hold it short.
It's been said.
Matilda Luthera Murphy McClanahan. 80.
I think we need a longer name.
It was so long I forgot the
Alliteration.
score.
Okay, I called her Tildy. Yeah, I
That
think that this was handled well. We brought back. We can see that there's some color in the original image, at least maybe just a hair, and the colorization was done nice. The skin may have lost a little bit. Like we talk about overworking skin, and it feels like this maybe falls into that neighborhood where we've lost maybe some of the lines on her face and the texture in her lips. And then the dress was reconstructed very well.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest highlight when we were discussing it in our challenge. Is I was really appreciating the front ruffle being added in an area where you really had no idea what was under there due to the damage. I think it fit with her, the era and the time, and worked really well. I think one thing that I mentioned was I actually didn't love the tuft of hair. Another judge thought it worked, and it was there in the original. So anyway, but just little subjective opinions there.
Yeah, one area that caught my attention was the cheek to the camera right. There's a dark shadow, uneven shadow on that side that's not in the original, and it doesn't seem to be in the other versions of it either. So that kind of popped up somewhere, and it just kind of zoom in and watch for those things. I also thought we lost a little bit of the tonal range on her ear. Seems like the shadow should be just a touch deeper.
Yeah, I think you guys kind of covered it all. Next.
The Graduate, 80.
Yeah, I think this was deserving of a merit. I think that there's so much damage in the original that it's pretty incredible the way they brought back the gown. And I thought there were some improvements here as well, like adding catch lights in the eyes. So also the curtain in the back. I thought that was an appropriate decision in bringing this image back because looks like she's just sort of standing in front of a fake scene, wallpaper type thing on a wall, or is that a window with trees out in the background? Didn't think they were that relevant. So I thought this was a good decision, a good choice there in bringing this image back. The shoes do feel a little floaty, even though I do see some shadows there.
Yeah, we're missing a little contact shadow down there. The only other thing I'd like to mention is her hand, camera left, appears very light and kind of a totally different texture and tonality than the the hand that's on her chest.
Yeah, and to add, I think they did a wonderful job putting in a believable background. I think the floor could be brought down in density, especially on the left-hand side, just so it's not a distracting and focuses more on the subject.
It's been covered. Next image.
6th Cavalry Sergeant, 78.
Yeah, good job. As far as it's gone, I think this one is one that basically we're spotting out little problems and then just bringing the exposure back and colorizing apparently too. It's a good job, but I don't know that it's complicated enough to fall into that merit range for me. That's was my feeling on it.
Yeah, I mean the colorizing looks believable from a tone standpoint, but then we look at some of the work that's done on the stripe of the man's pants, though it appears choppy going all along. So just the technique could have been improved upon a little bit. That area that's kind of jumping out, I'm not sure what that's coming out of his jacket. That just looks a little sharper than I think it needs to be. And then in comparison, then his face looks a lot softer than it should be.
Yeah, and I think that has to do with, again, raising the image up. We've got a very small image, I believe, that we're working from. Many of the images from this time period were very small, maybe only 3 inches tall, but we've kind of, doubled or almost tripled the area of that. So that's going to make it tough to keep that detail in there as well. A little bit of noise might help this along, question mark.
Yeah, one other thing is, I'm looking at the eyes. The whites of the eyes, I think, especially camera left, in the corner of the eye, almost ends up, it's so bright and chunky there that I feel it almost ends up looking like a catch light. And when then that happens, then his eyes look unequal, like they look wonky, they don't look right. And I really think that little corner part is to blame there.
Cross purposes, 79.
Yeah, so the initial impact is strong. I think the treatment on the man on the left is nice. It's believable. It's consistent. Did a nice job with his jacket as well. The woman, they did a beautiful job on her outfit. And the hair looks nice as well. I think the eyes it's a little strange because one of the eyes, the foreground eye, is so sharp, and then the eye that's slightly in the shadow is just so soft in comparison to it. So I think they might have overworked the eye and the highlight side, and that becomes a distraction to me.
Yeah, and that was one of the major things. It's like she looks surprised, but when I look in the reference image, I'm seeing almost exactly that, other than the fact that the highlights have been made so much longer, much higher. And why would there be such a sharp highlight on the shadow eye?
Yeah, and when we challenged this yesterday and talked about it, I struggled a little bit with the man's eyes, especially the catch light. So the catch light in the right eye just doesn't seem like it's balanced with the catch light in this left eye. The left eye looks right, and the right eye looks wonky to me.
You've covered it.
Faded farmhouse, 77.
This me?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, 77, above average. We've, definitely brought back some contrast in here. One of the things that I noted was there's a lot of detail in the shadow area that's all blocked up on the finished restoration. And then we've got a lot of strange lines and texture in the foreground.
Yeah, and another thing we talked about, because we challenged this one as well, is in the sky, you've got this grain and noise, and then it gets really smudgy all of a sudden up there. So I don't know what's going on up there, but that's definitely something to look into.
In the lower part as well, we've got a lot of dust specks and black specks that need to be worked on to really clean this up. And there's a lot of noise in that final image that maybe a noise reduction filter would help with.
Yeah, they did a nice job straightening out the building, keeping it intact, but the foreground and the sky, are major problems that need to be addressed.
The first selfie, 78.
Yeah, so I remember this one coming up on the panel as well. And I was trying to figure out, I'm looking at the original. It's not in great shape, it's not in horrible shape either. So you do have a lot of the detail, in there in his outfit and his face to kind of start from. Overall, I think it's a good restoration. And, I'm also looking, at so they added the table legs. So I'm always trying to see like what was done here. And so when I look at the finished image compared to the original, I actually think his eyes look, a lot more realistic in that original. And on this finished product, I'm missing sort of the outline of that camera left eye, and then the camera right eye, the top of it, I'm missing the detail there too.
Yeah, interesting that they brought back the cabinet legs and worked those in. That was a good choice. But I agree totally that the eyes actually look a bit better in the original than they do in the restoration. The rest of it, I think they did a nice job on.
Yeah, I felt that the level of work done on the image, limited. Not that the maker didn't work hard enough on the image, but I'd like to see more of a before and after than what I'm seeing right here. It just seems like the basic part is cleaning up the backdrop.
It's been covered.
Tintype revised 77.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. The original is in such bad shape that you're just gonna have to use your imagination to figure out what's going on with his face. And I think there's a disconnect between the two eyes in the after image. They don't look like they're the same shape. They don't sit in the face the same way. Um, Her mouth as well, it doesn't, the Cupid's bow isn't quite there. I'm not sure what her original face is supposed to look like. That's the unfortunate part. There's also the spiky things on the top of her head are so much sharper than her hair, or appear to be, that it really gives the hair, especially the braid in the back, a super cutout feeling. And the new background, I think, it kind of fights with it.
Yeah, the before image, it's just so beat up that number one, it's a huge challenge to the maker to decide what to do and where to go with it. But Ella pointed out the eyes and the hair. We look at the dress. We've got some detail in some spots, and then we've got some clumpy textures and softness throughout. So we have an inconsistency of technique that I think the maker can work on and make it more consistent throughout, though. Right now it's soft, it's textured, it's here, it's there. So just I think it needs more to be done with it.
Yeah, I think you covered it there, Mark, for me.
Yeah, same.
Freedom's first generation 78.
Pass.
Yeah, this is a tough one because it looks like this was an arted image to begin with. If we're starting from the beginning, the face was brought back, but then when we look at the shadows and the shadowing, everything looks like the contrast has been cranked up so high. That we're working hard, and then there's an awful lot of presentation in here, and I'm not sure that that's needed for the restoration category.
Yeah, and I'm looking like in her legs in the tights area. And there's some smudge, like there's a lot of grain, and then there's some smudgy areas. So it gets smooth and grainy, smooth and grainy. So, you get some inconsistencies in those areas. And then I look at the, original expression in the original image, and it just looks a little different, like maybe your eyes were sort of widened and sort of lifted. So, those were some areas I think that stood out to me.
I do appreciate the work that was done on the hair. It's kind of an interesting, they did a nice job on that. And I do agree about the bottom of the legs and stuff. They're just are kind of foreshortened, and they don't have the depth and kind of the shape that they really are calling for.
The dog ate my grandma 77.
Yeah, this is like one of those toughies where you're pulling an image back together that was out of focus in the first place, and we're trying to bring back the detail, but when you have an out of focus image and you try and bring it back, there's almost nothing you can do. And the eyes haven't been. They've all been treated separately from the shaky camera on the thing. So unfortunately, even though the dog ate it and we've taken care of those scratches and stuff, I think that this would be a really tough image to merit.
Yeah, I think that's the crux of it. I think this is just going to be, I actually think, I'm sure the client was actually very pleased because I don't know how you could do, much better. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a tough restoration to get into the merit category, mostly because of those focus issues.
Yeah, I think when I looked at this, my first thought was AI needs to develop another 6 months and plug this into AI, because I think that's the only thing that's going to bring back a reasonably focused image. This is just such a difficult image to work with.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think the treatment of the woman's face on the right, I think was handled quite well. I just wish that the treatment kind of carried over with the two people on the left.
Family Farm, 81.
I think this is me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, this you said it scored an 81, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I definitely remember this coming up on the panel. And you did a great job straightening out the building lines and getting everything. You've kept in the trees, you've brought in detail in the foreground. So I think there's a lot that's really well done. And I mean, honestly, you even stayed true to some of the highlights on the building behind and everything. So great job staying true. And I think that you started with a pretty difficult situation where you really couldn't see the little girl's face at all. Stay true to the outfits. I mean, I'm kind of, I just keep going back and forth, original to the finished. And well done.
Yeah, as far as places where you go from here, there's a little bit of blotchiness in the roof, the lower roofs of these two buildings that might be handleable. And up in the far left corner, there's a dark spot that just seems to be the only dark spot in the sky. Otherwise, I really think they did a quite wonderful job on this.
Yeah, I mean, Unfiltered Mark would say, pretty crappy image to start with. And I think they did a really nice job. The only thing that kind of concerns me with the people is the dress on the right looks a little splotchy. And I think that could have just been smoothed out a little bit.
Yeah, nice work. And it's been said.
Can we take a 2 minute?
Yes.
I believe we can.
All right.
I'm here.
I'm here too.
I'm here too.
I'm back.
Yay, you're still here. We didn't lose you.
Woo! Yeah.
All right, everybody home.
Mm-hmm.
Let's party.
1908 St. Joseph grad, and it was a 79.
Oh yeah, we talked about this one. We are really nice job on the face and the colorization works well. However, the original and all the iterations coming up to the original, the hand on camera right and the shoes are all in focus, and the final version they're not. And that left us all kind of stymied.
Yeah, you summed it up.
Yeah, very, very difficult when we're looking at the original and it is in sharp focus. It may be just a hair off on the depth of field, and I don't think it's just a magnification when we make the image bigger. So something happened on that whole side from the lapel to the right and down that kind of took this image out.
Nothing to add.
Our baby's picture, 81.
Okay, so let's just check this out here. So yeah, this was on our panel. It's a nice finished piece right here. We look at our beginning image where it's all damaged, even in the face. They've retained detail in the dress, so nicely handled there. It looks very photorealistic at the progression image down in the right-hand corner, and then it looks softer in the face, almost a little too soft for my liking, though, where I liked what was down in the corner compared to the finished piece, though, in the face. I thought they might have just went a little too far on that.
Yeah, sort of felt the same way. But there was very well done to bring it back from where it was, and then just everything feels good. The presentation works for this one.
Yeah, I did have a question though on the line coming down from the baby's nose seems awfully prominent, and I don't see it that prominent in the original. And maybe, it's a small image, so, maybe it is and I'm missing it, but it does seem awfully prominent in the final.
Yeah, I had the same question, Julie, and I've got a little magnifier that I can use my screen, which we can't use during competition, but for critiquing and commentary we can. It is more prominent in the final one than it is in the original, but it is fairly prominent in the original as well. I think they might have just gone a little bit too far in that part of the restoration. And also, I think the part of the problem is they made the area around the philtrum too bright, so it increases the contrast in that area.
Family gathering, 79.
Right up there on the edge. Boy, when you have to take care of these kind of cracks and bits and pieces and folds, that, it does take an awful lot of work to do that. But something happened along the way here when we're bringing back the faces that kind of held us back. And we had, a really good contrast in the former image, and then our whites have just really gone through the roof in the restoration.
Yeah, there's even some areas where I'm looking, there's not cracks through some of the parts of these faces that now, look a little alien. So where eyes don't match and where, lines on the nose aren't coming down kind of in the right way, smooth, overly smooth cheek, things like that. And so some of the originals, you can see detail in the faces. So I'm not sure why that transition really even happened there. So some of the, and then, some of the detail on like the white shirts, the lady in the front row, third over, she's got pretty good detail in the original, but we're losing it in the highlights in the final image.
I don't have anything to add.
Yeah, same here.
Next image, please.
1931 Coast Guard discharge, 80.
That me?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I thought this is actually pretty well done here. It sort of stuck true to the original, even with the slight tilt of everything, and just a little bit, on the writing where it says like this certificate is awarded. It kind of kept the original, even blur, I guess you could say. But so that that font was really stuck true. So good job. I think filling in the blanks, you must have done some research to figure out what was in these original certificate images. And finding the right font to stay consistent. So overall, I think a great job here.
Yeah, same here. The one comment I have is that this is to certify line, to certify that. Looks like it's been over sharpened. It's starting to create a white halo around those letters.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well. So I'll have to go someplace else. I really like what they did to the left of the eagle, how they revived that battleship in there. I think they did a wonderful job. It looks very believable in that whole illustration up top there. So kudos to the maker.
Yeah, and this person could probably sign checks for the commanding officer as well. Next image, please.
Ready for duty, 80.
Yeah.
Ella.
Oh, sorry. Is this me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing this go through a previous competition and we didn't have that middle guide image there and wondered where the pants information came from. So I'm glad the maker brought that back in to let us know what was going on there. I think they've done a really good job on this. They brought back information, melded it in seamlessly, and brought back everything that we need to know about this guy and did it true to the original.
Yeah, agreed. I think a couple of things could be improved upon it though, where we look at some of the woodwork to the left, looks a little inconsistent. Well, no, I take that back, but it looks bright overall, and it also looks a little splotchy with the treatment. So I think that could be improved upon. And there's one thing that I don't get is we've imported the new jacket right there. So why do we have that notch where the jacket meets the pants on the left-hand side? So, I'm someone explain it.
Can't explain it. And the one thing is I'm feeling like the top part where we're in the original looks nice and solid, whereas the replaced pants and that area down there has a little bit more of a cutout feel to kind of allow that to meld just a little bit more.
Yeah, and one thing I was noticing is that the sock area seems relatively sharp and sort of noisy, and then we go into the pants and they start to look very, very smooth and almost like they were captured at a lower resolution or like a different depth of field or something. So there's a little mismatch there in the pants to the socks.
Okay, that is the end of artist restoration. We're ready to start artist category. We good to go?
Yep.
Rock and roll.
Hey, School of One, 82.
Mock.
I was going to say that silence must mean it's my turn. So, initially it grabs my attention with all the color. We've got the before images. Let me just kind of look again. So I like the creativity that the makers provided us with that, that effect going on. That's interesting. When I look at the bottom part of the fish though, why is it so bright when we're going further into the murkiness? It feels like the fish is kind of standing out within the water. He should be kind of blending in a little bit more.
Yeah, I really enjoy the fact that the maker was able to convert this koi into this School of One. Again, this is an art piece. We've added a lot of depth and dimension. It would, like you say, it would have been nice if he felt a little bit more in congruence with the greenery. Presentation a little bit over the top with that bevel and emboss.
Yeah, I feel like the painting style isn't consistent between the fish and the rest of the image. And then, look where they've added the greenery in on the top left of some of, not the top left, but kind of mid left area. And it looks like there's some issues with the brush strokes around, like almost like a little halo. And so, overall, I think a fun, vibrant, good image. When you said the presentation's over the top, I also wanted to mention there's a pattern on the right side that really sort of changes the density of the mat too, and definitely pulls the eye.
And there's also a white line on the very left lower corner coming up just inside the mat that's not anywhere else inside the mat. So everything else has been said.
Soaring High, 81.
Oh, that would be me. Re- Really nice extraction from the scene. I think that, doing those wing tips can always be difficult when you're pulling them out of a scene, and this was done very well. A little bit of a painterly style on there. And then just one thing, be careful on the background of the sky where we've made clouds, but we've got almost too harsh an edge in some of those clouds. So that kind of gives it too much of a painterly feel there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible to look at where this image started. I can't believe this eagle is like flying across the parking lot. That's it's pretty incredible. So great job on transforming this, so that we're level with the eagle in the sky. That's a very unique perspective that we're getting here because of that. There does look like a little edging around the right wingtip that kind of fell into the sky there. And then the drop shadow on the mat, I think, is a little extra.
Yeah, appreciating a lot of the nice work that was done here. The shadow over the eye is very cool. However, it's not carried through under the beak, which I'd like to see a little more shadowing there for the dimension.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at the image, initially it has wonderful impact, and then I start to look at, it's like, well, okay, what did they do beyond the general extraction type of thing? It's like, okay, well, they painted the clouds, did a nice job there. When I look at that highlight of that eagle's eye, though, it's too bright for this soft lighting right here. So I would have toned that down as well.
Unruffled, 82.
Yeah, Unruffled, I think, is a good title for this. I'm enjoying the soft sort of painterly strokes that give this sort of breezy feeling with the grass. So good job there. I love the, vibrant eye. And I look at where you started from, right? Which is typically how we judge these artist images. And so I'm assuming that when you zoom in on that image on the top, that's what you're getting on the bottom. So you've lost sort of resolution and clarity there. So you had a lot of work to do to get this bird to be in this nice and sharp state. And I think the insertion and the inclusion of the grass, and you kept sort of the sharpness of the grass right where it needed to be. So I think that works really well.
Yeah, I think they'd made a nice choice here in the scenery and the placement of the subject in the frame. I think if I were doing it, the top left corner feels too bright to me. It should be faded off a little bit more, similar to the right-hand corner. And those flowers probably should be faded off a little bit more too.
Yeah, I enjoy the new composition. I think they handled it well. The color palette works great. Like one little nitpick would be underneath his beak towards his chin. We got that one black piece of hair grass, and I would have softened that up quite a bit.
Okay, it's been said. Nice job.
Summer Breeze, 82.
Ooh, shades of Monet here. Got the little swirls going like Starry Evening. Yeah, it's a really whimsical, fun, interesting, unique view of putting these things together. Very non-photographic, which is fine. I think if there's a little discontinuity between the balls that are decorating the tree and the sky and the feeling there. They're so solid on the tree and they're so ethereal and wispy in the background there. I'd like to see a little bit more continuity of style.
Yeah, very creative piece, wonderful use of color. When I look at it, it's like, oh, gosh, why is the moon slash sun, whatever it might be, why is it so bright? When they've done all this work, they could have controlled that, I think, a little bit better. But it's just a very imaginative piece, and I'm enjoying it for what it is.
Yeah, kind of a takeoff on Van Gogh's Starry Night. I'm just wondering why we ended up with the really harsh green there. It's almost, in such a contrast. It's kind of pulling me out a little bit. And if you've seen Starry Night, that moon is pretty funky, but this one could be toned down a little bit.
Yeah, I sort of debated on that presentation, but at the end of the day, when I look at this image, it just brings me a lot of colorful joy. It's a good vibe, good feeling.
Red Rose, 79.
Yeah, just when I look at the finished image, everything looks kind of reasonably realistic. So then I look at our guide images and I see what they've done, and I really enjoy how they've taken the draped dress and they've given it a little translucence, where we can see the flowers and part of the pillar from behind. So I think they did a wonderful job there. The rose petals on the floor, or the flower petals on the floor, look a little painted in relation to it, though. Next.
Oh, okay. I thought you dropped because my internet's been so fun. That was my concern as well. Was that the title is bringing us to the roses, and yet the roses are kind of not done nearly as well. So if this maker's moving this forward, I would look at maybe changing the title up to be more centered on the model herself.
Pass.
Yeah, only have one more comment to make. Good comment so far. Is her bodice in the original is nice and smooth, and yet in the final version we've got some troublesome shadows that make it look like her bodice is very lumpy. So I would look into that as well.
Actually, it's probably Grande Dame of the Serengeti.
Such a cutie. All right, yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, when I look at this, the maker has definitely made some changes, some good ones going on here. But unfortunately, there was a few things that stood out as being not congruent with the reality within the fantasy. For example, the earrings don't feel like they live in that space. The shadowing doesn't work there. And then the way the bodice comes in, and the we have control of everything, and yet that brooch seems to be like, ooh, look at the brooch.
Yeah, I tried to challenge this one up yesterday, and all the technical issues that were brought up defeated me, and I waved the white flag. So, those issues that Bob just brought up, like the earrings not feeling like they're really rounded and connected to her, it definitely was an issue that we saw and agreed with, and some of the issues with the outfit and the white. There's a white area on the outfit at the bottom. That was brought up as a highlight that was a distraction. So some of those issues, we couldn't quite refute.
Yeah, also, just standard rules of posing. We're straight on to the bodice here. You could have easily turned the model, the mannequin there, and done an angle that would have helped quite a bit with the quote unquote posing of this.
Yeah, I like the face and the turn of the head. It just adds that little bit of whimsy to it. I think the background was handled well and introduced into the image. Just the other parts that, have already been discussed, we're holding it back.
Breaking Barriers, 81.
Julie?
That's me. Breaking Barriers. Yeah, so I think this is just such a clever, original, sports piece for these young women. So I really, enjoy it. I gotta say, I wasn't 100% sure I understood what this sport was. Are they're all flight, like I guess they're like some of them are in a flight suit. So maybe these are student pilots. But so that was my only, biggest concern. Also, sometimes, when you put the smoke in and you cover up the feet, it's, they're sort of hiding the fact that maybe the cutouts, so sometimes that's sort of a little telltale sign, that maybe the cutouts have some issues, and so those were just little things.
Yeah, you weren't alone in being confused. I had no idea what they represented as far as team sports or team activities went. I still really don't. But I think they've done a pretty decent job of it. I think the legs get a little dark and kind of gloomy looking in the back row, and I think maybe the exposure's off on that part of it. But it's a nice composite.
I really wanted to Google the Skyview Lady Falcons and find out what it was, but I'm not that fast. So yeah, I like the initial impact of it. I think it's handled well. When I look at the before images, we have a lot of color balance in their faces, and then they kind of reduced it throughout the scene. However, there's a couple, especially the lady with the pigtails in the middle. She's so grayed out compared to some of the others, though. So I think there's inconsistencies there that I'd like to see a little bit better handled. But it's a nice concept, and I think it was merit worthy.
Yep, it's been covered.
I did look it up just now, Mark. They are a ladies wrestling team.
Ah, I take back anything bad that I said about them.
Excuse me, sir. 86.
Yeah, really a lot of great impact in this one. You've got a really nice scene here with all those beautiful warm tones in the scenery and the two birds sitting there. The one comment that we came up with yesterday that kind of overall hit was that the birds are so color neutral and the background and time of day is so warm. There's a little disconnect there in temperature for the subject in the background.
Yeah, when I first saw the image, I'm like, oh gosh, this reminds me of like what an Audubon image would be all about, though. So it was kind of cool. I like that almost vintage look to it with the sky colors and all. But I agree, though, the contrast on, especially the mid to dark tones were off in relation to the scene.
Great painting. The foreground might be just a hair dark on that left-hand side, just a hair. And then watch for that. We have just a drop shadow that's going up to from the top right down, but then it's not around. So we kind of lose the depth and dimension there. You really want that shadow to work its way all the way around.
Yeah, good comments. I also was looking at the sky, top left, right up against the frame. There's a white little vertical line. Not sure what that's even from, but that's interesting that it looks like a blue stroke line, but it just sort of disappears in certain areas. So, watch for those things too.
A Delicate Existence, 83.
Ella?
Sure. Yeah, I'm anxious to talk about this one, Ashley, because the guide images are so in our face, and the regular image, the finished image, is so small in comparison to the real estate that the guide images take up. I think that's kind of hurting it in a way because we don't get to enjoy it unobstructed. I enjoy, greatly appreciate all the textures. Chuckle, I know, I heard there, Bob. And I think the fact that we've got kind of a diagonal line coming down leading into that tree is nice. think about maybe flipping it so that diagonal line comes in from the left again, the way we read, and leads us into the tree, but that puts the tree in a different spot as well. Go for it, Mark.
I like what the maker's done with the image here. They provided us with a monotone image based on color sampled images. So that was refreshing. I like the strategy right there. The scene looks quite believable. I am a little challenged and I haven't figured it out yet. So I'll just admit that, I don't understand where the first image is, that arch. So I'm sure it's hiding there in plain sight and I just can't spot it. But I like the finished piece. I thought it was handled, put together pretty well.
Yeah, I enjoyed this a lot too. It just has just that certain weird light, like just before the storm, that's kind of been built into there. And I also agree that the guide images could be a wee bit less.
Yep, you guys said it all.
The Planet Goddess, 82.
Okay. So colorful impact just jumps right out at me. The concept, I like the profile right there with the woman holding on to these planets right here. So that's kind of interesting. It's relatively consistent going around. But then the main part about it is all these planets and all these guide images have little nuggets in it, but they're so lost behind all these textures that there's only a few that I can readily see. I really have to strain to find them, and it's such an important part of the story that I wish the maker could have brought those out a little bit more.
Great feel to this. Tons of impact when it comes around. It's already been mentioned about the not being able to tell what's inside the little planets, and then it feels like maybe the maker moved all of the reference images up and then got kind of that top row stuck underneath part of the presentation.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments. And I think we all kind of talked during the challenge about how challenging it is to actually understand the story here. And with these planetary objects, but with stories inside each, seems like such a deep, heavy concept. It just takes a lot of time to study and understand. And with the textures, overlays, you kind of it just feels like a lot going on.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
One Hot Lily, 81.
Yeah, sure like this one. Really enjoy the concept here. I'm feeling like even though there feels like it's got some depth and dimension, it doesn't feel like the flower has any. It doesn't live in that scene. And I know we're a paintered scene, and the title is really cool, and we've got fire coming out of there. And where's the fire coming from? Well, it's fired up. A lot of good things going on here.
Yeah, I enjoyed this. I struggled just a little bit with that red and orange horizontal line, and didn't quite appreciate the presentation with the noise kind of outside, and it almost looks like little vertical lines are going across the presentation as well. So all of that was just sort of an eye pull for me.
Yeah, you weren't alone. I struggled a lot with the horizontal line going across. Especially because I'm not sure what it's dissecting here or bisecting. The floor, if that's a floor, looks the same as the top. So for me, it didn't make a lot of sense, but I thought the flower itself was amazing and wonderful and imaginative.
Yeah, I agree. Colorful impact. I really enjoy that smoky texture going around. And with that line, yeah, I'd change it to something different texture-wise or reflection-wise. If not, I'd remove that line. I'd also consider maybe going with a central composition for this, and then, that orange is smack dab in the middle of the image. Maybe that would make for a stronger image overall.
Grace and Beauty, 81.
Yeah, I I can definitely appreciate this landing into the merit. Um, I think that Grace and Beauty is an interesting title for this because of how sharp this bird and the feathers are all sort of painted in. So when I think of Grace and Beauty, I tend to think of more like soft. And this bird has some, sharp edges, sharp kind of feathers and lines drawn in. Appreciating the sharpness in the eyes, and enjoying the composition with this kind of diagonal sitting at this kind of bottom right, gives sort of a heavy feeling, but enjoying it because the red sort of lifts it back up.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of was a disconnect for me on the title too, because I mean that beak is not something that we normally would associate with Grace and Beauty. It's rugged, it's rough, it's crusty looking, and the darks in the face are so dark that it's really contrasty. So I think a different title would give us entree to this image with different expectations and bring it up a level or two as well. I do appreciate the work done on the feathers a great deal. They did a beautiful job on that. I think the feathers on the head, I don't know what the original bird looks like in real life, and that thumbnail's very small, but they look very rugged and rough too. And I'm not sure if they're supposed to or not.
Yeah, not much more to add other than, maybe a little bit of highlight detail could be retained at the top of the head. I do enjoy the presentation, Matt. I think it's handled well, and it's nice, clean. It accents the image.
Yeah, I'd be with you on the presentation, except that black wide thing is just that again becomes the area of highest contrast other than the top of the head. So maybe if that was just, toned back down to, in between the black and the gray that's in the actual mat, I think that would help it out a little bit too.
Wanna Dance, 81 or 91, sorry.
I was going to say this one scored big.
Yeah, yeah, and well deserved. So imaginative, colorful, whimsical, delightful. Just everything you want it to be as far as, using someone's imagination and making something creative. I think there could have been a little bit more work done on the shadows. They seem to me to be a little inconsistent. They're very sharp on the figure to the left and more diffuse on the figure to the right. But, nitpicking again, I think there's a lot of great stuff going on here.
Yeah, I was over the moon on it. To be quite honest, I thought it was incredibly creative. Speak, Mark, speak.
You can do it, Mark.
It's
You
getting
can
late
do
in the
it.
day. But it's highly imaginative. I see light and shadow and depth. But one thing, after the judging though, I would want to tone down those catch lights a bit. They just need to be subtle. They don't need to be screaming at you. And especially the one on the left where the lady's supposedly in the shadow a little bit, that should be toned down a little bit more.
Yeah, in addition to the shadows, maybe being a little more attention to the shadows, just a little more shape and form on these really cool figures.
Yeah, super fan of the image. I'm just jealous because this is just so massively creative to see something out of these flowers. Well done.
Companion, 82.
Another cool image. So yeah, the color just jumps out in the subjects. It's very interesting. When I first looked at the image, I'm thinking, oh, well, they really screwed up on the bird on the left because they left these 4 chunks out that are missing. And then I had to quickly look at the guide image and was like, oh, okay, that's part of the bird. That's fine. I think the branch is interesting. For me, I thought it was creative. I know others didn't quite feel as strong about it, but I like the curves of it. I thought it added a lot of interest to me. And then we've got a colorful background that lends itself well to the image.
Yeah, and I was one that was not quite enamored of the branches, and only because the contrast on them in getting the shape and form, we have such a highlight on the top and so dark on the bottom, and yet that light is not on the bird. So I think that's the real dichotomy that was causing me some grief.
Yeah, you guys covered it.
Yep, same here.
My natural smile, 79.
Yeah, really close. Yeah, unfortunately, it just whatever the painting technique that was, and I don't know if the original image was maybe out of focus or maybe there's a little camera shake, but in general, this critter looks like he just got really soft and out of focus as opposed to getting a lot of shape and form from a painting technique.
Yeah, I think that was where it missed for me too, is that, you look at the original and, this being is super sharp actually in that original. And then you look at the painting and it just loses that clarity. But enjoying that little expression on his face.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases where we're caught in between genres. We have eyes that look fantastical and kind of out of this world and very almost cartoonish or characteristic. And then the rest of it is almost realistic, but not quite. So I think you kind of have to either go for it, go all the way and get really painted, or go realistic and just enhance what's there.
Yeah, I think it's cool. It's imaginative. But the color balance in the eyes just it had that scary, eerie look to it where I think that could have been toned down quite a bit.
She healed her scars in gold and growth.
Yeah, we really, I think as a team here enjoyed this image. What was the score?
Oh, sorry, 85.
Yeah, so we moved this into the excellent category when we challenged, and there's a lot to love here. We, at the end of the day, we started to feel like some of the comments were that it felt a little unfinished, and then of course the compression that happens in recline, is carried over into this leaning against the tree. Some areas I think that I had brought up were the back of the Achilles. There's kind of that dark line there, and then the tips of the toes that don't end up feeling finished. The other thing is I think artistically, we were appreciating the transparency and sort of the overlay of art on top of this, photorealistic scene. So very creative, very different and unique image that most of us really hadn't seen.
Yeah, really cool image, really interesting style. I'm enjoying the color combination very much. One thing that was brought up by the judges not here today is that the original, she was lying on the floor, which makes a different profile for her backside than it would if she were standing. And once you realize that, it's really hard to not see that anymore, that her butt's kind of bunched up a little higher than it should be. I also would have appreciated seeing a little more wrapping of the texture around her body, but that's artist's choice.
Yeah, when this image came up, very creative piece, very unique to my eyes. So, it really commanded my attention. I thought it was a great use of color with the textures and all. It's hard for me to second guess the maker of such a creative image, but I think what I might have consider doing was to soften some of these blues, and maybe just slightly blurred them and maybe reduce some of the opacity just so that it blended in a little bit more. But it's just such a wonderful fantasy piece, and I think the maker, I think they should continue to work on it a little bit more and really see how far they can reach with this image.
Yeah, I think this can go really, really far. I feel a very Japanese aesthetic with the overlay of some of the textures there. But for example, that one blue flower just is so strong. And again, if they were wrapped with I forget what the technique is, but with a brain dead, Ella,
Warping,
yeah, well, no, warping or
liquefy,
nope, the other one.
um,
Anyway, it's
displacement.
yeah, a map. if you can map those things around there, and I think that that would really make this thing go through the roof, but beautifully done as it is.
Soulmate, 82.
Who's up?
Ella?
Am I? Okay. Yeah, cute little birds here, enjoying them quite a bit. I am not seeing really good contact shadows. It's kind of getting lost in a lot of the stuff down there, but I'm also seeing very flat eyes. And I know birds' eyes are different, but they are spheres as well as ours. So I want to see some differentiation between the sides and the tops and the bottoms of the eyes and shading there. So that's one thing that I would look for.
Yeah, I think the subject matter is nicely, handled and composed. I agree with the eyes. I think they're just, they're just jumping out and they need a little more form to it. Within the image, I see some spotting on the right-hand side of the background. I think that could be cleaned up. Down at the bottom of the presentation within the stroke line, I see a horizontal line that shouldn't be there. When I look at the presentation, Matt, I see a break in the line where the third guide image is. So, things that need to be addressed and cleaned up.
Yeah, overall, nice feel. I think that the color of this presentation and the way it was put together complements and lets us drive straight into the image itself.
Yeah, I agree with the comments made, but boy, this has so much potential moving forward. So, take care of the things mentioned, and this has great potential.
Jungle Gem, 96.
Yeah, so this was very well received, obviously, by the panel. It's wonderful color balance. We have wonderful flow with the branches. It's composed well. It's lit well. Next.
Beauteous is what comes to thing. The jewel tones on this with the turquoise against the green and the way the light just kind of comes through. This just has such a really nice feel to it. And sometimes one just as a thought, when you're showing your reference images, if you've shot something against a white background, sometimes it's not a bad idea to go ahead and do the clipping and not have that white there, because then that becomes the area of highest contrast.
Oh yeah, that's a really good tip. I'd have to say that it was hard to look away from this image. So even though those white, guide images were down there in a pretty sizable way and a bright way, I was so enamored with his parrot that I didn't really get dragged down there. But yeah, that is a dangerous thing to do, to have those giant white, boxes down there to pull your eye. Wowza on the tones in this image. It's just so pleasing and lovely to look at, and I'll leave that there.
It is one of my favorite images of the day. This is absolutely stunning.
A king
We
and
stole your thunder, Ella.
A king and his queen, 82.
Yeah, a very interesting way to put together. I feel like this could go to a next level, because the lion itself and the lioness, or the lion itself is like really, really beautifully done. The lioness may be a little bit too heavy contrast in comparison to the lion, and then that foreground with the grass in comparison with what's in the background. I'm just like, it's just so busy.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. And it's interesting in this case, the presentation is almost so narrow, and then you've got that very, very bright stroke line that really kind of competes with the bright sky. It actually kind of pulled me out of there. So just wanted to make that comment on the presentation too.
Yeah, exactly my feelings as well. The lioness is just too contrasting and is pulling my attention away. She should be basically a support character to that massive, beautiful lion, I think, in this case, and I'm a feminist, so it hurts to say that, but
When I look at the image by its the finished image, the lioness looks pretty natural to the scene. So I think the maker did a pretty good job on that. However, what I would consider doing is maybe moving her forward just a little bit, giving a little more shadow between her and the lion. I think that would be helpful. The contrast was talked about. I think that could be addressed as well, and maybe some of the brightness in the sky just reduced a little bit, so it's not all about the color in the sky, that it's more about the animals in the scene.
Motherhood, 81.
Yeah, I thought this was such a great transition from where it started. You have that beautiful look on this little, child's face looking at mama. And you look at the original and the mom is, in a t-shirt and shorts, looking, very casual, and the family's all looking at each other. So cute original shot, but the transition, especially of mama from, the original to this, is very spectacular. So well done, adding the dress and painting all that in. And I thought, you still have the texture in the sand that shows, all the footprints from all the walking, so I thought that was really well done too. Don't mind the deckled edge, but there are some sharp kind of corners on that presentation. And I feel like it's just a little incongruent with the softness of the deckled edge there.
yeah, it's a little bit on the primitive side, the styling, which is fine. It's all consistent, which is great. The one thing that really I would like to see is a little bit more of a contact shadow under mom's dress. We can't really see the little girl's feet, so that's fine, but we are seeing the bottom edge of mom's dress, so there should be a contact shadow there and a little bit more care in how you create the shadow.
Yeah, wonderful before and after. I think the maker did quite a lot to create this scene. It looks believable, even without seeing the guide image. You'd think this was a normal capture. Where my concern is the color balance in the faces and the skin tones as well. We look at the child. The child looks very gray, almost underexposed for the face area, and then the mom's got some gray splashes too, like on the cheek line, the nose, even the forehead. So just little things that I think could help improve upon the image.
Yeah, one thought compositionally would be, let's not be bullseye. If they moved over to the right just a little bit, I think there would be a lot more movement with your eye around the image. Beautifully done.
Majestic, 82.
Must be me if it's quiet.
I was going to say, Ella, come on.
There you go. Nice job of bringing back that wing. My gosh, that was a lot of repair work to do on that right wing, camera right wing. They've done a nice subtle job of painting this bird and adding some color into the eyes. I think again, you want to be careful about lighting and make sure you've got enough of a pop there. There's a little bit of a light pattern here, but maybe just a little bit more since it's painting and you've got control over everything.
Yeah, just wonderful initial impact. Color palette looks nice throughout the image. I agree. I think you could add a little more light and dimension. Shadowing on the side of on the right-hand side, I think would be helpful. And then I look at the branch, and the branch has got a lot of, the treatment just comes across as being like a motion blur through it all. I wish it was a little bit more sharp so it would match the bird's feathers and it would have more consistency to it.
Yeah, the breast and the head of the bird is absolutely spectacular. As was mentioned, bringing back those feathers was really a great job. And the rest has been mentioned already.
Yeah, I did want to point out that the little red marks at the edge of the right frame, I don't know what those are, but and then if you look on the left side of the background, you know how sometimes when you drag your brush stroke It creates those little track patterns. It looks like there's a bit of that happening on the left side of the frame. So just wanted to point those out, and also below the branch on the left side, kind of left mid.
Good eye.
Bad Hair Day, 83.
So yeah, wonderful title, cute storytelling. Definitely got a chuckle. So we've got our 3 guide images here and our finished product. We do have quite a lot of technique that's on the flowers themselves, which look like they're pretty well handled. When we come down to the stems, just focusing on the center stem, we've got some black lines, transfer lines on the left-hand side. So, the stems are part of the flowers too, so they need treatment and consistency as well.
Yeah, consistency of that light as well, because it's sort of coming down from the top, but the center one is showing the light's coming from the left, and then the image that's of the flower that's on the left is showing the light coming from the right. So we need to be careful about that. And then in the background of those harsh edges in creating that modeled background.
Yeah, Bob, that's where I was going to hone in too, is actually the way that background has the just sort of really sharp delineated, almost like stamped, areas. So that's easily solved.
Nothing to add. Good job.
8 Steps to Nirvana, 78.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where it's a really nice scene, and we have made some tremendous changes, but ultimately it feels like we didn't quite pull it all together. It's like the stones have been gone from having detail to not having detail, and so that white step into the thing really holds back.
Yeah, and I'm looking kind of at the brush stroke style, and it's sort of interestingly applied like across the rocks too. It almost this may not be the case, but it almost feels a little bit like a topaz painting style was applied or something. And so then it starts to feel like, well, that's not going to be enough, right, to make this a merit art piece. And so, whether that's true or not, it just starts to feel a little bit that way. And then there's sort of that center area with the small ferns kind of coming up from the ground that don't have any real painterly treatment at all on it. So I just, a few little things like that.
Yeah, it's a very choppy painting style, and we're losing a lot of detail in various places that kind of leaves us wanting in a way. So I think aside from the other comments, I think that the white pinstripe as well isn't helping it, or light green, I guess that is. Maybe tone that down a bit, but I think it's a little like the rules of PPA, where we want it either full of character or really pretty. And this is kind of falling in that middle ground of the choppiness is not quite aesthetically pleasing as we are often used to looking at.
Yeah, I thought the technique overall, thought it was consistent, although, I might not have been a fan of it. And then I looked beyond that technique, and then it's like, okay, well, I look at that third rock in, it's blown out a highlight on top of the rock. And then there's some areas further in that are losing detail as well. And that's fully in command of the maker, and I just kind of fell short for me.
I have toes.
Yeah.
Who's
Wait,
up here?
I think it's me. That's
Okay.
such a title. And can you tell
Oh,
me?
and it scored an 84.
Yeah, so this is such a cute title. And I think it works really well with this pose that you captured. Interesting to put all of this in an indoor scenario with a mouse and this, I think it's like a secretary bird or something. It's sort of like a Tina Turner hairstyle. Love it, love it. but you know, having it in this indoor scene is sort of disconcerting. Um, and I'm trying to sort of put together the light pattern that's sort of coming from the right and think about what is that light coming from, since it's now an indoor scenario. It sort of works overall. I mean, you know, it made into that top end of the merit category. Certainly, I think we all liked it. Just trying to make sense of it being indoor, and it's an awfully tight crop there.
Yeah, really cute image, nice storytelling here. I'm a little worried about that white eye. It's not in the guide image. I don't know what this bird's eyes are supposed to look like, but it just doesn't look like it's quite natural. I also really want to see some contact shadows. Our mouse is floating and our bird doesn't look quite as floaty, but there aren't really good contact shadows along a lot of those toes as well.
Yeah, I agree with your comments. I like the daring composition. I thought it was interesting. I really like that one little flick of a feather up top there, the one that's highlighted. I think that's a nice touch right there. But that frickin' eye is just, it's screaming so bright and it's in a shadow area. And it's like, how the heck is that possible?
Yeah. So a lot of really good painting going on there. Compositionally, I'm feeling like maybe this shouldn't be quite so far to the right. If we just kind of scooted the bird to the left a little bit, or even cropped in from the left to allow that to be in there. Again, the eye would move around. It feels like, even though the bird's head is off to the right there, it feels like a very central composition. Nice presentation, though. That all works and supports the color tones that you have inside. How about we take a break?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yes.
3.42 minutes.
Do we know where we are, Lori?
Yes, we are 85% complete. So we are the second closest to being done of the 4 panels.
Okay.
But they
done
gave us
100
more.
Well, we've already done those.
I know, but they gave us more.
But we have already done those. So we've completed 178 out of 209 images.
Okay. Terrific.
Beautiful.
I think
Thank
we're
you.
good. Uh-huh.
hope my phone holds up.
Me too, Bob.
E3, Bob.
Yeah, I switched over to the phone link. So I'm surprised it's holding up as well as it is with as much information as we're moving.
Mm. Mm.
Main internet is still blinking in and out.
Wow. Yeah, we got lots of rain today, but not huge high winds, so.
Let's see, we got me, Ella, and Lori.
Okay, so I guess when we got those additional images, it didn't update our total count. So we have finished 117 out of 219 because we got 10 extra images. So yeah, you were kind of right, Bob. We
What?
got 10 more, we got more.
Yeah.
So, but we've already looked at
We're-
them, but
Love,
Okay. So-
love, love. Love,
where are we?
love, love, love.
Really, Mark? Really?
Do you want the score? I'm keeping the love score.
It's
Yes,
easy.
please. Throw a little love score out here.
Ta-da.
Mark 1, Julie 1, Ella 1.
Yep.
Well,
All
you haven't been
need
counting
is
right.
Drugs,
No,
love.
that's what I've got too.
Bum, ba-da-da-da.
You guys have missed a lot.
Let's roll.
okay.
Yep, we're all back. Let's
Is Julie
party.
back? Julie.
Julie?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry.
Crimson Cascade 82.
Ella.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this one yesterday. Really cool image, vibrant, good colors. Maybe a bit too much color for some of the judges in the trombone section. I'm assuming that's a trombone, French horn, maybe.
French horn.
Whatever it is, it's cool and it's got great shape. Maybe too much color for some judges. I kind of liked it. The problem I saw was the color, the lighting direction on the roses did not match. We've got light coming from the left in some roses, and one rose we've got light coming from the right and light coming from the top in another rose. So that's something to be really aware of.
I like the use of color in the musical instrument, but I did have the same concerns with the lighting direction.
Yep, you guys have touched it.
Yep, that was the thing that held it from moving higher and higher.
You Little Thief 92.
Yeah, wow. Wonderful, wonderful color, really hits you. Incredible creativity. We look at what the maker started with. They created the ant from scratch. The use of color ties in the ant with the bird, and I really like the treatment on the feet.
Well, the treatment on the feet feels like cactus that has been left out to dry. Gosh, the fact that the maker was able to change the top feathers into flowers, and then that little nasty ant coming to steal it. Really well done.
Yeah, clever storytelling that connects back to the title. The plumes, on the bird's head are so well done. With every little brush stroke, those tiny brush strokes, they're so good. And the ant being drawn from scratch, super, super duper.
We did have a couple concerns about lighting consistency in this one as well. The light on the larger bird seems to be coming from the left, maybe upper left a little bit. The light on the piece of stolen feathers seems to be coming from above, and then those don't match the shadows under the bird particularly well. So just, that's one of those key things you've got to watch for. But really delightful, really good technique on this otherwise, and we all enjoyed it.
Palm Queen, 85. Yeah.
Surely do enjoy.
me? Is this me?
Okay.
Sorry. I just talked, so I didn't think it could be. Yeah, really amazingly imaginative image. I've never seen someone use palm fronds like this before. Just so creative and interesting. The glow of light coming from in between those upper palms and hitting her in her face and making her glow like that is just dynamite. Uh, I'll let everyone else talk.
Yeah, the creativity is strong. I like how they gave the added dimension to it. I did have some concerns about the background being inconsistent in texture on the right.
Yeah, other than those small concerns, this whole piece, including the reference images, just all comes together well. If I have one critique of those reference images, maybe bring them together a little bit rather than having so much space in between, kind of like squeeze them all toward the center. I think that would be a little bit stronger, but the light that was built into this is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a spectacular and unique image. I struggled a little bit with the background. So it gets, sort of smushy around the palms and around her dress, and then gets very, very textured at a pretty quick drop off between those two things. So you might take a look at those. And then I see repeating patterns. You've got a repeating pattern at the very top right, kind of two in a row there. And then also you've got these little letter J's that kind of go down the right side closer to the frame. So I definitely see repeating patterns there. So you might want to take a look and go in and nab those and clean that up.
Okay, Elf on the Shelf, 80.
This is you, Bob.
Okay, Elf on the Shelf. When I look at this guy, the concept is kind of fun. The extractions are pretty nice. I'm not seeing any weird lines. Where it fell a little bit short for me was in the handling of the shadows. Gosh, sometimes it's really tough to get the shadows right, and they just feel like they got too deep on this. Although they did give us some depth and dimension, it didn't quite feel the reality in there.
This is hilarious. I mean, really, I just, the guy who posed for the elf, his expression is so, he's so happy. He's so happy to be an elf there. Yeah, I really appreciate this. I think I'm gonna have to be trying to do this for my Christmas card this next year. It's so clever.
Yeah, it was funny. I had to DQ myself yesterday because I was there when that was shot, the elf's part. But it's delightful to see it all come together as a composite. I hope you had a chance to read the titles on the books because they're all totally in sync with what's going on in the scene. And the lighting is beautiful on the elf and really nice job.
Yeah,
Next
it's
image.
funny. Just a brief one. It's funny that you mentioned the type because that's the part that kind of held me back where I thought it was very clever, creative. When I look at the type on the right, Christmas bells and the ultimate gift, I think that's handled great. But then when I go in the upper left with the Christmas Chronicles, and some of the other types, they don't appear as finished. They're just looks like type just thrown on. So I think that could be worked on a little bit.
My Outer Critic, 83.
This me.
Yes, Julie.
So this is clever, and I mean a lot of work went into capturing the original images to get that reflection looking back, in a different way than so that she's got that reflection kind of looking at her as she's creating her art piece. And then I was actually trying to figure out how, like that, like for instance, that fourth image over us, trying to figure out how is that even in the image? Like what part of that is being used? And maybe, oh, it's the hand. It's the hand brush. Okay. Yeah. So it takes a minute to actually figure out where each of these pieces are being used in the image. But it's creative. A lot of work definitely went into capturing all the pieces and compositing these together in a realistic way.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot too. And the whole idea of the concept is really interesting and amazing. I think I would have had the hand in focus if I had done it. I'm not sure why we're so out of focus there. And with the fact that it's a painting, you can control all that. I also find the roll of fabric, I guess it's supposed to be a curtain behind her. It's a little out of the color range of everything else and kind of a little bit disruptive to the flow of things in my humble opinion.
I like how they brought the composition together. I think it's handled very well, quite believable. And yeah, with that hand in the foreground that's holding on to the paintbrush, I just wish there was a little more contrast on it. It just appears flat in nature. And I think the maker could have improved upon that.
Yeah, when the hand has been mentioned, but the hand is very close to the painting that's right in front. And if it was in more focus, then we'd be kind of probably dinking that. Maybe a little bit more of that same style of painting on that would, tone that down and make it feel more part of the whole part of the whole.
Sun salutation, 80.
It's interesting to
Ella.
try and remember what the image is from just the title, and I'm never right. So the lighting on this is just really, really pretty, beautiful lighting from the side there. I'm enjoying the scene that the bird is being placed in. Really interesting image. The one thing that I'm kind of wondering about is the leg that's missing the foot and why we're still missing it. Because they've softened up the brown so much that it almost doesn't make sense that we're missing the foot anymore. So I think be careful when you take a subject out of one place where it makes sense that you're not seeing a part of it and putting it in another place where it kind of doesn't make sense that we're not seeing it.
I like what the maker has done with the background, how they've introduced it. The color balance in the background part of it is handled well. The white smoke, though, I think if they changed the color balance a little bit more warm to it, I think it would have been a little bit more effective. To the left-hand side, close to the border, I'm seeing a couple of repeating patterns brushstroke wise, so I think they could be addressed as well. And also underneath that left wing.
Yeah, I thought it was quite strange how we went from a great blue heron to whatever this critter is here. It's but the maker did it far enough so that it didn't feel like, oh, they didn't paint the great blue heron well. They've recreated this creature that's in here, and I thought they did a really nice job.
Get to the gray tones, in the bird. I thought that this presentation choice was smart. I thought the purple tones actually worked really well, kind of like the gray, and then they sort of had that purple foreground as well. Agree with the comments about the missing foot. I also wanted to point out on the right wing, you've got some lines. I guess they're like sticks in the trees that almost look like they're like coming out of the wing. And I'm not sure I see that in the original, trees behind the bird. So that might be able to be cleaned up too.
Santa Fe, 375.
Yeah, so very interesting, taking the ordinary snapshot, we'll call it that, of the train, and then making something different out of it. So I like this color posterized type of treatment to it, but it's more than that. They've got nice textures painted throughout, and it's interesting. It's got that little neon effect as well.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. This made it to the merit, correct?
Yes, sorry, 81.
Okay, yeah. And sometimes when you go totally black as your background and you're just kind of, sticking the rest of the image on there, it doesn't work. But in this particular case, because we have such electric colors and tones, I think it works well.
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add. I just thought it was a very cool image.
Yeah, it's really fun, and just the abstraction that was done, it was done really well.
Ruthless Raptor, 83.
Yeah, this is like we've got we've done a nice job in pulling the eagle out from behind the fence that it's in behind. The extraction looks good. It's kind of freaky because it's almost like we've got a flip, or I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's the head has gotten, it feels like it's gotten wider and bigger. But that's part of the freaky look. I'm kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, I thought this was, really well done for getting this extracted, getting that fence out of the way, and creating this creature, and all the feathers, coming down from the head, are super furry. So it creates almost a friendly feeling in contrast to that, the evil eyes that it's got, and it's got kind of catch light on the left, not much on the right, but a little bit, enough. But it's almost like a split lighting situation. And I look at the original, and the original has more of a Rembrandt approach, where you get just a little light on the right side of the head, and that's sort of missing for me in the final image.
Yeah, it is kind of super creepy in a way, but really interesting. The one thing I kind of wished for is the way the feathers taper down on the right shaded side isn't continued on the left and in the center. So we don't really have a feeling that they're feathers. They kind of turn into furry locks rather than feathers there. So it just felt to me like it wasn't wrong. It wasn't quite right. So.
Well, I can explain that. It's just also with the expression too. The bird's just had a bad hair day, and that's why the bird's so angry. I just agree with all the comments. I think it's a wonderful piece. I think they did a great job coming up with that start image and making a merit-worthy image out of it.
The Proud Survivor, 81.
Yeah, this is very similar, I think, to the other image we saw. They put a similar composite with that similar tree, and look, and it's so cool. It has that just real silvery, shiny, kind of feeling here. So enjoy it quite a bit. We mentioned in the other one that the guide images are super large, and it's the same thing here. They can be definitely, I think, resized so that you focus a lot more on the final image.
Yeah, interesting lighting, interesting scenery, very interesting way that they've handled the black and white, kind of with that warm brown tone going on in there. And that crazy little tree with it almost looks like a top knot. Really clever use of taking the feathers, the leaves off of the original tree, but reshaping them all. So a lot of work there, but I think quite successful.
Yeah, nice creative piece. It does echo the other image that we saw earlier. So just the strategy to the maker is I wouldn't flood the market with 2 or 3 or 4 of them in one competition, because it starts to lose some of the unique impact. Next.
Yep,
Back
it's been said.
off. Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Next image.
I'm in next, Bob.
Did you want to say anything, Bob?
Next image is what I was saying.
Back off, 85.
Ooh, drama. I love it. Great drama in this, great impact, great definition, and all of those feathers, a lot of painting work here done. And I'm enjoying it a great deal. Again, I think the eyes could use rounding rather than they're kind of striated rather than being spherical. So I think just a little more work on the eyes and maybe a little deeper shadow under the brow, the top of the eye, to kind of even make it look more menacing, and possibly even more shadow under the beak.
Yeah, I like the technique. I like the use of black and white in this image. It's very powerful. I think the beak could use a little more work highlight on it, and then also some straightening. It gets a little ripply towards the end of it though, and that's just like a little concern to me.
Yeah, just take care where it starts to fall off into the depth of the field where it falls off, because we've up top we've covered it, but underneath the beak it doesn't, it feels like it could have been a little bit sharper down there. And heads up for that super hard stroke.
None of us are talking well right now, are we?
Punchy. Yeah, underneath the beak, I was going to mention that too. And it's that transition, the fall off, that it's like such a sharp transition from sort of in focus to completely out of focus. So I think it's just that transition work. And then on the bottom left, right as you're going out of the frame here, it looks a little patchy, like there's a couple little highlight spots, and those will need to be cleaned up.
Ready to hatch, 85.
Yeah, wow. So, color just screams at you. Nicely handled though. The composition is handled quite well with the two subjects. And then we've got the nest right there. The nest almost appears low that it's kind of leaning tilted toward me. Maybe that's just me. But I really enjoy what the maker has done when I look at the two images, how the flow of the hair has changed. They both have personality now. Yeah, here we go talking again. And we've got that branch that kind of dissects it. Maybe the composition, they're kind of centered. Maybe they could have been brought down a little bit lower in the frame.
Yeah, and that nest is tilted towards you because otherwise you'd never see the eggs inside there. And the hatch is the main subject that's going on there. Nice rendering and artwork from the maker.
Yeah, lots of little patches on the presentation. So some of that texture ends up kind of pulling the eyes, distractions.
Yep, nothing to add.
Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies, 79.
Is that me?
Thanks, Bob.
It is me. Okay. Yeah, there's it's lovely subject matter and a lot of very interesting things going on. For me, this is just whereas the maker has tried to give us depth and dimension, there's no singular direction of light, and that tends to flatten everything out. I think this has a lot of potential, but as it sits, it's fallen just a little bit short for me.
Yeah, when I look at this, you start to look for I always want the maker to drive me, what they want me to look at. And this doesn't feel like something I should wander around. It feels like I should have some center of interest. Nothing's right in focus. Everything is soft. So, I do have kind of the harsh white highlight around each petal. So again, it sort of feels like I should focus on one of them, but I can't and I don't. And so, yeah, it's a miss for me.
Yeah, same here. And there's like a really obvious painting mistake, I would call it, in that white flower that's more prominent than the other ones, in that the petal on the right comes down, almost hits the next petal, and then comes up again. So it's not differentiated between that petal and the next petal. It looks like there's two petals kind of Siamese twinned together. Yeah, we've got such a disconnect with lighting and dimension not being there and just not continuously flowing throughout.
Yeah, so just one more suggestion is maybe adding one more element, such as something like a ladybug on either the purple one in the center or the white one towards the center. And that way we'd have a more definitive center of interest.
Family Ties, 82.
This is so sweet. I mean, it's such a great concept. The original thumbnail there isn't actually, too far off from the final painting here. Lots of addition of color and things in the eyes that match the background. I do think, you know, to use Mark's phrase, color. This is so, you know, and on the color wheel, the yellow and the blue, you know, that's great contrast, but it starts to become just a little unbelievable. That color blue is so vibrant. You know, so for me, I'd back off just a hair on that. And then the presentation is a little distracting with the very wide stroke.
Yeah, I think also there's a disconnect in style here. As I'm looking at it, the feathers don't appear to be very painted at all, if at all. But then we've got the very Disney-esque eyes with the eyelashes, which we don't see anywhere except in cartoon world, in birds at least. And I think there needs to be more continuity in style. If you're going to paint one area and make it really fantastical, do it to everything.
I really enjoy the accents of the flowers to the branch. I think they're handled quite well. But two things, throttle down the color of the eyes and throttle down the color of the sky.
It's disguise. Yeah, in addition, I think the presentation was done nice. That drop shadow that's underneath the top image does give good separation, and that inner shadow separates out and gives more of a finished look to the reference images, which is always a good thing in my opinion.
America's Cat's Got Talent, 83.
Yeah, shadows, people, shadows. That the characters are fun, the storyline is fun. It's always fun to make fun of the America's Got Talent. Who doesn't enjoy that? But we don't have contact shadows. We don't have any difference in density on those shadows, so they don't make sense.
America's Got Fleas. So you know, I think it's a really cute concept, and I'd encourage the maker to continue working on this image. When I look at, I love their expressions. That's twice for me today. The catatonics, that's really cute. I think that signage needs to be worked on a little bit more, maybe more of a period sign, you know, antique wise. I really enjoy the cats in the audience, but the cat on the left-hand side, the gray one, he's got a sharp black line along the side of his head. So, you know, things Ella talked about the shadows, you know, just keep working on it.
Yeah, I mean, the term that I use for this kind of thing is the reality within the fantasy. And one of the places you can learn about shadows is to go online and say, how do I draw shadows? Or how do I paint shadows? And you'll find tons of different words for them and how they should react and how they look. You've heard Ella mention many times today about contact shadows, and then there's reflected shadows and light that reflects back out of it. And it makes a huge difference in how these are perceived.
The panel nailed it. Nothing to add.
Self-inflicted, 85.
Whose turn?
Mark.
You
Okay. I'm all clustered and flustered. So yeah, I mean, strong impact. And then it's like, what am I looking at? And do I have to understand it? No, I don't have to understand it. I enjoy it though. It's just, you know, it's the version of being tied up and strapped, and it's a central composition as well. So I like what's going on in the middle, but then we've got the areas off to the right-hand side and left-hand side that become distracting to me, especially the brightness on the left.
Yeah, I'm sort of, you know, in agreement with what you just said. I don't have anything to add on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, this model was a real trooper. I'm looking at the originals. You know, and so definitely an interesting concept. And I had that same feeling, Mark, of like, what is happening? Maybe I don't need to understand what's happening. Why is this self-inflicted? So I did struggle a little bit with the story. So just wanted to point out that that's, you know, at least 2 jurors on the panel that kind of went, I'm not sure I understand this. So there might be a better, you know, title or something that helps tie together the story.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool story. I kind of got it right away. I think we could crop way in. We don't need a lot of that real estate on the edges and even maybe make it a vertical, or at least,
Mm.
quite a bit.
Mhm.
It bugs me just a little bit that she's every bit symmetrical except for the hand on camera, right? And we can't really, it looks like maybe she's tied there or something, but we can't see it enough to tell. So either give me the information to tell me why it isn't symmetrical or make it symmetrical is my feeling about that.
Lori?
Next.
Sorry, whatever, 86.
What do you mean, whatever? Don't try to talk
Whatever.
like that,
What kind
Ty.
of attitude is
Sorry, I
that?
have people texting me and
Okay.
somebody walking around my house very loudly.
Okay, that's you, Mark.
No, you, Bob.
No, it's
Oh,
you,
it's me.
Mark. I did
It's
the
you,
last.
Mark. All
You
right,
want me to
I'll go.
start this?
It's you, Bob.
Okay.
Gee,
Well, okay, we're getting a little punchy.
We are
What was the score on this, Lori?
86.
Thank you.
86. Yeah, definitely. I, felt this was in the excellent category as well. Great extraction of the birds from the image. Really enjoy how the background was pulled together and the jewel tones and the purple tones mixed in with the others. This one just really works, and the title, with the bird's open mouth, anthropomorphizes the whole scene for us.
Yeah, there's so much well done about this. But I will point out a couple things. One is on the left bird's tail, on the left part of the tail, there's a little smudgy area kind of coming down from the background, and it looks like a little black line halo. I'd go in there and just clean that bottom left tail up just a bit and make sure it's super polished. And then again, those little hard edges on the background, almost like clouds, right? Like they're a little hard edged. I don't know. I go back and forth on whether those might be softened up just a bit. And then that wide white stroke, like the inner mat. I don't know if it needs to be that, that wide there.
Yeah, I rejoice in, delight in, and savor, I don't L word, the color palette here. It's absolutely wonderful. And I agree the tails could use just a little bit of tweaking, but otherwise really well done. We've seen some branches that aren't quite so successful. This one seems very realistic, but very, very fitting in the scene.
love, love, love. It's been said.
Next image, please.
Half human, 85 or 80, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm especially looking at this bottom thumbnail image and appreciating the original portrait is gorgeous of that woman. And so it's super sharp. It has all this lighting and dimension. When you bring it up here to this very cool concept, and it really is, you start to lose that clarity. It just starts to end up getting a little jumbled and noisy. So I was enjoying that original portrait of her so much. I also didn't understand the stroke line. It just sort of is halfway, and then there's that gray line that goes through the guide images. So those are just distractions, that put me out of that creative image.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the texture works really well in the machinery on her face. We just lose so much of the shape of her face. And we've got that dark line coming down along the profile there that just separates her from the background, but not in a natural kind of feeling way at all. So I think I might work on adding some more dimension back into her face so she's got some nice shadowing, and maybe work with opacity or something as far as melding her with machinery. But really cool idea, really cool concept.
Yeah, I really enjoy the creative nature of the image. To add along with the other comments being made, when we've got all the cogs in the back of her head, it's in a dark area. Above that, we've got a really bright area. I think if you kind of brought that dark area along the edge of the image and brought the lighter area towards the middle of the image, I think it would be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, in the presentation, I'm seeing this is a bevel and emboss that has only gotten down mostly on the bottom, a little bit on the side. Need to spread the shadow out that comes from a bevel and emboss so that it gets around the entire image if you're going to use that. I highly don't recommend using bevels and emboss until you really get to feel how to show, do the separation for your entire image.
My gentle side, 79.
Yeah, nice subject here. Interesting pose, if you want to call it that. I think it just has an overall feeling of softness that's too soft. We're not getting enough light direction. We're not getting enough oomph here. And it looks like the original actually has a little bit more. But the way we're looking at it here, it just seems a little too flat.
Yeah, nice color balance overall. I like the background. It blends into the image nicely. However, when I look at the hair, I think the hair on the right-hand side's kind of handled well, but the hair towards the back of the neck area, it's very choppy. So I think more work needs to be handled in that area. I think make it just a little bit more realistic. The further we get down, the choppier it gets.
Yeah, might want to look at slightly different crop, really come in from that right side and give us a nice vertical. I think that would, add, keep your eye in the image. The negative space, I don't think is helping this out.
Oh, that's a good tip. There. And on the back of the flamingo, right up against the frame, you see kind of a white line along his back.
0 hoots given, 84.
I'm lost. It's me, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, cool concept, creative, nice addition to that little owl on the left. The hat looks very believable on the little baby, and even on the adult it looks well. The tie's handled well. Um okay, so ooh, the um the lighting direction looks pretty nice. I'll stop and move on to the next
Yeah,
person.
really interesting, fun, kicky image. And yeah, I'll mention the lighting because we have that lighting coming really strong from the back and that left, and it's showing going on the birds themselves. But then when you come across on the front of the moss or whatever it is that's hiding their feet, which is really smart, by the way. So then you don't have to worry about those contact shadows there. But there's just way too many highlights in there to be in that shadow area or an inconsistent neighborhood that way.
Yeah. Can I have the title again?
0
Don't give a
hoots
hoot.
given.
Okay, 0 hoots given. Yeah, that's super cute. I was trying to, I'm enjoying the relationship between Papa Owl and Baby Owl. And the way the baby owl's really looking up at that father, sort of a look of adoration. And the father is, yeah, he's not giving two hoots about that look of adoration. But I was trying to with the storytelling. And so I guess it's the dad that doesn't give two hoots. He's not having a good time. But yeah, cute relationships, little story there.
Yep, you guys covered it.
Preening to perfection, 83.
Bob, I think.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, then I'll go. And it was an 83. I'd have come up a little bit shy there. I was in the non-merit category for this. And I enjoy how the bird was, selected and brought out from the section there. But the tones in the whites and in the face of the bird, I feel, could really be helped by being printed down some more or painted down, as the case may be.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this image. I do see two things that I'll point out. Bottom left of the water, it almost appears to be like a circular shady area or something there. So I would take a look at that. And then, the color of the mat didn't really tie back to anything in the image. I mean, we do have the pink tones and maybe it does tie back somewhere, but overall, I felt like the purple was just sort of one shade off.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like we've lost detail on those white feathers that are kind of coming up. They're just looking very solid to me. So I get in there and add a little bit of detail, a little bit of fine detail in there as well.
I felt the composition was loose, would be what how I would describe it. I think it could be tightened up and cropped in tighter, be more effective. Bright, I think brightness could have been brought down. And lastly, strategically though, I'd be careful about using a word perfection in an image. It just kind of it at least for me, it doesn't sit well. It's almost like challenging you to find imperfection in an image. All right, I shouldn't have said that, but I said it.
No, that was a good, no, that was a good call. I get the same issue.
It's like I triple dog dare you.
Auckland, New Zealand, 75.
Yeah, so I look at the original image in this, and it's actually a really gorgeous scene here. And so you've got this lovely stormy sky in this original image. You've got lovely, sort of this deep blue ocean. And when I look at the translation to the art piece here, I've lost those things. I've lost the stormy sky, which I found interesting. I've lost detail in the buildings, which in the original I see. So everything's, I've got some blocked up areas like where the trees are supposed to be. I've lost the blue of the water. So a lot of actually what I found beautiful and lovely in that Auckland scene and the thumbnail, I feel like I've lost in the translation here.
Yeah, I mean, we've just got such a big block of black over there on the left that there's nothing there. And that is repeated in a few of the buildings. And when you're going graphic, we need enough to be able to interpret and not that much more. We're left with nothing to interpret in those big blocked up areas. So give us a little more information, even if you're going very graphic.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it the level of work done where I look at an image that's posterized and maybe inverted. I think the presentation's handled well. It ties in with the image, but I'd like to see more work done on the finished product.
It's been covered.
Date night, 86.
Yeah, fun image. Really good metamorphosis from the original images. The hat particularly done well. Really nice lighting pattern on that and really good detail in there. And that was done from scratch apparently. So really awesome job. Um, I had a little bit of an issue personally with the way that the fur is rolled down on the animal to the right because that's not really the way it's represented in the original image, and it just felt a little contrived possibly. And the other area where we had a lot of concern was the scarf didn't have the same dimension and tonal range as the hat did.
Yeah, I too thought it was a very creative piece. I mean, I looked at it as an artist interpretation with the subject on the right with the rolls. So that didn't impact me as much. But what does impact me quite a bit is this heavily textured, distracting presentation, Matt, that just go with something simple, similar to what your background is, and then the focus can stay in the image rather than all this stuff going on around it.
Yeah, if that background's toned down just a little bit more, even if it has that much texture, then we're going to get into the stay in the image a little bit more. I enjoyed the neck rolls, if you will. This is like high fashion, mink stole kind of thing that's, doing the neck thing. And yeah, it's not like it was presented, but the fur on the llamas doesn't look like the other fur as well. So I mean, it's all stylized and I thought done very well.
Yeah, it's interesting to get the subjective opinions on that, right? I enjoy it too, and especially because it's date night, and he's wearing a hat and scarf, so it seems like she needs like a muff around her neck or something. So I kind of enjoyed that look, and I mean, she changed her hairdo as well for date night, and yeah, I'm digging it. Nice, she's got a nice little spiky do. So overall, very fun image, lots of fun.
Just one more thing. There's a dark splotchy area behind the camera right ear of the one with the rolly neck, and it kind of goes down the side of her that doesn't look like it should be there. So just be careful of that.
Floating, look closely.
Oh,
Not this time of day, right?
Wow. Groovy. Yeah, it's really cool. What a trick of the eye, for that. So nice title. It leads you into this image, and it's good use of color. It's just a very neat concept. So kudos to the maker.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't look at it for long because it makes me want to erp. And it's, the fact that this thing moves all the time is an amazing bit of graphics and putting together, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been challenging myself to make it stop.
Oh, let's just look at it with one eye.
Yeah, one eye and
Oh,
one spot. If you can really focus in, it stops. But yeah, yeah. So anyway, I've been over here challenging myself with these different methods of making this stop. Very cool. It's absolutely freaky. You did it. You made us not be able to make this thing stop moving. Good job.
Yeah, all set.
I like flowers too. 81.
Yep, I'm just taking this one in. I really enjoy this one. I wanted to score it higher because it's one of those ones that just has that, that certain je ne sais quoi that just feels so cool. But then I kind of get distracted by the dead flower in the right hand corner, and that right hand corner just doesn't have that same quality as the rest of it. The turkey itself is really rendered well, and then as I mentioned before, that you might want to extract your images from a white background because they're the area of highest contrast. They're going all the way up and down the side, grabbing a lot of attention.
Yeah, the turkey is done really well, and it does have sort of an old timey feel to it. So I think the theming is good. I did struggle with that bottom right corner. And in fact, when I scored this was not a merit for me. I didn't challenge it down because I wavered. So but the wood piece in particular, you've got the flower, you've got the two sort of spin wheel flowers, and then that wood piece on top of those just feels sort of placed in, and I just didn't get it. So lots going on here, and so lots of distractions. Halos around the beak that I can see. And not a super fan of the double stroke line. Now, with that said, again, I wavered for the mirror because it does have this great theme. The turkey's rendered well, so there's a lot to really like about it too.
Yeah, I think if we were talking about getting rid of that right corner, we'd be in a whole different category. There's such a antique feeling about this. It feels very 1890s Victorian kind of feeling, over the top decorative, and even the colors kind of fit all in with that. So nice job. Just deal with the right corner.
yeah, the color palette really works for this image. I think that's handled well. However, the contrast to me is all over the place, where we've got sharp contrast on the turkey, and then we've got really soft contrast on the headdress. The headdress almost gets blended into the background on the left-hand side. Then we've got this bright contrast to this manhole cover in the lower left. So it's all over the place. That adds to the funkiness of it. So that's, I like that, the creative part of it, but I think a little more work needs to be brought into this image.
Can we either I need to take my dog out. He's letting me know. Can we take a quick break or do you guys want to just skip me?
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
Yeah.
All right, be right back.
How many left do we have?
Let me check here real quick.
Thank you.
Oh, well, we're on break, so I can't hear. Let me take us off. Shoot. I can't. I can't. Hold on
Don't
one
sweat
second.
it. We'll find
I
out.
can't- Yeah, I can't when we're on break, I can't see our well, okay, I can down here. We have 17 more to go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I'm back. The dog is happy.
All right. I'm back as well.
Ella, I have a totally unrelated question real quick. I just got a message from PP of Iowa. They're having their banquet tonight,
Mhm.
and the 2023 best of show or best of the best video is not on the website. Who can they contact to get that so they can show it tonight?
I think Karen's probably your best bet on that.
You can have them send me the email and I'll send the
Okay,
link. Luckily, I was on here.
I see those talking orchids down there. Okay, I'll give her your email. Thanks. Are we, well, I guess at this point it can wait a few more minutes till we're done. I don't want to slow everybody down. I'll take care of that later.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know if Michelle can directly drop, and it must be in Dropbox. They
Or
should. be able-
Karen?
It's in a
Karen,
Dropbox, so I could send a link.
Good, good,
okay,
good.
it's Alicia Ham. Do you know her?
Mm-mm.
Okay, as soon as we are done here, I will message her back on that. Because I don't want to hold everybody up.
Yeah, if we could tighten this last portion up, I would be greatly appreciative.
Yes, I know you are.
Mark is back. Let's party.
Okay,
Okay.
I gotta find, here we are, okay. You're all mine, 88.
Whose is this?
Oh, I'm taking it.
You got it.
This is just, really exquisitely done. High in the exceptional, excellent category. The rendering of that flower was just beautiful, and the conversation between the flower and the bird was just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, we all love this for sure. A couple things to point out, that there's like on that bottom left leaf, it's pretty dark there, and there's a little smudgy area kind of right next to that leaf. Just something to go in and nab just to, make it, well, I guess I can't use the word perfect or perfection now. And then look under the same stem that the bird is sitting on. If you follow it down, you'll see just a little brush stroke kind of right underneath it, as you go around the curve. And so just a couple little things, in seeking perfection.
Yeah, there's so much to love. There's so much to revere, to get a kick out of, to get a charge out of, and to groove on in this image. But yeah, there's a little striation of banding that's happening down the bottom there where we're going into the heavy vignette. And there's also a bit of a color shift. It's kind of going from orange to green down there as well. So, but boy, the technique on the flower, the leaves, and the bird are just wonderful.
Yeah, it's wonderfully handled. The color palette's exquisite. There's an area on the branch that on the stem that leads to the bird. We've got a couple of brush strokes on that, kind of towards the shadow side. So just watch for that.
Prince of Tides, 83.
I think that makes it mine now. So
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I think this heron is a Prince of Tide. So love the little claw foot kind of raised up and coming out. It definitely adds character and like a little interest to something that might have been a more ordinary, extraordinary scene. So enjoyed that. Appreciating the guide images that the maker has shown us, what parts he extracted and used so that he could create that foot for the heron. Beautiful scene. Absolutely gorgeous with all of that grass. I think the treatment's done really well.
Yeah, almost feel like we don't need the sky. I think it pulls so much attention away from the bird. I'm not 100% on that. We can listen to, the other jurors. I'm sure will have opinions, but for me, the bird comes in much more strongly without the sky there if we make it a real long horizontal, and really pulls the attention to the bird really nicely. Or maybe the sky just needs to be brought down just a little bit to kind of not have that pull the eye so much. Presentation is just a bit over the top too.
Yeah, I think it's handled really well. It's composed well. We've got nice lighting direction on the bird, and the color palette, it's very pleasing.
I will say heads up, the extraction of the bird, there's this halo, and that is not the way that a heron's head works. It doesn't have that kind of a highlight on it. It looks like they missed on the extraction on the head and moving onto the shoulder as well.
Protected, 83.
Sweet image of these two owls. We have the light, however, there's a little issue with that as far as not shadowing the mother bird. I'm assuming that's a mother bird there, as deeply as it should be for the direction of light where it's coming in. So just be really careful of light direction. The branch is getting very kind of strokey rather than looking like bark. It just looks like paint strokes too. So maybe a little more definition in the branch there.
Yeah, I think the composition's handled quite nicely. I like the placement of the birds. I just feel that there should be more shadow where the baby is leaning in on the parent. Just a little more depth, even on shadowing on the side of the baby itself.
It's been said.
Yeah, we tried to challenge this one up yesterday, and that was the main thing that held the image from going even higher in its score was that shadowing on the baby that needed to be there in that embrace. Well done to the maker, though, just beautiful, and I can't wait to see. I hope this one evolves and keeps moving, through the systems. There is almost like a little smiley face in the top right of the background. Do you guys see that? It's like two eyes and a little smile. Just didn't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Blessings from above, 81. Mark?
Yep. So, right, initial impact is strong. I like the central placement of the image. It works out well. We've got inverted triangle, and then all these feathers lend themselves well to the image. A concern for me is the hands. The hands have a completely different treatment on them based on compared to the rest of the image. So the inconsistency there is bothering me.
Yeah, I think that the changing of the water just is rendered so much nicer to work into the scene there. But as has been noted before, that when we have a little bit of an angle on a super horizon like this, that can be a little. It looks like it's tilting down to the left there, and then the way that wave comes in, it also makes it feel the same way.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So
I
nothing.
know, that's why.
Twin
That's
engine.
you. Then it's you, Ella.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
upset. No, it's fine, Lori. I'm fine.
Okay, sorry. I thought maybe you just didn't have anything to say. Twin engines, 82.
Yeah.
Julie.
Oh, sorry. Is this me?
Yep, Julie.
Julie.
Oh,
Bob.
yeah. It's
I kicked it to Julie.
okay. He's kicking it to me. Yeah, twin engines, cute title. And can you tell me the score, please?
82.
So everything here, I think, has it feels sort of symbiotic, right? With the colors, the mist, of course, sort of the detail level on the birds, the detail level and the trees in the background. So it works, right? It all kind of fits in the scene. I think where I'd have some comments is you almost have this sky, because you definitely have trees back there, right? So you have trees, you have got like the little cat willows, whatever you call those. And but then you have the sky, and it looks more like a painterly backdrop, or so it's that to me started to feel incongruent. And in general, just sort of a flat lit sort of situation and scene, even though you have this backlit sort of pink sky going on. So yeah, those are just a few things.
Yeah, really enjoying the positioning of the birds flying into the space there. That's a nice choice. I personally really enjoyed the fact we have some really kind of defined but faded back greenery on the bottom right, and we have those trees working. I kind of took the splotchiness or the painterly effect of the background as crisp, fog that's coming in and a painterly effect on that. And it just gives us some grounding to have something in the foreground that looks like it is and kind of frames it as well. So I'm on the other side of that fence, I'm afraid. I kind of enjoy the way the maker has done this.
I like the paint work. I think it's handled well in the image. It adds a little extra texture to it throughout, and the color palette works for me. I think the placement and composition is strong. I don't think the maker needs that close up of the geese. We can see it in the other guide image, so lose that one.
Next image.
The Sound of Silence, 76.
Yeah,
Ella?
this is one of those that I think doesn't quite have enough to carry it in the artist category. We've got the basic picture and we just added a texture over it. We've got the incongruity of the blue fingernails in this very warm picture as well. So for me, it just doesn't make it in the artist category in that degree of technicality that we're looking for.
I think you summed it up.
Yeah, and as long as we're, chatting about it, the brown with the red stroke is not helping this along as well.
Yeah, and I would nab just the few little white lint pieces on her black sweater.
My Brother from Another Mother, 82.
Jeez. Yeah, great expressions on both of them. How to put two of these together in this one scene. So it's very creative. The technique looks pretty consistent on the animals, but then it looks a little different on the ferns or whatever on the left-hand side. Underneath the animal on the left, though, where he's hidden behind the leaves, it's pretty bright down there. So I would work on that area. And I'll leave the rest to the next person.
Yeah, there's a little bit of haloing going on in that same spot that you were just talking about. And then we're in some of the white areas, we've lost, detail, especially on the top of the lemur.
Yeah, and the green fur kind of carried over from the original image. So if you look on the back of the lemur, you've got all that green fur all the way down the back.
Guys covered it.
Swinging in the Clouds, 79.
Bob.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of those ones that's it's a tough miss again. We've pulled two images together, but have we done enough to take it up in the, and normally I'm not one to go, oh, well, there wasn't enough work done on this. But that's one of the things is that's why we show the initial images in the reference, and then it's how well it was done to get from where you were to where you are.
Yeah, with a very smooth backdrop, and there was nothing, nothing done to really get the portrait of the little girl to sort of match that level of smoothness. Then I don't think the deckled edge worked to go with that very smooth, backdrop, because those edges are pretty rough. And then it doesn't really look like she's sitting in the chair. I know that was the attempt with her, originally sitting on the stool, but she's, you'd have the side of the chair sort of coming around her with the way that chair is shaped, and it's not. So again, I think that's a miss right there.
Yeah, and also it's very unfortunate where that curl from the back of that chair comes around and hits her in the head. I would avoid things like that too.
Yeah, the degree of work done, plus then some of the color balance on the hands, looks pretty cool in nature to the scene.
Swim, 83.
Yeah, so this one's pretty fascinating. It actually reminds me a lot of the image where you like drop the Coke can in, and you it's very cool because you get these all these splashes and things. So very translucent image, to be able to see her in the swimming position. Love the creativity of putting her on the bench. You've covered up the area where that bench was so that we've lost that compression on her abdomen, so you don't end up with any kind of weird shaping there. So overall, really well done. The only area that stands out to me as potentially not realistic is on that bottom foot that's underwater.
Yeah, I think it's a really a stroke of genius in a way to do the wave of the water that we're seeing that edge. That's so cool and so unique and very interesting. The other area for me that doesn't ring true is where the water's kind of splashing over her elbow and her calf, and she's out of the water in those areas, but that doesn't, it looks more like milk to me flowing over in a couple of spots rather than water. It's too, it's not transparent enough.
I just I had a power surge right here, so I'll try to continue on here. Yeah, I think the image is as well impact. It's very strong impact wise. Just a couple of tips. I just try to line up my guide images so they're consistent left and right to the image. Just a little dress up point, and then keep them consistent throughout from left to right. You know, just a width between them.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of really cool things going on here that make her pull a lot together. I'm I I feel like there's the maker worked too hard to knock the speculars out of the water. Like we have nice speculars in the foreground, we have speculars on the splashes, but then a lot of the water turns kind of a murky gray, and that would be something to watch for.
What's the big secret? 78.
Yeah, a lot going on here. Where am I supposed to look? I know we've got a lot of birds standing on the right, and we've got the bird on the left. There's just kind of too many elements going on here to really kind of focus in on what we should be looking at. And it just doesn't quite have the fidelity. There's a little bit of softness, in my opinion, about the faces here. So, not quite making it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's really been done with the exception of removing some of the birds on the left. So that's a content aware fill. Once again, I'm looking at, you know, the level of work done, and even some of the content aware fill has some inconsistencies of texture in the water, especially above the head of the bird on the left.
Yeah, heads up for when you're presenting your reference image as well. The black border around it, again, that makes that then the area of highest contrast, and that's not where you want your eye to go.
Yeah, and as an art image, you do have full command, and I see a lot of color noise in these white feathers, and so things like that should be handled in an art image.
Tranquility of the Marsh, 86.
That Ella?
Mark.
Me? Okay. Yeah, so once again, I used that Audubon thing earlier, and it still kind of applies. It's got a wonderful, almost museum-like look to it. If I was going to an exhibit there, I think the lighting on the birds are handled pretty well. When I get to that foot though in the water on the left-hand side, it looks so blurred out of focus in comparison to the bird on the right though. So just a little inconsistency in the treatment there.
Yeah, I think that, well handled, lots of depth and dimension built into here, and I really appreciate the art that's done by hand to enhance the birds that are in this scene.
Yeah, gorgeous. Love the eyes. As I look in the back left of the image, there's like a tree trunk coming up. It doesn't go all the way down to the ground. I know there's fog and mist, but that was sort of a dark line back there that drew my eye.
Yeah, the only other thing I'm seeing is we're losing the specular highlights on the outer rings from the bird and on the right-hand side. We don't have specular highlights there.
Friends Share, 85.
Yeah, very cool. Lots of fun working on here. Again, the handwork that's done and shown is illustrated well within there. Really enjoy the treatment all the way through. contact shadow almost feels like we went too far. So it's, again, we're looking for that reality within the fantasy there. Watch out for the contrast on the bottom.
Yeah, love the storytelling. Super cute. On the apple, it does almost look like a tomato. So yeah, I think some of the treatment on the apple ended up sort of taking that, it's definitely an apple because you can see the inside of it, but when you look at the outside of it, yeah, something doesn't match there on that. But man, is this cute. Love the tree in the background that frames it, very, very subtly. So I like it.
Yeah, adorable image, lots of great storytelling here. Again, on the shadows, Bob's absolutely right. The contact shadows it's too much, and then there's another shadow with it. And then that shadow is so much darker than the shadow under the chin, and yet they're lit by the same light. So I'm not quite sure how that happened.
Yeah, agree on all things with, and then maybe just darken the caterpillar just a little bit. He seems a little bright.
Plum Adorable, 86.
Yeah, we actually challenged and talked about this image. So, it got an 86. It's in the excellent category. There's a lot to love here, and a good job of Frankensteining, this little girl from multiple photos. So, you've got her bottom half on the right thumbnail down there, and then her hands with the pearls in there, and then the left hand holding the other edge of the pearl. So good job Frankensteining all that together. Really good job. Love the expression on her face. Love the treatment on her skin, and appreciate the soft blanket that she's sitting on. So there's a lot to love here.
Yeah, it is very pleasing, very sweet. I felt that the painting technique was so strong on that netting that she's sitting on, but not nearly as consistently strong on her skin and face. I thought maybe just a little bit more painting there to bring it into the same realm would be nice.
Yeah, I agree with the inconsistencies of technique. There seems to be none on the hand and jewels, pearls, and then we've got that heavy technique that contrasts it.
Gosh, and I sort of feel almost, in the other way that they've added just enough painting to not destroy the beauty and the glowing of the child. And I definitely love that new term that I've learned today, Frankensteining the girl. That's just very strange, but it's a good term. Great presentation.
Pretty Parrot, 80.
Who is this? Me?
Ella?
Okay. Yeah, interesting bird. I think we're lacking a little bit of contrast on the body. We've got it on the tail. We've got a little bit on the backside and a little bit on the beak that's coming from a different direction. But the body itself is kind of a little bit flat, and the feet definitely look like they're not quite worked on enough. They seem to be more or less one color for most of it. So I think maybe just a little more detail in there, a little more texture in there. I can't, the guide image is pretty small in that area. I can't really see, but I think it just looks a little bland there.
Yeah, the color balance is offsetting to me. When we look at the talons, we look at the beak, we've got the magenta cast going through there. So that bothers me. And then we've got a little edge transfer of the branch when it would come to the right edge just before the stroke line.
Yeah, I enjoy the color palette, the change of, we're taking this bird to another place as far as color goes, and that's fun, and it works with the color palette in the background. Also compositionally, I think the bird just feels very, even though it's on a diagonal and we have a line coming in from the other side, it feels very static.
Yeah, you guys covered it. Nothing to add.
Many Faces Have I, 77.
Yeah, wow. So it hits you with colorful impact. One last time for the day. Color! it screams at you right there. Then we look, okay, well, what did they start with? We've got those two guide images, and then it's a polar coordinates, type of image, and it's flipped, so the symmetry's there. And then they kind of added some realistic eyes and a couple of faces there. So, oh, we even got a couple of fish heads on the left-hand side that I missed the first go around. So, it's an interesting piece, but it lacks the added depth that the next person can talk about.
Yeah, depth and dimension is real important, and it makes it really hard against a super black background. And then in addition, we've cut off the top of it, and you've got things like that going on. And then just in general, it becomes very flat lit, even though there's a lot of movement in the original guide image.
Yeah, and when we challenged this yesterday, we also talked about, there's some photorealistic eyes, but then, the rest of the image isn't photorealistic. So there's just a lot of incongruencies here. But it is cool, and it definitely captures interest, and you can't help but sort of wonder all through it.
Yeah, one thing that happens when you use polar coordinates to make something round out of a square or rectangle is it blurs the edges. And that's what's happening at the top there and kind of around the bottom. And that may not be what you want, because this all looks so flat. That blur shouldn't be there. Everything should be nice and tack sharp in the way that we're seeing it. So either add dimension and explain the blur by focal depth, by yeah, I'm losing my words too. Or make it sharp.
Heaven Sent 83.
I really enjoyed the bird coming out of the mist. It's just got so much interest. It's done. Normally we like, oh, I need some more contrast, but no, I think this is perfect in the softness in the image that was there. Well done.
Yeah, I love the pastel colors. When I look down at the thumbnail, I actually really miss the rest of the bird. So, these subjective opinions, right? You really enjoyed it coming out of the mist. And when I looked down at the thumbnail, I went, oh, I kind of like the original. So I kind of missed the legs. And then I thought that the matting, I did not, I was not mad. I was not mad about the pink texture. But where I did have concerns is that blue stroke line I thought was a little, it didn't quite match the blues back in the image. And it's also a little wide. And then also that blue stroke line separating into the white thumbnail area. And then there's a white vertical stripe at the edge of the image on the right. So those were some things I saw.
I think this is a nice example of using the title to explain the fact that we're missing part of the bird, because it lets us know this bird's coming out of heaven. In other words, ethereal. In other words, gives us a reason for the bottom of the bird not to be there. I like that the maker did that.
I think it's simple, yet it's effective. But I do agree with Julie. I'd like to see just a hint of the feet and the tail, just kind of hidden behind there. I think it would add even more dimension to it.
And that is it. We are done.
Woo!
That
Yay.
was the last image. We did it. And we did it before 5:30.
Wow.
So great job, everyone. I hope makers were watching, and I hope they learned things that are going to take their images to the next level. It has been a long day, and I think we are all ready to go take a break now. Oh, hi, Thea. So
I think I learned a thing or two
Yeah, me too.
for sure.
I know I did.
You guys did an awesome
Always.
job.
Yes, amazing.
An awesome
John,
job.
John's in the house.
Hi, John.
He's muted.
Besides all the judges there who get the big hats off, there are people like Thea, Lori, and Bob who have worked so hard behind the scenes, and they need a lot of extra credit there. I've said
you.
that to Thea already, but Lori and Bob really worked so hard behind the scenes there, and so thank you on behalf of the ASP.
And
We are
Chris-
here for you.
Hey, awesome.
Great job all the way
Thank
around.
you, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thanks for
Thanks,
giving
Mark.
Hey, Mr. Mark, thanks for covering it at short
Yes.
notice there, brother.
We'll
Yeah.
see you on the next
Great
go
job.
around.
Thanks
Okay.
for presenting us with such wonderful images to look at, everyone.
I love
Yes.
my panel.
Thanks, Bob. We love you too. Love.
I
Oh, the
know.
score,
I said it
Julie won.
specifically for y'all.
Julie won the love score.
Julie definitely won the love thing. You know, if you ever want to really find out how you do that, go back and listen to this, and then listen to yourself, and you learn so much when you learn. That's where I learned. Because I used to be in radio, and they used to do what they call air checks. So we would have where you would, whenever you hit the microphone, it would start recording. So you get to hear everything you say, and then you're like, oh my God, I repeat that 84 times. Oh, I got to watch for that, or I got to watch how I say this, or my inflection on my syllables and stuff. So
Were different.
what's that?
Things that I loved were different though.
I love this, and I love that. I love this.
All right, everybody.
Sure.
I need to end the Zoom so we can start processing the video.
And then Thea,
Thanks,
do you
Julie.
need
See you guys.
anything from me?
Anything else?
I don't think I need anything from Lori. Chris, just send us the link if you want, so we can download everything. And I think we're good to go.
And-
Bob, thank you
Okay.
very much for everything.
Yes. He
Thanks,
had a
all. All
He had a
three of
rough
you.
day. He kept getting kicked off the internet, but
Oh.
he would not stay down.
I'm actually just finishing up. I don't know how much data I've burned on my phone, but this is what was carrying me for the most of the day.
Ooh,
So
Thank you for
Just
hanging in
backing
there.
up the backup.
yes.
See you, kids.
I need
Okay,
to talk to you about one image. I will call you.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Or I can send you a Zoom link if you want.
That's fine too. It's not
Okay.
actually, it's not the image. We don't have to look at anything,
Okay, so yeah, give me a call.
okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks.
bye,
everybody.
guys. Great
evening.
job.
Thanks, Chris. You did a great job too.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.